and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Israeli Foreign Minister dismisses claims Israel is influencing US President Donald Trump. President Trump claims Britain's King Charles doesn't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon during a state dinner at the White House. And the EU chief warns the Iran war may damage Europe for years. Tech tycoon Elon Musk has taken the stand in California today, accusing former ceasefire agreement between Israel and Lebanon. A 3-week US-mediated truce was agreed after officials met in Washington. But US President Donald Trump has said there was a great chance the two countries would agree on a peace deal. I'm now joined by Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Saar. Gideon, thank you so much for your time with me today. Gideon, as the war nears 2 months of fighting between Israel and Hezbollah continues despite a US-brokered ceasefire, how does Israel justify its continued deadly air attacks on southern Lebanon?
You know, Leigh Ann, this is quite strange. We have already a ceasefire with Iran. We began a war against Iran. It's Hezbollah that joined the war on March the 2nd, according to instructions they got from Tehran, against the will of the Lebanese people, against the will of the Lebanese government. But now, even when we have ceasefire with Tehran, Hezbollah is continued to drag Lebanon into this war. And I will say there is probably an effort to create, I would say, new equations like in the days of late Nasrallah, but they are totally wrong, not getting that things had changed. We supported ceasefire, but of course when they attack our communities in the north time and again, when they attacked also our forces in near our border, it's sure that we need to respond, and we'll respond like it is needed. It is too bad. And I think that there is also another consideration from Hezbollah. They want to harm the Israeli-Lebanese new direct negotiations. So this is probably part of their reasoning why they continue with their attacks.
Israel has issued new evacuation warnings for towns and villages in southern Lebanon. This comes after you said Israel has no territorial ambitions in Lebanon. What conditions would allow Israel to withdraw its forces from southern Lebanon? And we are also hearing today that the Lebanese army says Israeli strike in the south has killed 2, including a soldier.
First of all, I repeat it here, we don't have any territorial ambitions in Lebanon. As you can recall, Israel fully withdrew from Lebanon 26 years ago. But decades afterwards, we still have Hezbollah, which is a terrorist state within the Lebanese state, enforcing fighting from the territory of Lebanon. Just to give you the numbers, from the beginning of this war, from March the 2nd, we had more than 10,000 rockets, missiles, and drones launched from Lebanon to Israel. No country in the world will suffer that or tolerate that or think it is good to live with a pistol which is all the time directed to its head. And of course, we cannot tolerate that. And this is actually a mutual problem for us and for Lebanese. So for your question, when we will see Hezbollah dismantled and other terror fractions like Palestinian terror fractions like Islamic Jihad, for example, they are also operating from Lebanon. When they don't exist and there is a real rule of the government of Lebanon and the armed forces are only the armed forces of the state of Lebanon, we will not have any problem to withdraw. But our presence now is directed in, first of all, preventing an invasion of Hezbollah forces into Israel, which we know also before this war they intended to do. Second, to prevent a direct missile-guided anti-tanks, missile-guided against our communities on the border. And third, do something that the Lebanese government and army said they did, but they hadn't. And this is cleaning all the area near our borders when we have huge terror infrastructures, bunkers, lots of weapons and ammunition, all these things in private property, in so-called private houses that became terror infrastructure in the Shiite villages in southern Lebanon. So we must, at least in the area near our border, we must do today what the army of Lebanon should have done a long time ago and actually said in the beginning of this January they already completed, and they have operational control over southern Lebanon, but we see today it is not true.
And you talk about Hezbollah on the southern border and Israel's aims in Lebanon. And what I'm thinking, and I'm sure the audience are thinking this too, and many analysts have seen this, is Israel conducted a 2-year war against Hamas in Gaza. We still see Hamas rearming themselves and still have a big presence inside of Gaza. Do you think that you will be able to eradicate Hezbollah? Are they different to Hamas? And did Israel fail when it came to Hamas and eradicating them?
First of all, in terms of the threat of Hamas to the citizens of Israel and to Israel's security, we decreased the level of threat dramatically. They don't have today the missiles. So now when we had a war against Iran and Hezbollah interfered with missiles attacks, Hamas didn't do that because they don't have the same abilities. They cannot also invade Israel like they did on October 7th because they are not on our border anymore. So on the ground, things had been changed. But we gave half a year ago, a bit more than that, when President Trump came with his peace plan for Gaza, we gave it a chance to achieve some of our objectives in diplomatic means. If we can do that, we will be happy. And that way, we were able to get out from Gaza all our hostages, those who were alive and also those who were unfortunately dead, but all of them returned home. And now with regard of the disarmament of Hamas and demilitarization of Gaza Strip, there are still talks taking place mainly in Cairo between the Board of Peace and Hamas. To the extent it can be achieved in diplomatic means, we will welcome that. We are always giving a chance and prefer a diplomatic solution. If there will be a necessity to act otherwise, we will consider that. But we are still in the middle of the Board of Peace efforts on that respect.
Trump has posted an AI image of himself holding a machine gun today with the caption, "No more Mr. Nice Guy," and is also warning Iran to get their act together. Gideon, what do you make of this post, and does it signal a possible return to US-Israeli military action?
Well, right now it is clear that for the time being, the president is preferring the move of the siege by the sea. I think it hurts Iran economically. But of course, if the efforts that the president had done for the third time during the last year to try to negotiate with Iran, and if it will not be successful, then of course military option will be considered. But I don't want to give statements not on behalf of President Trump and also not from our side, because we are still giving this diplomatic path a chance until the minute when President Trump will decide we should move to another path.
And some media coverage suggests Netanyahu has strongly pushed U.S. decision-making on Iran. Surveys also show rising public skepticism of Israel among Americans, especially younger voters. Does Israel have too much influence in U.S. foreign policy decision-making? And what do you make of this growing criticism, especially in America?
It's quite ridiculous. President Trump himself told a couple of times that Israel hadn't dragged him into this war. And frankly, do you think President Trump is a kind of guy who can drag into things? He is a strong and bold leader. We see eye to eye the danger of Iran getting nuclear weapons. Clearly, very radical regime, the most radical regime on earth, that will have the most dangerous weapon on earth. And not only us, I believe that today also Arab countries, Gulf countries, so many countries in the regions that was attacked, unprovoked, by Iran during the last war, understand much better the nature of this regime. So it's not only for Israel's security, it is for Israel's security, but it's for regional security, for Gulf countries, for the world order, that Iran will not be able to get nuclear weapons. And this is something that you can achieve if the demands that President Trump had put to move out enriched materials from Iran, to get Iran to zero enrichment. If that will be agreed, then we will know that the goal was achieved. So I think that after decades, without a strong leader, we have President Trump. I can give you the example of North Korea. North Korea have today nuclear weapons because 3 decades ago, there was not the same decisiveness in the United States and in the international community to prevent it. Now, I believe it is well understood, and it's clearly well understood here in the Middle East, not only in Israel.
Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Saar, been really good to have you on. Thank you for your analysis and your thoughts with me today.
Thank you for having me.
Now, tech tycoon Elon Musk has taken the stand in California again today, accusing former OpenAI co-founder Sam Altman of betraying the company's roots and stealing a charity. Musk is claiming billions of dollars from OpenAI in what his lawyers call wrongful gains. Musk and Altman have been involved in numerous social media spats since they parted ways back in 2018. For more on this, I'm joined by tech analyst Gregory Evans. Gregory, great to have you on the show again. Thank you for joining me. We must say...
Thank you for having me.
Always a pleasure. Musk took the stand yesterday, laying out his beef with OpenAI. I'm just seeing right now, he's back testifying, laying out more beef with OpenAI. And it's so fascinating because Elon Musk really highlighted he started the company as a non-profit and claims the shift to a for-profit structure has violated the whole mission, the whole purpose of OpenAI. Is he right? Does the shift of fundamental principles risk the future of humanity as he laid out yesterday?
Well, no. Let me just say this. He's only bringing this lawsuit because he came out with his own AI and he plans on going public later this year. So does OpenAI. They're going public as well. Now, more people use OpenAI because we know about ChatGPT. Now, when they first started the company, he was one of the founders, but he wasn't the main founder. You have to look at his history. Elon's history is when it comes to like Tesla. Tesla, he didn't invent Tesla. 2 guys came out with Tesla. He came in with $6 million and invested in it, moved these guys out. Same thing when it came to PayPal. He's very good. He's the best when it comes to investing into tech companies that are going to be in the future. He wants to be the only one in the game. If you look at when Donald Trump came in, he went through the whole United States government and he was firing employees. And he canceled contracts to all his competitors when it came to charging stations. So anybody who had an electric car and was doing business with the government, all of them got canceled, except for who? Eli. When it comes to robots, he wants to have all the government contracts with robots that's going to run his AI. And honestly, more people use ChatGPT and OpenAI than they do X.
I must say one thing, Gregory. I use ChatGPT more than I use X AI, and that is absolute fact, and I think most of the world do too. But I'm listening to you talking there, and Elon Musk, is he a shrewd businessman? Is he smart? Because you're talking about the fact that he's trying to get a lot of the competition out of the picture so he can expand what he's looking to do and his vision. And many people would argue he brought Tesla into what it is now. It was all down to Elon Musk. He might have not started Tesla, but Tesla's now the biggest, most successful company globally.
This is true. And what happens here, he wants to be the biggest influencer in the world. He wants what you hear, what you see, what you drive is by him. He wants to control that. Now, here's the problem with Elon's XAI. Do you remember when he first launched it? People were looking up information and they were getting false information. You remember when he started, they would look up stuff about what happened in World War II with the Nazis and what happened in Germany. It was fake information. Same thing here in the United States. They complained and he had to go, it's like, oh, we don't know how that happened. We'll fix that. His AI used to have conversations, racist conversations with people. Oh, I'll go in, I'll fix that. Now, he knew that was that way, but he was good with it at the time. So now he wants to, what you read on or what you get through his AI system may be totally different than what you have from OpenAI. And just because two people started the company, he wasn't the main owner of the company. If he was, we wouldn't be here today. He was an investor again. And now, and this is before he started his. And by the time he started his, he didn't want no competition. And that's all this is. He wants no competition. In fact, he doesn't just want them to go back to being a private company, and not a private company, but a charity company. He wants to remove these people who started the company off the board, kick them out, have them go work IT at, in somebody's basement doing cable, installing cable. That's what he wants. He wants to destroy the competition. So that way, the next guy who comes along who wants to compete against him, he say, you remember what I did to the last guy who did this?
Gregory, I must say, Elon Musk might refute what you're saying, because Musk has framed his companies, SpaceX, Neuralink, XAI, as part of a broader mission to protect humanity's future. Elon Musk sees himself as a visionary. But I want to talk to you a little bit about this big debate that's happening right now on X, which is, of course, Elon Musk's platform. We can't forget that. Lots of people are asking the question, if Musk wins, is OpenAI dead? And where will this leave Sam Altman? Will it leave him in the basement connecting wires?
No, what it will leave him is, if it was dead, no one's switching over to X. They're going to Gemini. They're going to Copilot. There's still other competition out there. X is not the best. And what you just said a second ago is the most. He wants to control what we see in space, what we drive. He thinks he's God. He has that God complex. And what he's talking about humanitarian, from humanity, no, you don't control that. You should not be, one guy should not be in charge unless you're God Almighty, to what we see, hear, drive, and think, what we research. We shouldn't have one person that has that much power. No, not at all.
Well, it's really interesting, Gregory, because as they say, competition is healthy. And I think it's good that we all need a little bit of it to spur us on, isn't it, normally, when we look at ourselves and we look at the world as a whole and these big monopolies and big companies. But it's been so great to have your thoughts. And as I said, Elon Musk back in court today testifying in this trial of the tech titans. Gregory Evans, as always, great to have your point of view.
Thank you.
Japan is turning to robots to tackle labour shortages at one of its busiest airports. At Tokyo's Haneda Airport, Japan Airlines is preparing to trial humanoid robots to help with baggage handling and cleaning duties. It's part of a broader push to keep up with rising travel demands while the country's workforce continues to shrink. Patrick Falk has this report.
Well, from May, Japan Airlines will begin a 2-year trial using robots to support ground operations. The machines are designed to carry luggage and assist with aircraft cabin cleaning, tasks that are physically demanding and increasingly hard to staff. The robots are expected to work alongside human crews operating equipment and transporting heavy items across airport grounds. The aim is to reduce physical strain on workers and improve turnaround times between flights. The move comes as Japan faces a shrinking and aging workforce, putting pressure on industries that rely on manual labour. Airlines say the problem has been made worse by a surge in tourism. According to the Japan National Tourism Organization, the country recorded 3.46 million visitors in February, a record high and a 6.4% increase from a year earlier. Japan Airlines says the robots are intended to ease workloads rather than replace staff and will operate under human supervision during the trial. The airline adds the technology could help improve efficiency, maintain service levels during peak travel periods and address longer-term staffing gaps. If successful, the initiative could be expanded to other airports across Japan as the aviation industry looks for more sustainable solutions to labour shortages. But questions remain over how widely the technology will be adopted and what it could mean for the future of airport jobs. Patrick Falk, Arabiya English.
President Trump has said Britain's King Charles does not want Iran to have a nuclear weapon during a White House state dinner attended by the UK monarch. Trump brought up the Middle East conflict during the second day of the royal visit, telling attendees, "We're doing a little Middle East work right now, and we're doing very well." Take a listen.
We have militarily defeated that particular opponent, and we're never going to let that opponent ever. Charles agrees with me, even more than I do. We're never going to let that opponent have a nuclear weapon. They know that, and they've known it right now very powerfully. But our countries have stood together, defiant and triumphant against the forces of communism, fascism, and tyranny. Together we have expanded the reaches of human knowledge and endeavored always to make this world safer, more prosperous, more just, and more free. Ours is a treasured friendship, an eternal bond, and a true story of extraordinary heroism and skill. A lot of skill, tremendous skill.
Let's go live to Washington now to speak to our correspondent, Sarah Firth. Sarah, we just heard from President Donald Trump there, of course, went off script, saying King Charles agrees Iran should not have a nuclear weapon. He really appeared to reference a private conversation. How appropriate is it to publicly attribute political views to the king? I'm sure Buckingham Palace were not thrilled.
Diplomatically awkward for sure, Leigh Ann. I mean, President Trump is a man pretty confident in his convictions, but apparently, according to him, at that White House state dinner, King Charles, but Charles, as he referred to him, agrees with Donald Trump even more than Donald Trump does that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon. Now, look, it's long-standing British government policy, of course, that there should be the prevention of the proliferation of nuclear weapons. But the king on these state visits and in general is supposed to be politically neutral, above politics, if you like. Now, Buckingham Palace have handled this slightly awkward diplomatic moment very carefully, as you'd expect. They have said the king is naturally mindful of the government's long-standing and well-known position preventing nuclear proliferation. But as you said, Leigh Ann, an off-script moment for sure. And I'm sure there was some pretty nervous Buckingham Palace staff members quickly scrambling for that response.
Yeah, and the king didn't really respond. He just sort of sat there quietly, extremely diplomatic as usual. But the king has delivered his speech to Congress, speaking out about the US-UK alliance, saying it's truly unique, and even mentioned NATO, Ukraine, and constitutional checks and balances. How significant was that speech? And the standing ovation he got inside Congress was pretty remarkable too.
It was remarkable to watch. And look, as a Brit here in the United States, seeing that standing ovation, and then repeatedly he got applauded and those standing ovations throughout the speech. And across the political spectrum, you know, it was clear a lot of his words, which was about this renewal and endurance of the special relationship, really hit home. It was certainly a powerful moment to watch. It was an historic moment, him delivering this speech to Congress. And he mentioned the fact that the last time that a speech was given was by his late mother, Queen Elizabeth. He made a little joke saying that the last time she had given the speech to Congress, that she'd been trying to put the special back into the relationship after a Middle East conflict. He said, look, it is hard to imagine or comprehend anything like that happening today. He got a few laughs there, but of course, very, very serious times. You've had President Trump openly criticising the UK's Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, for his involvement or lack of when it comes to the United Kingdom's support for the US conflict in Iran. He's openly stated that he felt certainly at the beginning that the UK Prime Minister wasn't standing shoulder to shoulder. So King Charles's message here was really one that, look, throughout the decades, throughout the centuries, there have been difficult times between the two countries, but that America and the United Kingdom have always found a way through it. And that message that really seemed to resonate with certainly many who were there in Congress witnessing the King's speech.
Yeah, absolutely. And a little bit of true British humour there too from King Charles. But Sarah, today the visit does move from Washington to New York, with the King and Queen due at the 9/11 memorial. What is going to be the message behind today's agenda?
Well, the King and the Queen are going to be visiting the 9/11 memorial in New York, and this is ahead of the 25th anniversary later this year on September the 11th. It's a hugely significant moment, and it's a moment that King Charles referenced in his speech to Congress. It was a moment when the UK didn't just show solidarity and horror at what had happened on 9/11, but militarily acted shoulder to shoulder with the United States. It's going to be important for King Charles and Queen Camilla to be seen showing their respects. They're expected to perhaps lay some flowers at that memorial. I've been there myself many times to the memorial and actually on the anniversary, and it is hugely emotional when you speak to the families of the people who were killed that day. You see their names etched into the stone around the pool. It still to this day really strikes into the hearts of Americans, and it is a part of, I think, why Britain and the United Kingdom do have such a close relationship, but it shows the impact of that close relationship in action when it matters. And King Charles reminded President Trump, the US, of that when he spoke about the fact that, that was where NATO, at the only time that Article 5 was invoked. In what King Charles has been saying, because you mentioned in the last question, Leigh Ann, talking about NATO, talking about Ukraine, very few people can level the kinds of, even with the sort of British dry sense of humour, the sort of slight criticisms or the mentions or perhaps pulling up on the facts, focusing on the facts that could potentially be seen as contradicting President Trump. Very few people can get away with doing that without offending President Trump and resulting in quite fierce rebuttals from the president. But King Charles has so far managed to strike that very delicate diplomatic balance where you have seen him be able to, in a very respectful way, just remind the United States, remind President Trump that the United Kingdom militarily and in solidarity has stood shoulder to shoulder with the United States and the importance of that relationship enduring.
And Sarah, we are at a difficult time, like we've been discussing. King Charles is going to the US and is there as the shadow of the Iran war does hang over this meeting between President Donald Trump and Charles. And King Charles has sent a message today saying deeply concerned at London stabbing of 2 Jewish men. This took place earlier in Golders Green in North London. Police have declared the attack a terrorist incident. What more do we know?
Yes, so we know that King Charles has been briefed on the situation. He is fully across it, even during this high-stakes visit to the United States. Now, here's what Buckingham Palace have said, Leigh Ann. They've said that King Charles, in issuing this statement, has said he is deeply concerned about that attack on 2 Jewish men in Golders Green. As you rightly pointed out, the Metropolitan Police have classified this as a terrorist attack. They are continuing their investigations. Buckingham Palace went on to say that the king is being kept fully informed and that his thoughts and prayers are with the victims. So even during this very high stakes visit to the United States, the king will be being kept fully briefed on that ongoing investigation.
And beyond the pageantry and all the pomp and all of the lovely dinners that the king is having with President Donald Trump, do you think Americans actually really care about the British royal visit at all?
Look, Leigh Ann, I'm not going to lie. There was a little tear in my eye when I was watching the king address Congress with my British, Turkish, American children. But look, let me give you some interesting figures, because actually, when you look at the polling that has been done around this, do the Americans care about whether King Charles is here? Well, interestingly enough, there is a large number of them. The YouGov survey saying 49% of Americans don't think that the visit will make much difference to the US-UK relationship. There's also been American media doing polling which showed the viewing figures for the King's speech to Congress appearing to be much lower than, for example, one of the major football games here in the United States. So, look, questionable how much Americans really care about the king. You know, the royals have a special place in the hearts of some Americans, that's fair to say. There is that special relationship that's gone back a long time. And, you know, King Charles himself referenced the fact that this year, the 250th anniversary of the United States, is from independence from British rule. So it's a little bit ironic, but look, the point is that there is one man and one man alone that King Charles needed to make an impression on. We already know that President Trump holds a special place in his heart for King Charles. He's spoken about that special friendship. The question after this trip, if there's no diplomatic incidents and no major embarrassments, is whether or not this warm language and warm words of friendship and renewal, whether that translates into actual action when it comes to repairing the relationship and damage that has been done by the Iran conflict.
Sarah Firth, as always, in Washington. Great to have you. Thank you. The president of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, has warned the Iran war may damage Europe for years. She added the EU's goal is to see full freedom in Strait of Hormuz without the imposition of fees. It comes as 20,000 seafarers are stranded on vessels that are still unable to exit the strait. For more on this, I'm joined by Arsenio Dominguez. He is the Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization. Arsenio, thank you so much for your time with me today.
Thank you.
Pleasure. The IMO says tens of thousands of seafarers are stranded, and reports suggest up to 2,000 vessels affected right now as we talk in the Strait of Hormuz. How would you characterize the scale of disruption, and how are the seafarers coping, because it's been months, extremely difficult situation?
It's extremely concerning. And of course, this is the emphasis that we are putting on here at the International Maritime Organization. These 20,000 seafarers that are innocent and not linked anyway to this conflict. And of course, the longer that it goes, the more that we are concerned about their mental health, their fatigue, and the fact that supplies become also an issue. And they need food, water, and fuels for the vessels in order to maintain livable conditions.
Amid claims from President Donald Trump that Iran is in a state of collapse and may reopen the Strait of Hormuz, in reality, what is the IMO actually seeing on the ground? Do you think conditions are improving at all for ships, or does the risk remain high from Iran and the IRGC?
Right now, the main focus, and I want to appreciate the support that the countries in the region are providing to the seafarers, from medical to well-being to supplies as well, even with the limitations that exist. The reality is that for us here, we have developed an evacuation plan following the decision of the IMO Council, and we are ready to start evacuation of those innocent seafarers as soon as it's safe to do so. For that, we will need de-escalation and to actually bring peace into the region. That will give us the guarantees that ships are not going to be targeted and attacked. And even before we resume those operations, it will be important to verify and confirm that there are not other hazards in the Strait of Hormuz, such as mines that could have a negative impact on the health and well-being of seafarers and the ships themselves.
When are you hoping that that corridor will be opened up? Do you have any sort of idea at all at the moment? And could other countries, possibly Europe, be involved in helping with that?
Unfortunately, I don't have a time frame on when the corridor could start operations, because it will depend on when the conflict actually comes to an end. But at the same time, there's a lot of work and support that is ongoing, including that coalition led by the United Kingdom and France that are ready to coordinate and provide assets and assistance in order to guarantee that the Strait of Hormuz is free from hazards, that seafarers can evacuate it, and then afterwards, of course, we can resume operations in the region.
Iranian officials are warning they could use allies like the Houthis to disrupt the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. If pressure from the US does continue, we are hearing this. How serious is the risk of a second major shipping route being targeted at this stage?
The Red Sea, of course, had already been part of these geopolitical situations, and we experienced the negative impact on shipping in the last 2 years that started in October 2023. We right now still have the necessary operational measures, and the vessels are also at the lookout in order to continue the transit in areas like the Red Sea. But of course, the more that these choke points are affected by geopolitical conflicts, the more that we will see an impact not only on the negative seafarers, but on the global population.
And according to a White House official today, Trump's told his aides that they should be prepared for the Strait of Hormuz to be closed for longer. This is something that he's saying extended blockade of Iran's ports in a bid to force Tehran to capitulate. Oil prices surging after that media report, Brent WTI up around 7%. How much longer can the global economy sustain this double blockade? What impact is it having across the world?
Shipping is resilient, and we can find other alternative routes to operate, but we will not be able to actually provide for the goods that come from this region. We're talking about the 20% of crude oil the same time, is 19% of liquefied natural gas, 13% of fertilizer and chemicals needed for agriculture worldwide. So we've seen how prices continue to go up for 5 to 10% every time there is one of these choke points that gets affected. We then also have the situations with the innocent seafarers, and that just continues to exacerbate this imposition and this negative effect on the global economy, on everybody. So this is why one of the main messages of IMO is first to de-escalate, to look at the diplomatic solutions, and immediately start looking at how we can evacuate those seafarers, provide the necessary crew changes when it's safe to do so, and immediately resume operations. We have a traffic separation scheme that has been operating in the Strait of Hormuz since 1968 and has guaranteed safe and secure passage of vessels. As soon as this conflict comes to an end, our first point is going to be to start looking at resuming that trade.
Arsenio, you said shipping is resilient, but right now we're seeing this Iran war, this double blockade, ships stalled in the Strait of Hormuz for almost 61 days now. Has this war highlighted the vulnerabilities in shipping?
When I mentioned that shipping is resilient, is because even during the COVID pandemic, we were the only mode of transportation that continued to provide globally for every single person. Equally, when we have situations like the Red Sea, we found alternative routes to continue to trade. And even now, the main concern is the vessels that are trapped in the region and cannot operate, but we can continue to operate. What we will not be able to do is to actually replace those essential goods and raw materials because they are not available in other parts of the world. The biggest realization here is that we need to protect shipping. We need to recognize its importance and acknowledge shipping throughout the life of expectancy of this trade, not only when everybody gets affected. And now we see that we need more support in this respect because geopolitics are turning into shipping to disrupt the global economy and affect global populations, even those way beyond the areas of conflict.
Arsenio Dominguez, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for taking your time to talk to me today.
Thank you.
A reminder of our top stories. Israeli Foreign Minister dismisses claims Israel is influencing US President Donald Trump. President Trump claims Britain's King Charles doesn't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon during a state dinner at the White House. And the EU chief warns the Iran war may damage Europe for years. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. Goodbye, and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We haven't finished the job. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has told a Memorial Day gathering that he has no intention of giving up the fight against Iran. So what does that mean for US efforts to end the war? Israel isn't at the negotiating table, but its shadow looms large. I'm Melinda Nucifora. Stay with us. That Counterpoints debate is coming up soon.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
What if a drone that costs around $30,000 could force a country to spend millions just to shoot one down? That's Iran's battlefield advantage. It's called the Shahed 136, a one-way attack drone, sometimes called a kamikaze drone, designed to fly into its target and explode on impact. Each drone costs around $30,000 to $50,000 to make. It carries roughly 50 kilograms of explosives and can travel up to 2,000 kilometers. It's not especially fast, it's not especially sophisticated, but it's cheap. And that's the point. Iran's strategy isn't perfect precision, it's saturation, launching dozens, sometimes hundreds at once, to overwhelm air defenses. Even if most are intercepted, each one forces defenders to use missiles that can cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars per shot. Over time, that cost imbalance becomes a weapon in itself. During recent escalations, UAE authorities to this day say they have detected 941 Iranian drones, intercepting 876 of them, while 65 fell within the UAE. Israel has also faced waves of these drones as part of broader attacks. Even when interception rates are high, it only takes a handful to cause serious damage. But this isn't new. Russia has launched more than 60,000 of these Iranian drones against Ukrainian territory, targeting cities and energy infrastructure. So the question is the Middle East ready to intercept a similar wave? The UAE Defense Ministry recently stated that the region has strategic reserves of air defense systems capable of countering aerial threats for a prolonged period. The spokesperson also added that the UAE will not accept any infringement on its sovereignty or the safety of its territory.
Do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together?
And the idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer.
To be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for this interview. Undoubtedly, the first question in light of the current security situation is your assessment of the implications of this war on the Saudi economy, as well as on the fund's strategy.
Naturally, the impact of the war is not limited to the Saudi economy or the fund's strategy alone, but extends to the global economy as a whole. Oil prices have increased, shipping and insurance costs increased, food prices have increased, as a significant portion of chemical fertilizers passes through Saudi Arabia and other Gulf countries. In addition, helium gas is facing difficulties reaching Taiwan, leading to delays in semiconductor chip manufacturing or increased costs. As for the fund, our strategy is long-term rather than short-term. It spans the next 5 years and represents a continuation and evolution of previous strategies since the fund's establishment in 1971, through the transformation phases in 2015 and 2017, followed by the 2021 to 2025 strategy, and now the current strategy for the period from 2026 to 2030.
We will return to the fund's new strategy or its next phase shortly. But specifically regarding the war, Your Excellency, were there any initial commitments to external deals that are now being reconsidered due to the impact of the war?
Some deals and investments are being reviewed, whether due to the war or for reasons related to economic feasibility. We continuously reassess our priorities and existing investments. I cannot say that we cancel a specific investment in favor of another, as this process is inherently dynamic, both in times of war and under normal circumstances. However, it is certain that the presence of war places greater pressure on the need to reposition certain priorities.
And where do the priorities lie?
Priorities are naturally defined based on national needs and aligned with the requirements of the national economy, which constitutes a key priority for us. We do not operate solely as financial investors. Rather, our role extends beyond that. Since the fund's establishment, the objective has not been limited to generating financial returns. While returns are an important part of the fund's goals, they are not the only objective.
Financial returns and developmental objectives for the fund. Based on that, how do you measure performance? And what KPIs do you rely on to assess what has been achieved for the Saudi economy?
KPIs are significant in light of what has been achieved. To answer this question, it is important to review the fund's stages of development since its establishment in 1971. In its early years, the fund focused on developing the local economy, particularly in the financial sector, the petrochemical sector, and infrastructure projects such as railways, playing a clear role in driving development. In 2015, a major transformation took place. Developmental goals were no longer the sole objective, but became part of a broader framework that also includes economic feasibility. Limiting objectives to development alone would mean overlooking the economic viability of projects. In 2015, following the transfer of the fund from the Ministry of Finance to the oversight of the Council of Economic and Development Affairs, work began on redefining its strategy for the 2018 to 2020 period as part of this transformation phase. During this transformation period, we established several companies and major projects, among the largest globally, were launched, including NEOM, the Red Sea Project, and Qiddiya. The fund also strengthened its partnerships locally and internationally, contributed to the creation of significant job opportunities, and enhanced collaboration with the private sector. At the start of 2021, the fund entered the third phase of its strategic development for the 2021 to 2025 period, marking a stage of expansion and growth while building on the achievements of previous phases. Several national companies were launched, including Roshen, Humine, and Savvy, while existing companies such as ACWA Power, Bari, and Ma'aden were further enabled and developed, with the fund playing a key role in expanding their operations and strengthening their impact. The current strategy, covering the period from 2026 to 2030, builds on this trajectory and focuses on transforming 13 strategic sectors into 6 integrated economic ecosystems.
On what basis were these ecosystems selected?
To answer this question logically, it is important to explain how the fund's investment structure has evolved. In the early phase of its strategy, the approach was based on a geographic allocation of investment objectives. The fund had 6 investment portfolios, 2 dedicated to international investments, 2 to domestic investments, and 2 to local real estate investments, including a dedicated portfolio for mega projects. We have now moved to implementing 3 main portfolios: the Vision Portfolio, the Strategic Investment Portfolio, and the Financial Investment Portfolio. Each of these portfolios has distinct investment objectives, although all are ultimately aimed at delivering strong financial returns. The Vision Portfolio focuses on enhancing integration across priority strategic sectors for the Saudi economy and the Public Investment Fund. It also aims to maximize value for the fund's companies and support local economic growth through the development of integrated economic ecosystems, numbering around 6. The second portfolio, which is the strategic investment portfolio, focuses on managing and maximizing returns from strategic assets, while also increasing the economic impact of the fund's companies. The third portfolio, the financial investment portfolio, is primarily focused on generating financial returns, both domestically and internationally.
Since the transformation, the fund has achieved average returns of around 7%. Are you now targeting higher returns than that?
Overall, yes. Let me provide a historical overview of the fund's achievements. The fund's AUM, or Assets Under Management, has grown from approximately 500 billion Saudi riyal in 2015 to more than 3 trillion riyal. Total shareholder returns have averaged around 7% annually. Approximately 750 billion Saudi riyals have been invested domestically, contributing an estimated 910 billion riyal to the GDP. Most importantly, local content has reached around 590 billion Saudi riyal. These indicators contribute to enhancing what is known as economic complexity, as the focus is not solely on GDP growth, but also on the diversification and sophistication of the economy, with local content being a key pillar of this concept. In addition, a number of global asset managers and investment funds have established regional headquarters within the kingdom. Also, from 2021 to 2025, foreign investments exceeding 75 billion riyals were brought into the Saudi market, with support from the fund.
Is foreign investor appetite today affected by the war?
Certainly, investor appetite is affected across the board, not just among foreign investors. Even European investors within Europe see shifts in sentiment, as do investors in Asia, whether in China, South Korea, Japan, or Indonesia. Everyone is impacted. That is because the war is not taking place in a remote region, but in one of the world's most critical areas for supplying essential commodities, including oil, gas, and their derivatives, as well as industrial fertilizers. As a result, it is only natural that the situation is having a clear impact.
Your Excellency, does the new strategy include any changes in the scale of investments to be deployed domestically compared to other investments?
In fact, this approach has been in place from the outset and is something we continue to build on. It has been reflected in the restructuring of investment portfolios into 3 main categories: the Vision portfolio, the Strategic Investments portfolio, and the Financial Investments portfolio. Our primary focus remains on the Saudi economy by strengthening local investments in a way that delivers strong financial and commercial returns.
Is there a target ratio for the allocation of domestic investments?
From the outset, we announced that approximately 80% of investments would be domestic, compared to 20% allocated to international investments. Historically, the fund's focus on domestic investment was around 98.5%, before international investments increased to approximately 30%. However, this does not mean reducing the absolute value of investments. Amounts may continue to increase, even if the percentage declines, as assets under management is expected to grow in the coming years. Therefore, even with a lower percentage, the total value of investments can still rise.
Your Excellency, over the past 5 or 6 years, we have seen some significant exits from the local market, particularly in the stock market, most notably the full exit from SABEC, as well as a reduction in your stake in STC. Could we see similar exits going forward?
Certainly.
This year?
I can't say whether it's this or the next, but in general, our investments go through around 7 stages, starting with the initial investment concept, followed by preliminary and detailed feasibility studies, then execution of the deal or project, company establishment, performance monitoring, and finally the 7th and most important stage, the sale. These stages are structured this way because exit or sale is a fundamental part of the investment cycle. No investor holds a single investment indefinitely. For example, we saw that SABEC had reached a suitable stage for us to exit, and that its transition to Aramco would create greater synergies between the two. As a result, we recycled the proceeds from that exit into new investments. Similarly, in telecoms companies or others, we reduce our stakes and redirect those investments into new or existing companies, with the aim of expanding our investment scope and maximizing returns.
Your Excellency, even before the war, discussions in Saudi Arabia were centered around spending priorities, particularly with major upcoming events such as the World Cup and Expo. Where do spending priorities stand in the kingdom today?
As mentioned, spending priorities fall under the Vision portfolio, which consists of 6 main sectors. The first ecosystem is travel, tourism, and entertainment. The second is urban development and urbanization, including projects such as Roshan, New Maraba, and Kaft. The third is advanced industries and innovation, including companies such as Lefra and Sear. The fourth sector is logistics services, including companies such as Ma'aden, Hadid, and Bari. The fifth is infrastructure for renewable and clean energy, as well as water. The sixth infrastructure is NEOM. If we return to the first sector, that's travel, tourism, and entertainment, we find that it includes a number of companies that have been integrated under one framework. For example, King Salman International Airport. With major events such as Expo and the World Cup approaching, passenger numbers are expected to rise significantly. Therefore, we must invest more in developing and expanding King Salman Airport to accommodate this demand. Similarly, Riyadh Air aims to increase the number of routes and connect Riyadh to destinations around the world. Investment in Expo and the construction of World Cup stadiums are also key priorities within this sector. It is also important to note that priorities have evolved alongside the strategy. During the 2021 to 2025 period, artificial intelligence was not as prominent as it is today. As a result, some priorities have been reshuffled and investment objectives repositioned, with greater focus on AI infrastructure and investments in AI companies, both domestically, such as Humane, and internationally across regions including the United States, Europe, and Asia. Accordingly, the repositioning of investments remains an ongoing process driven by emerging global priorities.
So, artificial intelligence is a priority today. Could defense also be a priority?
Defense is certainly one of our key priorities. It has been important in the past, but it carries even greater significance today. We have SAMI, a company specialized in defense industries. It falls under the third sector, which is advanced industries and innovation. This ecosystem also includes companies such as Humane, Tazaru, Sear, Sami, and Lefera in the healthcare sector.
Your Excellency, we have heard a lot about the reassessment of some major projects, or even the cancellation of some. Are these reports accurate?
This reinforces what we consistently emphasize. We continuously review our priorities. We rely on top-down approach and a bottom-up approach. The top-down approach is driven by the Public Investment Funds Board, where strategic directions and priorities are defined. The bottom-up approach, on the other hand, originates from the companies and projects themselves, with recommendations based on operational and investment realities. Accordingly, guidance is provided to our portfolio companies, and projects are reassessed in terms of their financing structure, whether they are fully funded through equity, through debt and loans, or by bringing in partners through joint ventures. As a result, there is always an ongoing review of how investments are directed. While the overall scale of a project may not necessarily decrease, but the level of capital investment from our side may be reduced.
For example, NEOM specifically, NEOM consists of several zones, and there has been a lot of talk about the cancellation of some projects within it.
So far, what is being circulated about the cancellation of projects in NEOM is not accurate. No projects have been canceled. However, the company has been directed to rearrange its priorities. There is a common perception that the line represents NEOM in its entirety, whereas in reality, it is just one of the projects under NEOM. Is it necessary for the line to be completed by 2030? I don't think so. It's good to have, but it's not a must-have. The must-have is the industrial zone Oxagon, which includes a port for commercial shipping and trade, multiple data centers, and hosts a number of local and foreign investors. Based on our strategy and the ecosystems we operate within, Oxagon is currently the most suitable focus for investment, while some other projects within NEOM may be deferred. As for deferrals, these are managed through directives given to our companies, including NEOM. within the framework of an integrated ecosystem under the Vision portfolio. The company itself evaluates these directives after receiving guidance from its board and the funds board, and we then await the company's plan on how to achieve all or part of the objectives in the most financially efficient way possible. Historically, most of the fund's projects, especially in mega projects, infrastructure, and real estate, were fully funded through equity from the fund. But is this the optimal approach? Certainly not. This aligns with our current strategy, which aims to achieve the same objectives or a significant portion of them with less capital. As an economic catalyst, we initially assumed the early-stage risks by developing the infrastructure. Once that phase is completed, it becomes much easier for the private sector, both locally and internationally, to step in and invest. For example, it would be extremely difficult for any private investor to initiate a project on the scale of NEOM or the Red Sea projects, given that their scope is comparable to entire countries, and in some cases even larger than certain European or Middle Eastern nations for a single company. Therefore, it is impossible for any private sector investor, whether local or international, to initiate. However, we initiated by putting infrastructure in place. And now, the Red Sea, most people, whether local or international, saw on the ground what offerings are in place, improved investor understanding, and consequently, increased interest. Today, we are seeing growing demand from both local and international investors to participate in these projects. I recently met with one of the largest American investment management firms, and they said, "We understand infrastructure, and we like it and want to invest in it." We have also observed that investors tend to invest in sectors they understand. As a concept, the Red Sea, or Roshan, are unprecedented in the entire world. As these projects evolve and become more concrete, investment decisions become much easier for them to make.
Your Excellency, let us move to the final topic in this interview, one that concerns a wide segment of viewers and has recently sparked debate: the sports sector. Specifically, the fund's investments in major football clubs, where questions have been raised about a lack of parity and fairness in spending among these clubs. How do you respond to that?
I don't think this is true. When comparing clubs within the kingdom to their counterparts in Europe, we see that systems such as financial fair play are implemented there. In Saudi Arabia, we aim to adopt similar frameworks once we reach a comparable level, in coordination with the relevant regulatory bodies, such as the Ministry of Sport and the Football Federation. In general, club revenues are derived from ticket sales, broadcasting rights, merchandise, and sponsorships. In Saudi Arabia, this is further supplemented by support from board members, as well as contributions from fans, which often come in the form of donations or financial backing. Naturally, clubs differ in the scale of these resources. Some receive greater support from their fan base or board members than others, which directly impacts their spending capacity. As for the fund, it invests in club companies at relatively similar levels. However, we cannot control donations or external contributions that fall outside its investment framework, whether from honorary members or fans.
However, the primary objective for these clubs remains their privatization and eventual sale. Are there serious negotiations underway in this regard?
Yes, there are ongoing negotiations, and we expect, God willing, to announce within the next 2 days the sale of our stake in one of the clubs.
Can we know the name of the club?
You will find out within the next 2 days, God willing.
And are there other deals that could be completed this year?
As mentioned earlier, our investments go through several stages, with the 7th being exit or divestment. We entered the club sector with the objective of improving governance, which was previously quite weak but has now significantly improved. We have also worked on enhancing financial sustainability and increasing club revenues, particularly on match days, where revenues have risen by approximately 120%, more than double. We are gradually moving toward the privatization of these clubs. While we may retain certain stakes, we will not remain the majority owner.
Your Excellency Governor Yasser Al-Rumayyan, thank you very much for this interview.
Thank you.
Life is meant to be a celebration. Wise is the person who finds a reason to make every day a special one, said the professor and writer Leigh Ann Gerrans.
Why do we love to celebrate? To be perfectly dressed, surrounded by people, confetti, cake and fireworks. Thus sharing a moment of happiness or sadness with others. Meet a human need to celebrate or to heal.
Since the beginning of time, humans have feared everything great around them. The sun, the moon, the water, and the air. Yet as they grew familiar with these wonders, they began to celebrate them in their own ways, seeking joy wherever it could be found. From these, they discovered reasons for happiness and turned each reason into an occasion. So came a day for flowers, a day for the new year, and another for spring, which Egyptians call Shaminissi. And for summer, the French invented a festival devoted to music. The 21st of June. When the day stretches longer than the night, and its warm sun, long awaited by the people of the Mediterranean, shines after months of rain and snow. But in France, the 21st of June is not just the first day of summer. On this French day, the streets become a theater without walls. Ticket windows disappear. The red velvet curtains rise, and music is set free, flowing into every corner, crossing the borders of France to more than 120 countries that now celebrate this day as their own. La fête de la musique.
Donc le 21 juin, so June 21st is the first day of summer, and so people want to go out. The weather is warm, especially in Europe, and they need to celebrate. To party, they need music, because without music you can't party. And the idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea that was simple but at the same time clever. And so when people go out, they need music, the music that makes you dance. Even if you don't want to dance, you dance anyway and celebrate this festival until the next morning. Time passes very quickly because there are musicians playing for free everywhere. Even the greatest musicians in the world who come out into the streets, sometimes even grand pianos, philharmonic orchestras, and everything. Everyone plays for the population. There is never sad music on June 21st because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer. C'est une journée de joie. Il faut célébrer l'été.
This day was first announced in 1982 at the initiative of the then French Minister of Culture, Jacques Lang. Known for his saying, "Music will be everywhere, and the concert will be anywhere."
We cannot live without music. To celebrate, we need joyful and danceable music. For a romantic situation, we need romantic music. And so music has existed since eternity. Since cavemen, we have been making music. We love to dance and celebrate. If there is no music in our life, we cannot live. Once someone asked me, if you go to a desert island, who or what do you take with you? I take a musical instrument with me. Toi, oui, je prends un instrument de musique.
So we celebrate for many reasons. We don't only celebrate because we enjoy. Sometimes we think that celebration is only a kind of happiness we're enjoying or traditional or even a ritual, but it's much more than that. It's something we need as human beings. So humans are social beings that have gathered around since a very long time. And from early on, we are part of a group. So it starts from the family, and then socially, and then it widens to a wider community.
Today it's music, but since the earliest years of known history, humankind has embraced many occasions to celebrate and to give symbolic expressions to the renewal of time and a lot more. In the ancient rich land of Mesopotamia, the Sumerians and the Babylonians created the new year with the Aikido festival around 4,000 years ago. Celebrated in April, it symbolized the start of the agricultural season and the renewal of life. And it was Wepet Renpet, the opening of the year in ancient Egypt around 5,000 years ago, marking the annual flooding of the Nile River. Not far away from the Nile Valley, Persians and Kurds were and still are celebrating the Nowruz, one of the oldest festivals that have continued uninterrupted to the present day. It begins with a spring equinox, symbolizing the renewal of nature. It is one of the oldest celebrations still observed today as well, and it follows the lunar calendar and falls between late January and mid-February. The new year did not begin on January 1st until the time of Julius Caesar. In Roman civilization, this represented a historical turning point, as the year had traditionally begun in March. Julius Caesar chose January 1st in honor of Janus, the god of gates and beginnings.
Throughout history, one joy has been shared by all, yet it blooms on different days and dances in so many ways.
In 1162, the Venetian festival was established to commemorate the Republic's victory and soon evolved into an annual tradition. Every year, on the 25th of April, a festival of iconic masks that dissolve social boundaries takes over Venice. It allows people to express themselves freely and transform the streets into a vibrant stage filled with history, culture, and celebration.
We don't only come together around joyful moments, but we mark painful ones. We gather after loss, we create rituals around difficult experiences, not because we enjoy those feelings, but we have a space to feel more accepted. It connects to something deeper, our need to belong. I'm part of this, so I can say that I share this with others. So celebration is not just about tradition or about a ritual, it's also a human way of creating a connection, of reinforcing our sense of belonging, and of turning what we go through into something meaningful together.
One day we celebrate women, teachers, mothers, fathers, labor, Earth Day, while other days we are meant to commemorate, not to celebrate. A day for refugees, for food and for peace? Do we highlight even what hurts? But do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together? It was once said that to be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die. Is it true that happiness is doubled when shared, and sadness is halved when shared as well?
We haven't finished the job. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has told a Memorial Day gathering that he has no intention of giving up the fight against Iran. So what does that mean for US efforts to end the war? Israel isn't at the negotiating table, but its shadow looms large. I'm Melinda Nucifora. Stay with us. That Counterpoints debate is coming up soon.
The war in the Middle East is rewriting the global energy map. Strikes on Iranian and Arab Gulf energy infrastructure and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the umbilical cord of world oil supply, have already sent shockwaves through commodity markets. And the risks are far from over. Yemen's Houthis, largely on the sidelines since the conflict erupted a month ago, appear to be signaling a potential entry into the war, raising the spectre of a simultaneous closure of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. If that happens, the consequences for global oil flows would be even more severe. Against that backdrop, Goldman Sachs has dramatically revised its oil price projections upward for this year and into 2027, warning that this war will permanently bake a security premium into long-term crude prices. In their latest report, the bank warns that in a worst-case scenario, the world could face a persistent loss of 2 million barrels of oil a day that cannot be quickly reversed. And Goldman Sachs says that in any case, the price of a barrel of Brent crude could spike past $147, shattering the all-time record set back in 2008. To break all of this down, I'm joined now by Goldman Sachs chief oil analyst and co-head of commodity research, Dan Stuyven. Dan, welcome to the program. Dan, currently, what is your base case scenario for the duration of the war and the reopening of Hormuz? And how long will it take for the Gulf production to ramp up back to pre-war levels, given the stoppages announced and the damages sustained to some of the energy infrastructure and fields?
Yeah, so our working assumption, our base case, is that flows through the Strait, which are still down by 95% from normal levels, start a gradual recovery in mid-April and then are back at normal levels by mid-May. But the risks are skewed towards delays, and therefore we lay out alternative scenarios for both Hormuz flows and for higher prices in our risk scenarios. In their base case, flows through the Strait are back near normal levels by mid-May, and then we assume an additional month required to normalize production, upstream production in the Middle East, which would then put you sort of in a mid-June timeframe for a normalization of production. We had a few data points from some of the largest oil producers in the world, including the CEO from Saudi Aramco, who said that production could come back within days, at most weeks. We also had an official from the Kuwait Petroleum Corporation suggesting that production may take somewhat longer to come back. The risks to our base case timeline for a recovery in production by mid-June are skewed towards delays.
But then what's your most pessimistic scenario then?
I think the most pessimistic scenario for oil supply is a scenario where flows to the Strait take longer to recover, and where you could see persistent scarring to oil production potential in the region. we did review the 5 prior largest oil supply shocks in history, and it was quite remarkable that averaging across those 5 episodes, recognizing significant differences across episodes, on average, oil production 4 years after the start of the shock was still down by just over 40% in the affected country. And so the risk scenario where oil production potentially in the region, which accounts for 1/3 of global oil production, remains 2 million barrels per day lower, perhaps on the back of damage to oil infrastructure, such as, for instance, export terminals. That scenario is plausible, and it's informed by our review of historical large oil supply shocks.
Dan, do we have a figure or a number on the current deficit in the oil market currently?
Yeah, so at the moment, our estimate is that global oil markets are probably in a deficit in the tune of 13 million barrels per day or so. The math is that before this shock, the market was in a moderate surplus. We're losing about 19 million barrels per day of flows from the Strait. Talking about exports as opposed to production. Production itself is down less dramatically. But we have been impressed by the redirection through pipelines, both the East-West pipeline and also the Fujairah pipeline in the UAE. And so we're seeing flows through these pipelines being about 5 to 6 million barrels per day higher than normal. And so, if that sort of gives you 19 minus 6, call it, roughly a 13 million barrels per day loss in terms of oil exports available to the market. Actual production losses are somewhat more limited as producers are storing some of the production that they can't export.
We will later come to the East-West pipeline and that Saudi turnaround over there. But first, in your recent report, Dan, you speak of a post-shock model. Will oil prices remain higher for longer? Take us through your oil price projections over the short and medium term first, and then I'll ask you about the structural changes driving those projections.
Yeah, great. So in the base case that we discussed, where flows through the Strait normalize by mid-May and production in the region normalizes by mid-June, in that base case scenario, we see Brent averaging $85 in 2026, ending the year around $80 per barrel. That is about $20 higher than what we would have been looking for in the absence of the Iran war. Even if by year end, we assume that production in the Middle East has normalized. In fact, we expect production in the Middle East to be slightly higher by year end than in the absence of the war, because we would assume that producers such as Saudi Arabia and the UAE, which have substantial spare capacity that's available once the Strait opens, would focus on stabilizing markets and making sure that inventory levels, which we expect to draw a lot, can normalize to more average levels. Now, that $80 Brent year-end base case forecast is about $20 higher than what we would have forecasted without the war for three reasons. One, the very large draws in commercial oil inventories, and lower inventories typically mean higher oil prices. Second, we do think that the market would likely risk adjust effective spare capacity, because spare capacity is concentrated. And therefore, we think that long-dated oil prices, sort of the back end of the oil futures curve, should be about $5 higher than in the absence of the shock. And third, we think that positioning, which was quite short going into 2026, we think positioning should be persistently somewhat higher as investors are willing to pay a premium, a security premium for available barrels. And along with sort of the rotation into hard assets that you're seeing across macro markets, this is sort of the third reason why we look for higher prices for longer, even if the Strait normalizes.
Dan, I want to zone in on the security premium post this war over the longer term. What are the structural changes to oil pricing do you expect to happen? Will this higher geopolitical security premium embed itself into oil prices? Would countries from now on turn to strategic stockpiling more aggressively? And what would be the implications for this enhanced security sensitivity be on supply and demand?
Yeah, absolutely. So one key reason we look for lower global commercial oil inventories by year end, which was sort of the first reason I discussed for higher prices because of the war, is that while in the short term we expect significant strategic petroleum reserve releases while the disruption lasts, we do think that this event will lead to very significant refilling of strategic petroleum reserves. Two reasons. One, we'll end the summer or the fall with very low strategic petroleum reserve levels, especially in countries like the US relative to historical standards. So even normalizing SPR levels will require significant refilling. And second, we think this shock will incentivize policymakers to target higher equilibrium, steady state SPR levels. And in fact, the US SPR program, it's not a sale, it's a loan. Borrowers who are now getting access from April 1st, from tomorrow, to US SPR barrels, they're expected to give 20% more barrels back down the road than what they receive. It's a sizable 20% sort of interest rate expressed in barrels.
Going back to the logistical aspects and the transportation aspects of the oil market, the Houthis in Yemen have been mostly on the sidelines since the war broke out a month ago, but it seems they have made a couple of what seems to be a warning shots in the last couple of days. If they do enter the war, Dan, and if this Hormuz disruption is accompanied with a closure of the Bab el-Mandab Strait, what is the impact on oil flows here?
Yeah, it's an important risk that we're monitoring closely. So the facts are the following. We estimate that oil exports, so both crude and products, through the Bab el-Mandab Strait at the moment are around 7 million barrels per day. They're up about 1 million barrels per day, 1 million barrels per day over the last month, as you have seen an impressive pickup of crude exports from Saudi Arabia coming via the East-West pipeline to the Yanbu port, and then going to Asia. I think we've learned that most shippers are risk averse. If there were attacks on oil tankers, you could expect a meaningful drop in volumes there as well. Now, there is some optionality to reroute some of the flows via the Suez Canal, via Europe, via the Mediterranean. But there are two challenges. One, the very large crude carriers, once they're full, they're too heavy, they're too deep to go through, and so you would have to use a pipeline or bring smaller ships to the region. And the second problem is it really extends the journey, and the tightening Hormuz shock is very much an Asia-centric shock, or at least initially, and it takes a lot more time to go to Asia via the Mediterranean and the African Cape of Good Hope than going directly via Bab el-Mandab.
How high can oil get in such a scenario if we do get a closure of the Bab el-Mandab as well? The maximum we saw intraday so far is $120.
We laid out a severely adverse risk scenario in our work. In that scenario, we assume the Strait of Hormuz closes for 10 weeks, and we have 2 million barrels per day of persistent scarring. And in that scenario, prices in the short term exceed $150 per barrel in April, and end the year at $115 per barrel. So well above our $80 base case for end 2026. I think you're asking about a slightly different, a severely adverse scenario where oil prices could be similar. But the critical question, I think, for the long term is, will production from the region eventually fully recover or not? That's ultimately the most important question to think about oil prices 12, 18 months from now.
Dan, does the recent U.S. Treasury General license to allow sale of Iranian oil on the water, does it change the picture, physical picture, or does it just simply allows this oil to reach a bigger subset of customers outside of China? And do you expect traders and financial institutions to remain wary of getting implicated in Iranian oil despite this temporary lift in sanctions?
Yeah, so the data that we're tracking point to only a slight pickup in the pace of imports of Iranian crude following the easing of sanctions. To your point, I think a lot of buyers are still thinking through the risks associated with buying Iranian crude, also reputational risks. And so the data point to only a modest pickup in imports of both actually Iranian and Russian crude more broadly. So I think this supports our point that this shock is too big for policymakers to fully offset. Mm-hmm. Yes, we look for somewhat higher SPR releases. Yes, we look for somewhat faster arrivals of crude from Iran and Russia. But these policies are only very partial offsets to the very large Hormuz shock.
Dan, over to the United States. U.S. shale was slowing in the past year or so. Does the current situation change your outlook for shale? Do the higher prices encourage higher capex, or do you expect the shale players to remain cautious and more capital disciplined?
Directionally, incrementally, this suggests that production from U.S. shale could be somewhat higher than otherwise, but I think we're really talking, 300, 400 KBD more than in the absence of the war, which again is quite modest relative to the size of the shock. Two challenges that U.S. shale companies are facing. One, we do think that their inventory of high quality acreage is gradually depleting somewhat. And second, to your point, they have been capital disciplined. When they're capital disciplined, capital markets reward them financially from a stock price perspective, and we think they will remain capital disciplined. So slightly higher shale production makes sense. After all, it's still the most important, short-term price elastic part of the global supply and demand balance, abstracting from OPEC spare capacity. But again, it is quite modest. And if this shock were to last a lot longer than our base case, most of the rebalancing would have to operate via demand destruction as opposed to supply responses.
Dan, you've pointed earlier on to the East-West Saudi pipeline. Given that Saudi has been able to shift loadings to its west coast on the Red Sea at Yanbu, how would you describe this Saudi turnaround and how fast it was undertaken? And does this infrastructure hedge or bet finally comes to fruition not only for Saudi, but for the entire global oil market? And given the current prices, what is your expectations of the net impact on Saudi oil export revenues in the last couple of weeks?
Yes, I think it is impressive and faster and bigger than what most analysts were looking for. I think the volumes through the East-West pipeline at the moment, estimated around 7 million barrels per day, are significantly bigger than, for instance, estimates of pipeline maximum potential that agencies such as the IEA or the U.S. and the Department of Energy have put out. So that's very impressive. It's the most powerful, but still partial offset to the sharp loss in Hormuz flows, more powerful than SPR releases or releases of sanctioned crude. I think the impact on Saudi oil export revenues depends on the offsetting balancing act between slightly lower volumes and higher prices. And I think it depends on the horizon. I think in the first few weeks of the conflict, before you saw this big ramp up in pipeline flows, the impact on revenues may have been somewhat negative. But if I look at our, for instance, 2026 second half forecast, we forecast higher oil prices than in the absence of the Iran war, as we discussed, roughly $20 higher. And we actually have production from the region, especially producers with spare capacity such as Saudi Arabia and the UAE, higher than in the absence of the shock, because we assume that OPEC will stabilize markets. And so in the second half, both the price component and the volume component in your export revenue formula would point to higher revenues.
Dan, the media focus is on crude prices as they rise, but certain products have realized even higher price jumps like jet fuel and diesel. What are the dynamics in those products markets, and where do you see the biggest shortages forming?
Yeah, so we think this is even a bigger tightening shock for refined products, especially heavy refined products such as diesel and jet fuel and fuel oil, than for crude markets. 3 reasons. One, In contrast to crude, the starting point for refined product markets was already a very tight market with very high global refinery utilization rates, while the crude market was in a small surplus. Second, the key challenge for the heavier refined oil products is not only that the Middle East is a very important exporter of, for instance, jet fuel. The key problem is that the Middle East is the key producer of heavy and medium crude, which is the key input into making the heavier refined products such as jet fuel and diesel. And so as a result, we're seeing meaningful refinery run cuts in Asia with less production of refined products such as jet. And third, the policy response is less powerful for refined products. The SPR releases by the US government, for instance, it's of crude. It's not of refined oil products. Similarly, the releases of sanctioned barrels, it's mostly crude. So it's a bigger shock for heavy refined oil products than for crude. And yeah, we do think that prices for refined products such as jet and diesel are likely to stay significantly higher than in the absence of the shock for longer. And another fourth challenge is that it may take more time for refineries to come back than for upstream production, because reports suggest that damage to upstream oil production capacity is still quite limited so far, while we have seen more reports of potential damage to midstream refining production capacity.
Interesting piece of information there, Dan. My final question to you, looking at the oil consumer markets, which market is the hardest hit, you think? Is it the Asian or the European market?
I would say it's Europe. Two reasons. One, if you look at the share, for instance, of oil and natural gas in primary energy consumption, in Europe, it's around 2/3. If you look at China, India, it's around 1/4. The reason is that countries such as India and China rely heavily on coal and other alternative fuels. And the second challenge for Europe is that Europe is not only facing a spike in petroleum product prices, it's also facing a spike in natural gas prices. And in Europe, in countries such as Italy, natural gas prices tend to set the power price at the margin. So Europe, in a sense, is facing a triple whammy of higher petroleum product prices, higher natural gas prices, and higher power prices.
The people of Milana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-colored. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. The unique democratic system practiced in Milana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of two councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully.
We haven't finished the job. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has told a Memorial Day gathering that he has no intention of giving up the fight against Iran. So what does that mean for US efforts to end the war? Israel isn't at the negotiating table, but its shadow looms large. I'm Melinda Nucifora, and you're watching Counterpoints. US President Donald Trump says he's been using his 2-week ceasefire with Iran to restock his military capabilities to ensure maximum pressure. Israel says, ceasefire or not, it still has work to do in Iran.
Our pilots control the skies of the region. It's definitive proof of our superiority over the Iranian axis. We have not yet finished the job, but the world already recognizes our determination to defend ourselves and to defend humanity from barbaric fanaticism.
It's little wonder then that round 2 of negotiations has been approached with a distinct lack of trust from all sides. Going into the talks, the US president says he wasn't particularly interested in extending the ceasefire. So, regardless of their success or failure, is the most realistic outcome a frozen conflict? On this episode, we'll ask our panel, are we on the brink of a return to war? Is a ceasefire destined to fail if Israel isn't consulted? And will Israel accept anything less than the complete dismantling of Iran's leadership? Joining the discussion is Tobias Ellwood, a former British Middle East minister and Conservative MP. Avital Leibovich is back with us, a former Israeli military spokesperson and director of the American Jewish Committee in Israel. And rounding out this Counterpoints panel is Cyrus Janssen, host of the Let's Talk Geopolitics on the Cyrus Janssen YouTube channel. To all of you, welcome to Counterpoints. Thanks for being here. Iran says it has its hand on the trigger. The US says it's ready to start bombing again. No matter what comes out of Islamabad round 2, the region will remain ill at ease. Both sides have accused the other of ceasefire violations and negotiating in bad faith. They don't seem to have bridged any of their divides since the previous round and remain intransigent on major sticking points, particularly Iran's nuclear enrichment. Add to that the fact that the US has deployed more troops and resources to the region. So, Tobias, are we on the brink of a return to war?
Well, good evening. And that is the big question that we're all looking out for. My initial assumption is no. I think both sides are exhausted by where we've got to. This has been demoralizing for America, not achieving any clear objectives whatsoever, surprised that Iran is still in place. The regime is still calling the shots, able to absolutely advance its influence across the Strait of Hormuz with knock-on economic consequences that we're all feeling, and greater pressure, therefore, placed on America. It's also hitting the domestic audience in the United States. They see this as an unpopular war, and therefore Donald Trump is picking up on this. He's got the midterms soon. He's got a visit by King Charles as well. He doesn't want these things distracting these bigger issues he now needs to focus on. And on the Iran side, of course, they don't want to return to war. It has been economically and military pummeling for them, hugely detrimental. But ultimately, they are wanting to survive and move on to claim some form of economic reparations to pay for the rebuilding of Iran. Let's bear in mind, you've had 4 or 5 decades of difference of opinion between America and Iran. There's simply no way that peace talks are going to reconcile absolutely everything. Donald Trump wants a quick deal, but no peace deal, long-term solution is created overnight. We need those 60 days, which has been talked about, to allow the detailed discussions to commence in order to work out, to see whether or not there is some form of agreement, some sort of middle road, compromise that can be finally ratified from both sides, supporting where this might go. If that doesn't happen, then yes, we could see a return to war.
Avital, what do you think? Have the objectives not been achieved so far, and therefore is a return to war inevitable if the US and Israel want to achieve those objectives?
So I would say there are 3 options. Option number 1 is some sort of a unilateral ending to the war by the US, some sort of declaration about the achievements. And by the way, there were many, many operational military achievements. There's no doubt about that. That's one option. Option number 2 is reaching some sort of an agreement, a diplomatic agreement. Unfortunately, the way I analyze the situation is that where the Iranians have been in February in those 2 rounds of talks in Oman and in Geneva, it's exactly where they are today. So I don't see really a high percentage of success for the second option. And the third option is returning or resuming some kind of fighting, a war status. And even here, we have a few options. It doesn't have to return to the first 40 days in which 24/7 there was one aerial attack after another the whole day. That doesn't have to be the same repetition. We can also talk about a different set of targets. For example, civilian targets. For example, bridges, energy plantations, different kinds of water desalination. Usually these kind of targets are not being used at the first and even second stages of the war because of the civilian impact. But maybe the U.S. plans to give some sort of very direct attacks, few hours, 1 or 2 days, and stop and wait to see how the Iranians would react. Now, from an Israeli perspective, the main achievement of the war has not been reached yet, and that is putting the hands on those 440 kilograms of enriched uraniums. According to the estimation here in Israel, this amount of kilograms is sufficient for 10 to 11 nuclear bombs. And obviously, this is the main existential threat for Israel. We can live with the proxies, we can live with ballistic missiles, but this is something Israel cannot afford to have staying in Iran. And of course, not reaching hands of other unfriendly countries like Pakistan, for example. And one last thing about the referring to the previous speaker. I don't think anybody's exhausted, honestly. Not in Israel and not in the US. On the contrary, this 10 days of a ceasefire actually gives an opportunity to the troops on the ground to replan, add targets, refuel, have more ammunition. So I don't think this is really the issue. But as I said, these are the 3 options I could see in the near future.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Cyrus, round us out. What do you make of what Avital and Tobias have said, particularly that the US is... I'm going to return actually specifically to that nuclear issue that Avital raised a little bit later on, so I'll put a pin in that. But with regards to the fact that the US and Israel aren't exhausted, they're happy to continue fighting on. Is Iran exhausted, or do you think that they're keen for a deal? And what about Avital's option 3 there, that might not be endured fighting, but very targeted fighting in a very different sense that could be much more detrimental to Iran?
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with Tobias in his analysis in the sense that there hasn't really been a large military objective achieved at this point. I mean, yes, we can say that the United States military has hit a lot of targets. I mean, we are very good at bombing things up. Yes, we've hit a lot of things in Iran. The reality is that they still control a tremendous amount of missiles. They still have a tremendous amount of power to be able to control the Strait of Hormuz. And the issue that we have right here is that we're looking at a zero-sum game, right? We have the United States that has said, you know, this is what we want, right? And Donald Trump is absolutely desperate for a deal. He wants to get, he needs a win. He needs a geopolitical win. To say that the Americans are not getting exhausted from this war is complete nonsense. I'm on the ground here in the United States. The chatter here amongst Americans, this is a absolutely unpopular war.
I'm on the ground here with the American forces, and I don't see anybody exhausted. On the contrary, CENTCOM commander was here last week and actually sat with the Israelis and coordinated the next steps.
Yeah, you're on the ground with maybe U.S. troops who are deployed there. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I'm here in the United States talking to American citizens, and the problem is that 70% of U.S. citizens do not support this war. They don't believe that Donald Trump has handled this in a correct way because the #1 campaign promise was no new wars. And we're seeing the United States economy is not being prioritized. We're seeing a tremendous amount of insider trading. The BBC just came out with a massive report talking about the insider trading that's going on. We can see this. Look at the last few Fridays. Every Friday, there's a positive announcement from Donald Trump that doesn't really materialize into anything. And it doesn't surprise me, this option 3 saying, hey, we can target bridges and energy grids, and we can target desalination plants, because those are considered war crimes if you're doing that against there. So that is not an option. And, this is exactly what the president had done. I mean, he sent out a tweet basically saying, look, we are going to annihilate an entire civilization of 93 million people. Just by tweeting that as the president of the United States, that could be constituted as a war crime. So, yeah, it's going to go further and further down this escalation trap. The ceasefire deal is not going to last because the United States and Israel, they want to get their hands on that enriched uranium. But for Iran, this is a fight for survival. They're not going to give up, even if it causes them economic pain, which they've certainly had. They see this as an existential threat. And, again, look at what's happened to them. They continue to get attacked by the United States. And so they don't want to keep fighting this war. They want to end this so that in the future that no American president is going to be able to do this again.
Tobias, I could see you having a chuckle and wanting to weigh in there. What do you make of what Cyrus and Avital have said? I mean, the American public might be getting tired of this war, but President Trump, it's his political survival for him as well. So he's probably not feeling any desire to not succeed.
Yeah, I don't think the people that you need to be sort of rallying opinion from are those people who are keen to fight, who have got the weapon systems and so forth. It is the people back in America who are feeling the economic pain because of the petrol pump, the gas prices going up, the economic hardship. And it isn't just America. Over here in the UK, it's having a massive impact. Inflationary targets have now gone out the window because of the war in Iran, with no clear signs that it's going to clear up at all. We have about, I think, 6 weeks of aviation fuel, and then we'll run out. That's huge. That's going to have a massive impact. Fertilizers and so forth, diesel, which a lot of our cars run from, we're going to run out of these things. And that's just Britain. Right across the world, this is rippling and having an impact. That's the pressure that Donald Trump needs to be aware of. Maybe he doesn't care, but he should do, because this is actually a wider geopolitical demise of the West being able to do business together and stand up to challenge those asymmetric threats and the geopolitical change that we're seeing as the rise of China and what Russia is doing as well, all because of this Iran war, a war of choice. And that bottom line is that, yes, Iran is on the back foot militarily and economically, but geopolitically, it is now claiming to own and operate to some degree the Strait of Hormuz. And that is a global choke point. And I'm afraid Donald Trump has sacked the very people in the State Department, hundreds of specialists, Middle East specialists that worked in the State Department that Marco Rubio got rid of. I think it was under the DOGE process, meaning that he's not getting the advice that he needs to hear to help him articulate the type of strategy that will take us into a better place. I absolutely agree that the pursuit of a nuclear weapon is the game-changing thing that we need to be concerned about. But I would add to that, as an objective, is the removal of an ayatollah, of a theocratic dictator in charge of a country in the 21st century. That isn't even on Trump's radar. He's quite happy for another ayatollah to replace the one that was killed. Yet, why isn't that an objective? Getting the regime to have a different approach. Prior to 79, the country had its problems, but ultimately it had a very different outlook than it does today. Why aren't we working about that? And to dismiss those proxy terrorist operations, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, to say we can live with that. That is shocking, I have to say, from a British perspective, because this is the extremism that, again, ripples up onto the shores right across Europe as well. So there's a grander picture here, a geopolitical challenge, which Donald Trump clearly hasn't got his head round. He's getting bored, he's getting irritated, and he's looking for an off-ramp. That's my reading of where things currently are.
Avital, what do you think? Do you think that President Trump is more desperate to make a deal than Iran? And that might not end up as a good deal for Israel.
Look, I'm listening to Tobias, and I agree with some of the things that, Tobias, you're saying, especially about the proxies. And then I ask myself, where was Europe? Where was Europe for 47 years? Since the Ayatollah regime in Iran changed, Where were they for the last 44 years when Hezbollah built itself? Where were they when Iran did year after year plots and attacks and planned different kinds of terror attacks all over Europe, not only in the UK, but many other countries as well? In other words, what you are saying, what I'm hearing, the worst thing is the economic issue. And it's not the worst thing because our proportions is different. This is a country that is calling for our annihilation for 47 years, and the US as well. When we fight Iran, when we fight Hezbollah, when we fight the Houthis, it's the blood of our kids. It's not an economic issue for us. Yes, we also pay more gas, but it's our survival at the end of the day as a state. And we are just celebrating today 78 years of our independence, and we're still fighting in so many fronts. So my point is that what happens here in the region does not stay here. And the fact that Iran has ballistic missiles to a range of 3,000 and 4,000 kilometers, this is not a new thing. This is not from last year. And Europe is not doing anything about it. And the trade continues with Iran, with an average of $4.5 billion a year from the EU and Iran. So let's focus on economy. This is really not the main issue. Iran is a global threat. By the way, Trump has been saying it since 2011, even before he became president. Actually, if it's one thing that is consistent with Trump, is that he says a nuclear Iran is a global threat. So my understanding is that we are alone here. Israel is alone with the US, and the rest of the world is just watching as if it's not a part of their interests. And I think this is a huge mistake. We could have joined arms here. We could have done this together. We can have done this in Lebanon many years ago. We can have done it with the Houthis in Yemen. But no, we are doing it mainly on our own.
Okay, before I come back to, who wants the deal more, Tobias,
just to say, firstly, I partially agree with the absence of Europe, of the West, in pushing back on these three proxies. I would say Britain has been there. British Navy has been involved in hitting the Houthis in Yemen. We have a historical relationship with that country and indeed working with our allies. And it is a tragedy. I was Middle East minister for many years, and it saddened me to visit Lebanon and see that no effort was made to somehow support the true Lebanese in dealing with what's more than a militia. People don't, you would understand this, but people in Britain don't understand that this is more than just a paramilitary. They have parliamentary seats. They run part of the country. They're involved in coalitions. How could that possibly be that we end up allowing an extremist operator to be able to have such influence in a country such as Lebanon? And when Soleimani was killed, I thought that was a massive opportunity. Missed opportunity, not just for the West, but indeed for the United States under Trump 1.0. Why didn't we do more then? So I don't think it's just Europe. I think collectively we've not done enough, possibly because we've been distracted by other aspects across the world, now heavily involved with Ukraine and dealing with Russia, Bosnia and so forth. But I don't disagree that pursuit of a nuclear weapon would be game-changing, and we're absolutely with you. My real pushback is the fact that America chose to charge in to bomb Iran without consultation with Britain. Now, rarely has that ever happened before. Since 1945, we've been that valued ally that offers alternative thought. Instead of landing in Calais in the D-Day landings in 1944, let's go to Normandy. Why? Well, because that's the advice that we'd give quietly into the ear of the president of the day. We've been ignored. Our views, we have connectivity, history across the Middle East, as Israel, of all nations, is well aware of. And yet Britain was sidelined, as was all these other countries as well. So it's difficult for us to play catch-up to then persuade Donald Trump to think differently. I would like to see nothing more than regime change in Iran. That's not even being discussed now. You change the regime, you change the attitude on whether they might pursue a nuclear weapon or not. But that's not even been discussed here. It's not even been mentioned even in this conversation that we're having today.
We are going to come to nuclear. I am going to come back to that. But before we get onto it, I just want, Cyrus, you to be able to weigh in on some of that. Could the EU should it have been a stronger partner, as Avital have said? Were they sidelined? And who do you think wants this deal more, the US or Iran?
Well, I think Tobias really hit the nail on the head there when he said that Donald Trump did not even consult Britain. But what we've seen is that Donald Trump does not care about our allies around the world, right? I mean, look at what Donald Trump has done during this second administration, right? I mean, he's attacked the sovereignty of Canada, the United States' largest trading partner. He started a military operation in Venezuela. He's threatened to invade Greenland, which is a NATO member. He's disrespected all Europeans. I mean, right now, there's a new survey from Politico where you talked about UK, France, Germany, these countries, and Canada, these four countries, they now say that it's better to depend on China than it is to depend on the United States under Donald Trump. Okay, that's a tremendous shift that has happened. This is one of the biggest polls that's trending right now on Twitter. And this is what's happened under Donald Trump's leadership. It's failed leadership. Like Tobias said, day one, we killed the Ayatollah, and Donald Trump announced, okay, regime change is the goal. Iranian people, go grab your freedom. It's there for you to take. How? What are they going to do? How is regime change going to happen? Then the next day pivots, okay, regime change is not actually what we're after. So this is, and this is the problem, is that this has never been Donald Trump's goal, is to bring regime change. Like you had mentioned, he's perfectly happy with having the Ayatollah there. He doesn't give a crap about that. He doesn't care about regime change. It's never about that. Right now, he has escalated to a point where he needs an off-ramp, or else it's going to be a political suicide for him. He's trending so far down in the polls right now. The midterms are coming. He's going to get steamrolled by the Democrats and then potentially going to be impeached as a result of this. So for him, he's desperate to find some type of political win, something to sell the American public, because as of right now, there's nothing that the American public are looking at that this has been a success, or what do we, day 52, day 53, right? I mean, to this point, there's nothing that the American public is believing this is successful. And at the end of the day, I'm sorry, American people are concerned about their lives here, and they're saying this was not necessary. And let's also talk about the fact that you cannot launch an air campaign and have it result in a regime change. It doesn't work like that. It's never worked. In the last 100 years, it's never worked anywhere. The only time that we've gotten a regime change was World War II, when we put U.S. troops on the ground and obviously fought World War II, which was a tremendous effort. It obviously impacted the whole globe. So this was a total miscalculation for the United States. They said very early on that they looked at Iran like Venezuela, right? Venezuela was a very fine-run military operation. You can go in, capture Maduro, basically, take control of the oil, and off you go. It's a huge win. Not a big deal. Venezuela was in the news for a couple of days. We don't even hear about it anymore. But Iran is a different animal, and it's a total miscalculation from the Trump administration.
I do want just to comment briefly. I do think Iran is a totally different story. Of course, there's no way to compare between the two. There's no question about it. But just to close this issue of EU, there were two meetings today that took place. It seemed like it's a parallel reality, two meetings in a parallel reality. One was by EU foreign ministers, and this was led by Spain. And the main goal of the meeting, among other things, was to vote on breaking economic ties with Israel. At the same time, there was a meeting of Arab countries' foreign ministers. This was orchestrated by Bahrain. And they agreed to issue a statement to the UN Security Council condemning Iran for its malign activities in all of their capitals, in all of their countries. So we are looking at two groups of countries which totally live in a different reality, different circumstances. And this is really maybe a little taste of the fact that the world does not completely understand what is Iran all about. 47 years of building its arsenal. This is not something, of course, you can finish.
Though, in global history, that countries are going to have different opinions and different perspectives as to who they think is causing them the most harm. I mean, the Gulf states are the countries that bore the brunt of a lot of this conflict for a war that they were actively trying to avoid.
No, with the Gulf states, I have no problem with. I have the problem with the EU foreign ministers. And by the way, don't get me wrong, I'm very much in support of transatlantic relations, US and Europe. And I'm a big supporter of Europe and Israel-EU relations. EU is the biggest trade partner for Israel, and this is something that we need to keep in mind. There are many, many joint ventures between Israel and EU countries. But the issue is that instead of putting your finger on the problem, you're blaming Israel. And that's what the EU countries are trying to do in that meeting, while the Arab countries understand that they share the same enemy. And that's the problem I have, because this is really a lack of fundamental understanding of the severity of the situation. And of course, I agree with you. There's no way we can change a regime in 40 days or 50 days or maybe in a few months. And this has not been actually Israel's goals. But the main goal of the enriched uranium, this cannot stay in the hands of Iran. This simply cannot stay there.
Okay, well, I have been saying we'll come back to nuclear, so I was going to move us on to our next topic, but let's just tackle that nuclear question first. Tobias, this seems to be one of the sticking points that remains, and it seems as if we're back at the, well, allegedly, back at the negotiating table without much progress on that being made at all. Should Iran be allowed to have any nuclear enrichment?
The straight answer is no. And from what I understood, after the 12-day war, I think it was called, then the ability for Iran to pursue a nuclear weapon was severely set back. If there was
nuclear weapons aside, even a civilian, nuclear operation, which is globally any country's right.
Well, when you speak to the head of the IAEA, he has confidence that if he has proper access, then there is the ability for any country to pursue civil nuclear power in a peaceful way to make sure that everything is monitored and so forth. I personally don't have a problem with that, although there's a massive trust issue with Iran. I would not like to see anytime soon a pursuit of that. Interestingly, it was President Ford back in before 1979 that actually helped Iran develop its first nuclear capability. Germany, I think, was involved as well. But the trust element is huge. Understandably, from Israel's perspective, very nervous about the clandestine approach that Iran has pursued. It's been concerning that they've managed to upgrade enriched uranium close to weapons grade, despite the promises not to do so. When inspectors were in the country, then we were in a far better place. So whatever happens, I would like to see the UN inspectors allowed to be back into the country so they can scan the area. And they're very, very good at their job. But ultimately, it goes back to a regime and the trust you place in the regime as well. A lot of dismissed the previous nuclear deal, which I was partially involved with as a minister in the UK, has been dismissed as it never worked. It was the only agreement ever that the Ayatollah agreed to say we're actually going to, we're no longer going to pursue a nuclear weapon, but in exchange for the international community to start trading properly. I was supposed to be on the first aeroplane of an Airbus, a civilian Airbus, to be sent to Iran as part of their new fleet of Iranian civil aircraft. And it was cancelled because no deals could be made because of legacy sanctions to do with finances that prevented any company from Airbus, Renault, all the big companies were not allowed to do business with Iran because of legacy sanctions. So the Iranian hardliners, just to finish this, the Iranian hardliners then turned around to their president and the Ayatollah to say, why on earth did you bother signing this nuclear deal when the West, the Americans, have now then fallen on their side of the bargain to help us rebuild our economy by allowing these big international businesses in. And so that is the heart of where the last deal failed. It was because we didn't actually agree our side of the bargain. It's lost in time now. It's all dismissed by Obama saying it was all going to fail. But there's a lot more nuance there. And I'm saddened that we didn't move forward because it is building that trust that is required. But there's a quid pro quo there. And that quid pro quo clearly is the economy. That's now Iran's Achilles heel. They are desperate to get their economy going. That's what we should be working towards.
Avital, do the Western allies have some sort of responsibility in the breakdown of that nuclear trust, as Tobias has sort of said there? I mean, whether or not Iran was pursuing a nuclear weapon, they say they weren't. Does the West have to shoulder some responsibility for maybe driving them to that?
Look, I wouldn't trust the Ayatollah regime for any kind of uranium enrichment. Civilian, by the way, I don't understand the reason why they would need civilian, but let's put it aside for a minute. Just chemotherapy? I don't know. Looking at the Revolutionary Guards, which are the main dividers of the economy in the country, let's put it diplomatically that the people of Iran are not the top priority for them. So I would not trust the regime or the following Ayatollah, the Mujtaba, who is currently lying wounded somewhere, or whoever will replace him at some times. If it's the same kind of regime, the Ayatollah regime, I would not trust them for anything. And by the way, I read the IAEA reports, and even there, the head of the IAEA says and complained numerous times that they are not permitted to enter every single place. And there are always places which Iran has been hiding from the inspectors. So would I put my money on the inspection process? No. Yes, it's better than nothing, but I would not trust them 100% as a prevention tool. And there's another issue we need to keep in mind. Some of the countries here in the region are not stable. Do we really want some crazy leaders here, which are unstable, to begin some sort of a nuclear race in the region? I think not.
Okay. All right. I'm going to quickly move it to Cyrus because I want to make sure we have enough time on our final topic. Cyrus, I mean, Iran didn't uphold all of its end of the bargain there. IAEA did have some legitimate concerns. Should they be allowed to have any nuclear enrichment if they didn't uphold the bargain last time?
Well, again, I think Tobias hit the nail on the head, is that a lot of the problems here, again, going back to the Western problems, we have this negotiation, but, the biggest thing that they're going to need in return is they want to be able to be unsanctioned. They want to be able to trade, right? They have not been able to use the U.S. dollar or conduct trade in a normal way that most countries are able to do. The previous Ayatollah has said that he was not pursuing a nuclear deal. I mean, the biggest thing is we have to look at, again, the words from Donald Trump. During this 12-day war, he came out and said, and it's on the White House still to this day, about that operation, that we have completely obliterated Iran's nuclear capability, and anything besides that is fake news. So if you hear any other sources about that, this is fake news. This is from the Trump administration himself. In addition to that, we also saw Joe Kent, who was the head person from the United States government in charge of this operation, resigned because he said, I can't do this job anymore because Iran did not pose a threat to the United States. We did not need to start this war. This is complete nonsense what we're doing. And he had to resign. And he's now become very vocal about just advocating what's really going on inside this Trump administration. So we talk about leaders that are, that are acting irresponsibly. I mean, the biggest one is my president, Donald Trump, who continues to not have an objective of what he's doing. He is pissing off our allies across the world. The insider trading again. I mean, it's just a complete catastrophe for the United States. But again, if you continue to get attacked by the United States and Israel, you can certainly understand why there's a level of sovereignty from Iran, why they want to keep their enriched uranium. I'm not saying that they should or should not, but I can understand why they would want to, because from their perspective, look, you guys keep attacking us. And every time you say that they want to have a negotiation deal, in the back end, the United States military is planning another potential attack. I mean, we know that U.S. ground troops are actually preparing. They're more are mobilizing in the region. I think this continues to escalate. I think it escalates to a point where we see U.S. troops are going to be on the ground. This is not going to be a ceasefire. This is not going to end. I mean, it's going to continue to ramp up the escalation ladder.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's move specifically for an Israel focus for this last little chapter of the debate, because both the US and Iran may have approached this next round of talks with a lot of scepticism. But one major player in the conflict isn't even part of the official discussion, and that's Israel. During a Memorial Day speech, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu again said that Iran was preparing another Holocaust against Jewish people until Israel and the US stopped them. And he went on to say that Israel hasn't finished the job in Iran. Take a listen to part of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's speech.
We have removed this immediate threat, and we will continue to fight with all our strength against terror states and terrorists who deliberately target innocent civilians.
Avital, will Israel accept anything less than the total destruction of Iranian leadership to say that this has been a successful conflict? When Netanyahu says we still have work to do, will Israel be happy with anything less than a complete new Iranian leadership?
Well, the goal from an Israeli perspective, there were three goals really. Goal number one, and the most important one, is to take out from Iran the enriched uranium, those 440 kilograms, which are sufficient for 10 to 11 nuclear bombs. That's goal number one. Goal number two was to make sure that the proxies are no longer armed and trained and funded by Iran. And goal number three is to hit the ballistic missiles. These are the three goals. Altogether, if you tackle them all together, you can create conditions that one day will lead to the change of the regime. So that's not the immediate goal of Israel, the change of the regime. What Netanyahu means here, why is he saying that it's not complete? Because the enriched uranium is still in the hands of Iran. That's number one. Why is he saying that we may return? Because if the talks fail, or even if they reach an agreement, and the outcome is that the Iranians can still produce nuclear bombs tomorrow morning, in 2 weeks' time, in 3 months' time, then Israel maybe will have to return and finish this specific goal achievement. That's exactly what Netanyahu means here.
Mm-hmm. Tobias, is the ceasefire worth the paper it's written on, if in fact there is one, if Israel isn't part of the negotiations and an agreement? Because if it, as Avital is saying, if Prime Minister Netanyahu has these goals that he wants to achieve, if they haven't been achieved and the US and Iran come to another agreement, if Israel isn't part of it, is it a moot point?
It is, and Israel does need to be a part. I would distinguish between what Netanyahu wants to achieve and what is good for Israel. I make that really, really clear, because it was mentioned about the EU having a difference of opinion with Israel. The difference of opinion is with Netanyahu and the fact that he wants to use military might in order to try and achieve geopolitical objectives. And that isn't the way you do it. You use it as a tool, but ultimately your mission must be political. And at the moment, it's unclear as to where this goes politically. How do you then get a regime to be more on side so they themselves don't want to pursue a nuclear weapon, rather than simply just bombing them every time they get close? That isn't a smart power. That really isn't. And there's no talk of soft power. It's been mentioned already. Donald Trump only wants to bomb from up on high, thinking he's going to affect the political outcomes on the ground. It doesn't work that way. And Netanyahu knows that too. Hezbollah is a great example. When did they form? Back in 1982. And again, every time they do something, and absolutely it's right that Israel pushes back, but doing it kinetically is not going to change their mindset. You kill them, they rearm and regroup, or a new generation is then inspired to fill those shoes. So you've got to go to the heart of the ideology and tackle the ideology. The same applies to Iran as well. Until you do that, then I'm afraid we're going to have this cycle of war continue, even if we have a ceasefire that's put into place for the next 60 days or so.
But Tobias, I agree with you completely. I just have to answer very shortly with your permission. I agree with you completely. A military campaign needs to end with a political solution. There is no question about it. But please zoom out for a few decades and you will see that's exactly what Israel did with Jordan and with Egypt. And Israel tried to do the same thing with Lebanon. You said rightly that Hezbollah was formed in 1982. In 1983, Israel already signed a peace agreement with Lebanon, which collapsed, of course. With Syria, we had an arrangement since 1974. And that was the quietest border we had until when? Until 2011, when they themselves had a civilian war. What I'm trying to say that not always with the changes that these countries undergo, with the divide inside these countries, with a very extreme ideology sometimes and ideological leadership, it's not always possible to reach those political agreements, although this is the goal always, now, in the past, and that will be in the future.
Cyrus, given the political position that Netanyahu is in Israel, given his relationship with President Trump and the influence he has in the White House, Do you think that there is any deal that Prime Minister Netanyahu would agree to?
I don't think so, because I think what we've seen from Israel over the last couple of years is that Netanyahu marches by the beat of his own drum. It's very difficult for President Trump at times to rein him in. It's going to be what Bibi Netanyahu wants. As we know, in the United States, Israel has a tremendous amount of power. The Israeli lobby influences a tremendous amount of politicians in this country. We've even had reports that Vice President J.D. Vance is giving daily updates to Benjamin Netanyahu on everything going forward. So, when we ask the question, should Israel be at this negotiating table? Should they be involved? They are involved, because they are working very closely with the United States government. There's no secret there. But I think a bigger issue for Israel is that they have a very large PR campaign disaster right now, because a lot of countries around the world are not looking positively at Israel. We can go to the genocide that's unfolded in Gaza and the catastrophe that has happened there. A lot of people are just not sympathetic to the Israelis. Now, this is not an anti-Semitic comment. I'm not saying that they should not exist as a country, but this is the reality of the ground. Again, you talk to a lot of people on the ground here in America. They are not happy with the images coming out over the last 2.5 years from Gaza. I mean, this is, so again, it's like, great, now another war, now and more influence into American politics, now another solution where we see this is just, where's the exit ramp here? Where do we go from here? Again, it's just going to continue down this escalation ladder. So for me, I just continue to see, there's going to be no short-term solution to this. It will only continue to expound or continue to grow. And I think, again, I definitely believe that we're going to have U.S. troops in the ground as potentially, the deal breaker is going to be this uranium, right? That's the win that both Bibi and Trump need to have. If they were able to get access to that and secure that, they could spin it as a win. Then they can get the hell out of there. But until they are able to do that, then it's just going to continue to escalate.
Avital, your response to that, given that the sticking point one of the sticking points in the last ceasefire was Israel and Lebanon, and that was allowed Iran to accuse the US and Israel of breaking the previous ceasefire. Is there anything that can be agreed to that Netanyahu will be happy with?
I'll tell you one thing. It doesn't matter which president sits in the White House, and it doesn't matter which prime minister sits in Israel. There were prime ministers before Netanyahu. There will be others after him. The same with President Trump. One thing hasn't changed, and that is the neighborhood here, and that is the enemies, the ideological haters of Israel, that we sit here in our borders 2 hours from where I'm talking to you in Tel Aviv. And that will not change regardless of who sits where. Now, you mentioned Lebanon, and I did mention in 1983, Israel signed a historic peace agreement with Lebanon, which collapsed because of the Lebanese, because of internal issues in Lebanon. There was no support within the Lebanese population, the different sects for that agreement. In 2006, there was a UN resolution, 1701, which actually called to break Hezbollah and all other armed militias from weapons and have the Lebanese army control the borders. And that did not happen as well. And in November 2024, we had another ceasefire agreement, and that also was not respected by Lebanon. Now, all the same time, we have here thousands and thousands of rockets and explosive drones which are attacking us. As a matter of fact, in the last 50 days, Hezbollah fired more than 6,000 rockets at Israel, Israeli homes, Israeli towns, and so on. So Israel is extending a hand for peace. Has signed 4 times this kind, or tried to reach 4 times this kind of a ceasefire agreement. And now it's going to be another time. Lebanon is in a crossroads. I'm hearing music which I like, by the prime minister, by the president, by the Lebanese foreign minister, saying they want to negotiate, they want to normalize relations with Israel, but they need to take practical steps. And I understand the military is weak, but there are other practical steps they can take that has nothing to do with the military. For example, Hezbollah owns a chain of gas stations all over Lebanon. This means that every time a Lebanese person puts fuel in his car, Hezbollah gets money. Why not close the chain of the gas stations, for example? This is not a military action. What about the clinics which Hezbollah is holding all over the country? What about the banks that Hezbollah has all over the country? Those steps.
So by that, by extension, are you saying that that Lebanon cannot be tied into any kind of Iranian discussion?
100%, and Lebanon needs to decide. This is, I think, maybe one of the last opportunities we'll have. We spoke about the economy before. $1 American equals 90,000 Lebanese liras. So, and this is already for the last 5 years. This is not something new. So Lebanon will have to make a decision. Either it sits around the table with Israel, willing to make concessions, willing to kick out the Iranian influence, or will we see another situation in which the Iranian ambassador in Lebanon is still there?
Okay. We're almost out of time. Cyrus, a quick final word from you on what Avital has been saying there.
My biggest, final point that I just want to make is that I think all of us here at this discussion, we certainly want to see peace in the region, and I'm just really hopeful that, whether it's a ceasefire or peace talks in Pakistan, whatever it is, I just hope that countries can come together and find a solution, because at the end of the day, this is a catastrophe for the entire global economy. Every country is going to be affected. Every country already has been affected by this. And, we just need proper leadership. And I just hope that cooler heads can prevail, that peace can happen in the region. And I'm certainly will always be optimistic and hope that we can find a peaceful solution.
A sentiment, I'm sure, that is shared by all of our panellists. Thank you so much for being here. Avital Leibovich, former spokesperson for the Israeli military. Cyrus Janssen, host of Let's Talk Geopolitics on the Cyrus Janssen YouTube channel. And we lost our connection with Tobias Ellwood, who had to leave us a little bit earlier, former British Middle East minister and Conservative MP. We thank him as well. To all of our panellists, your contribution is always valued here on Counterpoints.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Important days ahead indeed. We thank you for tuning in to this very illuminating episode of Counterpoints. Keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews on our Al Arabiya English YouTube channel, and of course follow us across social media on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
On November 2nd, 1917, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, wrote a brief letter promising his government's support for creating a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. Marked the beginning of a century of conflicts and wars that would forever alter the fate of Palestine and the entire region. 108 years later, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer stood before the world. On September 20th, 2025, before the cameras, announcing his country's recognition of the State of Palestine.
I state clearly, as Prime Minister of this great country, that the United Kingdom formally recognises the State of Palestine.
As your chairman has reminded you,
The British recognition carried special symbolism. No other nation has played a more decisive role in the modern history of Palestine than Britain itself.
it is nearly 16 years since he recruited me to the Zionist movement.
Under the 1916 Sykes-Picot Agreement between Britain and France, Britain took control of Palestine, placing it under military rule, just as it did with other parts of the Middle East. A year later, Balfour confirmed in his letter to Lord Rothschild, the wealthy British Jew, that his government viewed with favor the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The Balfour Declaration was not just a letter, it reflected a clear colonial policy. Britain had also promised independence to the Arabs, in return for their support against the Ottomans, a promise that was never kept. In 1920, Britain formally declared its mandate over Palestine. As the de facto authority, the British allowed waves of Jewish immigration into Palestinian lands. The resulting anger led to massive uprisings in cities like Jerusalem, Jaffa, and Haifa, culminating in a Palestinian revolt in 1936 that lasted 3 years before being brutally crushed by British forces. Following that, the British Peel Commission, after investigating the situation, recommended dividing Palestine into 2 states, one Jewish and one Arab, concluding that the mandate system was no longer sustainable due to the rising conflict. On the eve of World War II in 1939, a British white paper sought to calm both sides. It announced the support for establishing an independent Palestinian state where Arabs and Jews would live together within 10 years. But both sides rejected the plan. It satisfied neither their ambitions nor their fears.
Keinen Mut, die mehr zu zwingen vermag, dann wird unser Wille und unser Heil.
The outbreak of the World War made Palestine even more volatile. As the Nazis tightened their grip on Europe's Jews, migration quickened, until Jews made up nearly 1/3 of Palestine's population. In 1947, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin handed the matter to the United Nations, announcing Britain's withdrawal from the mandate.
The resolution of the Dutch Committee for Palestine was adopted by 33 votes, 13 against, 10 abstentions.
Under Resolution 181, the UN voted in favor of partition. The Jews accepted it, while the Arabs rejected it. In 1948, Britain withdrew as an occupying power, leaving behind a land already in flames. Soon after, on May 14, 1948, the State of Israel was declared. And the Nakba began. over 750,000 Palestinians were forced from their homes in the war that followed. During the Suez Crisis of 1956, Britain joined the tripartite aggression against Egypt, but its failure showed the world that Britain was no longer the dominant power controlling the region's destiny. The United States had become the global superpower instead. In June 1980, European nations, including Britain, met in Venice, Italy, and issued what became known as the Venice Declaration. The declaration was a pivotal moment. For the first time, the West collectively affirmed that the Palestinians were not merely refugees, but a people with legitimate political rights. The Oslo Accords of 1993 revived hopes for peace in the region. Britain supported the negotiations and financed the emerging Palestinian Authority. It seemed the Palestinian state was finally near. Yet, as settlement expansion and repressive Israeli policies continued, optimism quickly faded. In 2014, the British Parliament voted by majority to recognize the state of Palestine, but the vote was purely symbolic. The government refused implementation, insisting on a negotiated solution first. Yet, public pressure keeps the issue alive in London. For many Britons, it has become increasingly clear that their country bears a historic responsibility. In 2023, Palestine faced another pivotal moment as Israel launched its ongoing assault on Gaza following the events of October 7th. Tens of thousands of Palestinians tragically lost their lives in Israeli strikes, and many, many more were injured in this ongoing conflict. More than 80% of the Gaza Strip was destroyed. The new catastrophe in Gaza and Israel's repeated refusal to heed ceasefire calls placed immense pressure on Western governments, some of which finally decided to recognize the state of Palestine. Britain was among the first, and its decision was seen as the most significant and symbolic. Keir Starmer's declaration came more than a century after the Balfour Declaration. Britain, once the source of Palestine's wound, had now recognized its statehood. But the question remains, will that truly be enough for a Palestinian state to rise?
Cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are the top stories. The British monarch King Charles delivers a historic speech to Congress calling for unity between the US and the UK. Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman chairs the GCC Leaders Summit in Jeddah. And Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu resumes testifying in court for his long-running corruption trial. The British King and Queen state visit to the US has continued, with King Charles addressing Congress. The monarch will talk about the US and UK's relationship by saying time and again our two countries have always found ways to come together, and call for the reconciliation and renewal between them. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Alex Malouf, founder of Riyadh-based comms consultancy firm Narrative Shapers, and Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett. Alex and Michael, thank you so much for joining me today. So we're going to be talking about King Charles. Of course, he's going to address Congress shortly. Alex, how significant is this moment in history? And what do you think it's going to mean for this so-called special relationship we all love to talk about?
So let's give it the context. The special relationship has been, to use a phrase, it's been a little bit rocky over the past couple of months. There's been criticism from the administration in terms of Chagos Islands, the agreement for that between the British government and the population there. There's been also disagreements in terms of the UK's position on the war in the region, on the US and Israeli strikes on Iran as well. And President Trump is, a man who speaks his mind. He doesn't hold back, as we all know.
True that.
Which, makes for fantastic social media commentary. But I think this trip is, to put it simply, a way to mend the relationship, build bridges. You've got to remember, King Charles, he is, or the monarchy in any case in the UK, is above politics. It's apolitical. And again, we also know that President Trump, he loves the monarchy. His mother is from Scotland. He's often talked about the respect he's had for the Queen Elizabeth II. That also carries on to King Charles as well. So King Charles is there essentially to do his best for Britain, on a diplomatic mission to make the president and the administration, I think, fall back in love again with the special relationship.
And it's so interesting just seeing Donald Trump. When I looked at those pictures of King Charles and Queen Camilla meeting Melania and President Trump yesterday when they arrived in Washington, D.C., Trump was so happy. He was smiling like a Cheshire cat. Trump just loves to be the host, and I think that's really clear when we see the pictures coming out of the US. But, Michael, we did hear from President Donald Trump earlier, and, he loves a headline, and he mentioned that his mother had a crush on young King Charles. What do you think about this?
So I watched the speech, and Donald Trump said what he was supposed to say. He stuck to the script. He spoke about how his mother loved the royal family, how his mother loved the Queen. And then he even said something that we can all accept would be very appropriate. He said that his mother would then say about a young Prince Charles, you know, isn't he so cute? Now, his mother was born in 1912. King Charles was born in 1948. That's a 36-year age gap. What Donald Trump did is he took something that was cute and innocent and he made it viral and awkward. So he then turned today, when he was at the White House, to the king and he said, my mother had a crush on you. Now, to use that word would indicate that there is a romantic element. And I can't imagine that a 50-year-old woman looking at a 14-year-old teenager would be thinking that. And for the president to say that in front of the king, again, Donald Trump does what he does, where he'll go off script, he'll stop reading the teleprompter, he'll be inspired by something that he read, and then he'll be the reality TV star that he used to be. He'll say something that makes everybody cringe a little bit and maybe laugh a little bit. We're not quite sure what we should be doing. And that's what he did today.
I don't know, Alex. I think that many people had a crush on King Charles back in the day. I hear what Michael's saying. It's a bit of an awkward age gap there. But King Charles was once the most eligible bachelor in the UK. And maybe he's just trying to charm King Charles as much as he can.
How do I put it? President Trump, you know, he has a way about him in terms of how he communicates. You know, he's very direct. King Charles can deal with a lot, so I think we're in safe hands there. I don't think we're going to have any awkward moments, at least from the British side.
Well, I do think that Buckingham Palace was worried that President Trump would go rogue, but as Michael said, he largely stuck to the script. He had a few little awkward moments there. But King Charles, as we speak, is now making this historic address to both sides of the House. Yes. To Congress, which is a real moment, isn't it? And you did say to me earlier, the monarchy is apolitical, but right now King Charles is in a political situation. And you talked about the differences. Charles is obviously the head of the British the British Army. And sometimes we think Donald Trump might forget that because he has really stuck the knife in to Keir Starmer.
He has. You know, he's talked about how countries in Europe, for example, have not done enough for NATO. He's talked about how the US has sacrificed a great deal in terms of the wars it's fought for Europe. There's been a lot of pushback from the UK Armed Forces and also as well Number 10 in terms of the sacrifices made by British troops during Afghanistan, which has fought on behalf of the US because NATO was called upon to defend the US after the strikes in 9/11. The King is also the head of the English Church as well. So, you know, there are many things here at play. You've got to remember, though, that King Charles is, in many ways, he is a consummate politician. He knows what to say. He knows how to say it. He'll be talking about shared values, shared democratic values, which are the basis, the foundation for the special relationship between the two. So he will do what he needs to do to make President Trump happy.
And we can see King Charles right now. If you have a look at the pictures on our screen, Michael, Alex and our audience, he's about to address Congress. He just walked in. Everybody's giving him a standing ovation. He was shaking lots of hands. What a moment. We also see Queen Camilla there. Let's just have a quick listen in to what King Charles is going to say on this historic address to Congress.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Majesty Charles III.
Mr. Vice President, Mr. Speaker, members of Congress, representatives of the American people across all states, territories, cities, and communities. I would like, if I may, to take this opportunity to express my particular gratitude to you all for the great honor of addressing this joint meeting of Congress, and on behalf of the Queen and myself, to thank the American people for welcoming us to the United States to mark this semi-quincentennial year of the Declaration of Independence. And for all of that time, aren't you lucky? And for all of that time, our destinies as nations have been interlinked. As Oscar Wilde said, we have really everything in common with America nowadays, except, of course, language. So, ladies and gentlemen, we meet in times of great uncertainty, in times of conflict from Europe to the Middle East, which pose immense challenges for the international community and whose impact is felt in communities the length and breadth of our own countries. We meet, too, in the aftermath of the incident not far from this great building that sought to harm the leadership of your nation and to foment wider fear and discord. Let me say with unshakable resolve, such acts of violence will never succeed. Whatever our differences, whatever disagreements we may have, we stand united in our commitment to uphold democracy, to protect all our people from harm, and to salute the courage of those who daily risk their lives in the service of our countries. Standing here today, it is hard not to feel the weight of history on my shoulder, because the modern relationship between our two nations and our own peoples spans not merely 250 years, but over 4 centuries. It is extraordinary to think that I am the 19th in our line of sovereigns to study with daily attention the affairs of America. So I come here today with the highest respect for the United States Congress, this citadel of democracy created to represent the voice of all American people to advance sacred rights and freedoms. Speaking in this renowned chamber of debate and deliberation, I cannot help but think of my late mother, Queen Elizabeth, who in 1991 was also afforded this signal honor and similarly spoke under the watchful eye of the Statue of Freedom above us. Today, I am here on this great occasion in the life of our nations to express the highest regard and friendship of the British people to the people of the United States. Now, as you may know, when I address my own Parliament at Westminster, we still follow an age-old tradition and take a Member of Parliament hostage, holding him or her at Buckingham Palace until I am safely returned. These days, we look after our guests rather well, to the point that they often do not want to leave. don't know, Mr. Speaker, if there were any volunteers for that role here today. As I look back across the centuries, Mr. Speaker, there emerge certain patterns, certain self-evident truths from which we can learn and draw mutual strength. With the spirit of 1776 in our minds, we can perhaps agree that we do not always agree, at least in the first instance. Indeed, the very principle on which your Congress was founded, no taxation without representation, was at once a fundamental disagreement between us, and at the same time a shared democratic value which you inherited from us. Ours is a partnership born out of dispute, but no less strong for it. So perhaps in this example, we can discern that our nations are in fact instinctively like-minded, a product of the common democratic, legal, and social traditions in which our governance is rooted to this day. Drawing on these values and traditions, time and again, our two countries have always found ways to come together. And by Jove, Mr. Speaker, when we have found that way to agree, what great change is brought about, not just for the benefit of our peoples, but of all peoples. This, I believe, is the special ingredient in our relationship. As President Trump himself observed during his state visit to Britain last autumn, the bond of kinship and identity between America and the United Kingdom is priceless and eternal. It is irreplaceable and unbreakable.
So there we go. We just heard a little bit of what King Charles has to say as he addresses Congress in the US. Him and the Queen, of course, walked into an absolute huge standing ovation and applaud, Alex. I was just having a good listen there to what King Charles had to say, and it was quite interesting. He said the UK and US destinies will always be interlinked. Violence will never succeed. He addressed that shooting in Washington, D.C. at the press dinner just a few nights ago. And he just was summing up that democracy is the thing that links the UK and the US. What did you make of what he had to say?
Again, he struck all the right notes, talking about the basis for the foundation of the US, talking about shared values, even though obviously the relationship started off maybe not on the right foot, to put it diplomatically, and talking about how the relationship is intertwined, essentially how we need each other and we complement each other. So therefore, any disagreements we may have are disagreements between friends and things which we will overcome. That's essentially his message. And you've seen from Congress, I haven't experienced or looked upon that sort of reaction to any leader in Congress for many years. So, yeah, I think everybody got what they wanted from this.
I think it actually stunned King Charles a little bit when he was standing up there and there was such a huge applause. He almost looked a little bit humble, like blushing.
Yeah,
he was taken back by it. But Michael, let's talk about what you think we heard from the King. Charles obviously making the speech. And I thought it was quite interesting because he quoted the British writer Oscar Wilde. He said, "We have really everything in common with America nowadays, except, of course, language." I don't know what you made of what he had to say.
So what struck me the most is that you had a leader in Congress quoting Oscar Wilde, which is not a daily occurrence, certainly not in America in 2026. We also had a leader who spoke with a sense of humor and a sense of decorum. I also thought it was interesting, and perhaps I'm reading too much into this, but, one of the accusations that gets leveled against the Trump administration is that it's turning, America a little bit too fascist for some. And the King made a point to say that we are in this citadel of democracy, which I think, there's a stature and a sense of gravitas with the language that he's using and the way he's delivering it. And that, I feel, is something that has been missing certainly from the political discourse that exists in the United States currently. Now, something else I will say is that everybody, all the royal watchers, will talk about how King Charles is not a political figure and that this speech in no way will be political. But I think we all know that the fun that the royal watchers get, as well as so many other people, is that we enjoy reading between the lines. And what does every word, what does every expression, what does it all mean in these moments? Because it is, the king is coming here representing the UK. We have to assume quite strongly, we're confident, that the speech would, of course, been gone over by 10 Downing Street. And we know that there are subtle cues and that we can all read between the lines. We will devour and dissect everything that the king is saying. But I did find myself, as a viewer, listening to the king, that the manner in which he is speaking, continues to speak, is sadly missing from so much of the discourse that comes out of American politics today.
Thank you so much for reacting to that live speech from King Charles addressing Congress. He also said, I feel the weight of history on my shoulder at this high-stakes meeting that he has in the US right now. And it is a high-stakes visit because so many people are hoping that it will repair the special relationship between the UK and the US. Well, stay right there because we're going to move on to another story now. And Saudi's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has chaired the GCC Leaders Summit in Jeddah, bringing together leaders and heads of delegations of the Gulf Cooperation Council. The summit addressed regional and international developments and ways to coordinate efforts in this regard. Michael, what do we know about this meeting today and who was in attendance in Jeddah?
So one of the tricky things that we are constantly dealing with when we're covering the GCC is the lack of clear and transparent information that comes out of them. Leaders and the representatives traditionally do not speak in great detail about what it is that's been discussed. But again, if we're going to read between the lines a little bit, we do know that during the past 8 weeks or so, there have been some reports coming out of the Western media that maybe not all 6 GCC countries were aligned completely on everything that was happening. We also know that today there doesn't appear to have been an Oman delegation attending. There were incredibly senior members from all other 5 GCC countries in attendance. And Oman is traditionally thought to be maybe a little bit too closely aligned with Iran, rightly or wrongly. That's the perception. We also know that a lot of the negotiations between the West, the US, and the Iranians have traditionally taken place in Oman. And of course, geographically, they're very close to each other. But what we do know for sure is that there was this meeting that was going to come, that was needed so that there could be a show of unity and coordination on the part of the GCC countries, because that certainly has not been resoundingly clear to many watchers.
And Alex, a communique has come out of this GCC Leaders Summit that we saw in Jeddah. I'm just going to read you a few highlights that we got from it. The Gulf Cooperation Council Secretary General says the council's leaders affirmed their rejection of imposing any fees for ships to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. It was also said GCC leaders affirmed during their summit at Jeddah that any attack on a Gulf country is considered an attack on the entire Gulf. Is that something that you were expecting to come out of this joint summit today?
If you look at what's happened over the past 2 months, there has been a, put it this way, collective stance in terms of the Gulf states needing to come together to push their argument as to what is best for the GCC as a whole. So, for example, if you look at what's happened in terms of trade, the oil and gas industry, other elements of strikes by Iran on the Gulf, there's been a collective pushback to say, look, we demand that Strait of Hormuz is open for all. We also demand self-defense, the right to self-defense, and in some cases, some states even said, you know, we actually have a right to respond if we see that as the best position, best way to go forward. But what they have done here is agree on essentially collective points, which is in the benefit of everybody from the GCC. What you will not have seen is any collective or any difference of opinion on other factors, which I know we're going to come to on the other issue, which was also announced today.
Yeah, we had this other issue, and as you just said, that it was announced today. I think it took a lot of people by surprise. The UAE announced it's leaving OPEC and OPEC Plus. And people are saying, why now, when we're seeing the Strait of Hormuz blocked and we are seeing this energy shock across the global economy? Has this decision been made?
The UAE has come out and they've communicated that this, for them, is a commercial decision. They believe by doing this now, there's not going to be as much of a shock to the market, first of all, given that very little oil is coming out of the Gulf, in any case, from Kuwait, from Iraq, Bahrain. Saudi, UAE can export, given their infrastructure and their pipelines. They've also said as well that this isn't a political decision. Having said that, you know, if you look at the history, the UAE is the third biggest member for OPEC. 13% of OPEC's daily output comes from the UAE. They have a target of increasing their output from 3.5 million barrels today to 5 million barrels by 2027. And there have been disagreements within OPEC, which is, again, par for the course, that they want to produce more. Now, you've got to remember that OPEC was set up as a group to collectively agree on pricing for the benefit of all. They believe they are best served for their own economy by essentially leaving OPEC. Now, what they have said is also there's a caveat here, which the UAE has pushed in. They have said they will collectively engage with other oil producers in terms of output and pricing. Let's see how that plays out, because we don't know how that's going to look and what shape it's going to take. But I think for a lot of OPEC watchers, it wasn't too much of a surprise.
I think that is also the main consensus. There was rumour that the UAE was due to pull out of OPEC ahead of the Iran war, decided not to do it, now have made the decision, arguing strategically they have the sovereign right to do so. And also the fact that oil prices are so high now. We're looking at oil at around $104 a barrel today. The market keeps moving up and down, obviously, due to Donald Trump's headlines we're getting from Iran. But before this war, oil was at about $73, $74 a barrel. So they're saying this won't have too much impact on the price of oil. But interesting timing, as always. Yeah. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And there are the former friends turned tech rivals. But now the infamous feud between billionaires Elon Musk and Sam Altman will be played out in court. The former business partners who founded OpenAI together will battle it out in a month-long trial over Musk claims that Altman swindled him out of millions of dollars. The brawl has been linked to two heavyweight boxers heading into the ring, with one observer comparing it to King Kong taking on Godzilla. Alex, words I thought I would never say on TV, but there we are, King Kong and Godzilla. I don't know who's who. But give us some more background, because OpenAI was founded by Musk and Sam Altman. These are two old buddies, two old tech bros who know each other pretty well. And all of a sudden, this is online, it's all over the place. On X or Twitter, whatever you like to call it, Musk is calling Sam Altman Scam Altman. It seems to never sort of end.
You know, in a year, this is going to be a Netflix series. We know that. You know, it's going to be streamed. You know, it's going to be dramatized. I wonder who's going to play who. You know, the backstory is incredible. So OpenAI set up in 2015, and it was set up as a not-for-profit to advance effectively AI, or AGI, as they call it. Altman is younger than Elon Musk. He called Elon Musk his hero at the time. But the dispute effectively arose when Altman and other members of the board wanted to change and pivot OpenAI from being not-for-profit to being for-profit. And Elon Musk saw this as effectively a betrayal of the vision of OpenAI. Now, there's other elements to play here, too. You've got to think Elon Musk has his own AI company. He has Grok, so anybody who's on X, you can use it, you see it. They've merged it within his wide empire of SpaceX, and he's going to be IPOing that this year, so that's going to be potentially $1 trillion company.
The biggest IPO after Aramco ever, many people think.
It's going to be huge. And then you've also got the other big IPO of this year, which is going to be OpenAI itself. So, you know, you've got these two heading in, these two titans, King Kong, Godzilla. But effectively, you know, some people have argued that this is going to be essentially a battle for control of AI in the near future. So let's see how this plays out.
I think it's absolutely fascinating because we see this battle playing out. But I was just having a think to myself, and I didn't check this, but I wonder how markets are reacting to OpenAI because, you know, when leadership is always challenged in court, there always seems to be a little bit of a stock price move. But, Michael, many people, like Alex just said, basically the future of AI could be at stake. I don't know if that's completely true because I think AI is developing beyond Musk and Altman. We know China's involved too. But who is likely to come out the winner in this court case? And it's something that I must say is the judges have said that Musk and Altman have to stop slagging each other off on social media. So we're not going to see any more scam Altman or any more little jokes, apparently. So good news there, at least.
So I'll believe it when I don't read it. But, you know, Godzilla versus King Kong, that's certainly one way to put it. The one that I heard from a female TikTok presenter was War of the Broses, takeoff of War of the Roses. And I think the winners, so you're asking who's going to lose. I'm saying the winners are going to be all of us who are watching, who are, you know, the meme sort of having the popcorn as we're watching the drama unfold. I think it's going to tick so many boxes for so many people who want to see any of the tech bros be defeated. I think they want the mudslinging to be at an all-time high. Now, if you were to speak to lawyers, and I've been doing a little bit of research, the consensus seems to be, although Musk has the money simply to argue the points, as long and aggressively as he wants. Legally, most say that his case is going to be very difficult for him to prove, and that chances are Sam Altman will come out legally the winner. But I think both will be embarrassed. I think both reputations will be tarnished. That's if Musk still has a reputation that can be tarnished anymore. And I think that it's going to be incredibly messy. And I think the goal for Musk is to embarrass Sam Altman. And I think Sam Altman and OpenAI's goal is probably simply to come out as unscathed as possible, if that's even possible.
I did see what an analyst wrote, and I actually thought it was quite interesting. Musk and Altman are so big, so larger than life, and so unrelatable. That's what makes them so delicious to watch as they clash. And I think there's a lot of truth in that, because it's almost the battle of the egos here. We've talked about these two big tech titans, Altman, Musk, who's going to win. But I think the reality is it's almost playground stuff.
how do you put it? You know, these two, you know, they've been in the press, they've been in the media. You know, Musk has been there for years. He is, you know, sort of Iron Man, for example, in the films, Marvel films, is based on his persona. With Altman as well, you know, he's seen as this larger-than-life figure, this almost like this prophetic voice in terms of what technology is going to be doing for us in the near future. And yet, both of them, as we well know, they have lots of skeletons in the closet. So, you know, it is going to be a fascinating trial. There's going to be the CEO of Microsoft, Satya Nadella. He's going to be taking the stand. Others are going to be taking the stand as well. And I think, you know, we're all going to be... I never thought I'd say this about Elon Musk and Sam Altman, but I think we're all going to be sitting there just with the popcorn, watching these two just trade insults.
I must say one thing. I do love watching Elon Musk in interviews because he's such a character. We talk about Donald Trump sometimes going rogue. Elon Musk can definitely go rogue too. So it'll be really interesting what comes out of this stand and what the jury make of it all, because of course it's a 9-person jury, so it's not just a decision of a judge. So we'll see what it all comes down to. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. It's that time of the show where Michael and Alex have chosen 2 of their quirkiest stories of the day. We're going to start with Michael, because yours is all about the very considerate Japanese football fans. Tell us why they're so considerate.
So it's very much a cultural issue. Now, I lived in Japan 30 years ago for many years. And what I learned there is something that the Japanese, they don't want to inconvenience people, which means that when it comes to being a player and cleaning up your locker room, or as we know, fans in the stadium, as we could see from the pictures on the screen, they like to clean up after themselves. Now, I was living in Doha during the Qatar World Cup in 2022, and it became very much a media darling story to talk about the fans as well as the players, the notes that they would leave in the locker room, and it would be spotless because they would clean up after themselves. Now, Japanese culture, this is very much part of just the way of the Japanese, which is trying to, as I say, inconvenience others as little as possible. So when you're walking the streets of Tokyo, for instance, there aren't going to be a lot of trash bins because there just isn't the expectation that you would be disposing of your garbage. You would take your garbage with you. You're going to the park to watch the cherry blossoms in the springtime. You're going to make sure that you pick up everything after you leave and you take it away. And this is one of the great things about the Japanese. For instance, when they travel still as Japanese. You know, the mentality that they have in their home country goes with them. And much like for years, their World Cup debut was in 1998. And every 4 years, the world becomes fascinated, the host country becomes fascinated with the decorum with which the players and the Japanese fans conduct themselves. And that will be on display when the World Cup kicks off in June. I think the Japanese are playing in the States and in Mexico at this point.
Have you been to Japan, Alex?
I have, but all too briefly. But I can't wait to see the Japanese coming over here, 2034. Yeah, that will be an experience.
I have not seen them play either. That will be an experience. And I was just thinking, as you were speaking, the Japanese fans picking up after themselves, a little bit different to the British fans. I was just thinking of King Charles. You know, he's giving that historic speech. But if we think about countries, we know what British stadiums look like after a big football match. There's a lot of fun happening there. But Alex, yours is about why you should never fake a doctor's note. But I was thinking, you can't ever read a doctor's note, so how can you fake it?
Well, you know, I almost call this like, you know, fake it until you make it on the medical scene, because there's 2 elements to this story. So one is this, you know, French doctor, this person who forged 44,000 medical certificates.
Wow.
Charging people $25 a pop. He made $1 million over the course of his forgery career. Now, what is interesting is obviously he's got caught, but in France, medical leave is subsidized by the government. So if you're a person who's been to this doctor and asked for a certificate, you know, are you going to be on the hook now for the government coming after you to say, what happened here? You know, we're going to claim our money back from you. So, yeah, I think there's going to be a couple of sleepless French people around the city of Nantes tonight and for the next couple of weeks.
But wouldn't it be on the doctor to pay that money back to the government? Because would have people known that he wasn't a real doctor and was forging these notes?
Well, look, I'm assuming they would know, given that they're paying him $25 a pop, that they would know what they're getting in return. So that would be my assumption. You know, you've had a rough day, you've had a rough night, you know, you need to take a day off, you know the person to call, and then there you go, you get it done. So I think it's two winning parties in terms of this. Now that's one element. The other one is again a cosmetic doctor, this time in Miami. She would basically advertise via Instagram, which is again a great way to advertise cosmetics. She was offering services, I think lip jobs, other things, as cheap as $450. How was she caught? It was a sting operation. The police went undercover. They contacted her. They said, you know, what services can you provide? They turned up after she said, I can do 1, 2, 3. And they basically said, you know, you are a fake doctor. We haven't seen any certification, any medical licenses. And now she's in prison as well. So, yeah, there is I think the moral of the story is, you know, you need to check who is seeing you on the other side of the desk. Ask for their certifications.
I think that is wise, because I know what I'm like. If I'd seen $450 lips, I probably would have gone for it, you know. So it's a good idea. Michael, what do you make of this? Who should pay back the money for the sick notes, basically?
Well, I certainly think that Alex is right. I don't think you go into a doctor's office paying $25 and getting a prescription. That's not how it works. So I would think it should be a combination of the two, shouldn't it? It should be the people who are calling in sick and needing the doctor's note, and it should also be the doctor, I think, who is writing the prescription.
Thank you so much to our guest today, Alex Malouf, founder for a Riyadh-based comms consultancy firm, Narrative Shapers, and managing director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. G&T, that's coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Catalina Marchand-Abreu. Coming up, King Charles III is on his way to New York as part of his official visit to the U.S. But all the talk and focus is about his historic address to Congress last night. The powerful speech has provoked reactions from both sides of the Atlantic and fallout. Following the address, President Trump claimed the king agreed with him that Iran shouldn't have nuclear weapons. Has that drawn the king into a political row? We'll get all the reaction to the speech and the diplomatic fallout. King Charles III visited the United States, marking history as the first British monarch to address Congress since his mother, Queen Elizabeth II, in 1991. The trip came at a meaningful moment as America approaches its 250th anniversary. In his address to Congress, the King highlighted the long-standing ties between the UK and the US, focusing on partnership, resilience, and a shared future.
These roots run deep, and they are still vital. Our Declaration of Rights of 1689 was not only the foundation of our constitutional monarchy, but also provided the source of so many of the principles reiterated, often verbatim, in the American Bill of Rights of 1791. And those roots go even further back in history. The US Supreme Court Historical Society has calculated that Magna Carta is cited in at least 160 Supreme Court cases since 1789, not least as the foundation of the principle that executive power is subject to checks and balances.
But his message also struck a deeper note, reminding lawmakers that America's words and actions, quote, carry weight and meaning now more than ever. King Charles also received multiple standing ovations during his address to Congress, using humor and quoting Oscar Wilde.
Our destinies as nations have been interlinked. As Oscar Wilde said, we have really everything in common with America nowadays, except, of course, language. This is a city which symbolizes a period in our shared history, or what Charles Dickens might have called a tale of two Georges. King George, as you know, never set foot in America, and please rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, I am not here as part of some cunning rearguard action.
On his part, U.S. President Donald Trump said King Charles agrees with him that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon. He made these comments during a White House state dinner for the visiting monarch, and after previously criticizing British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, saying the UK had not done enough to support the U.S. in the war with Iran.
From the trenches of World War I to the beaches of Normandy, from the frozen hills of Korea to the scorching sands of North Africa and the Middle East. And we're doing a little Middle East work right now, too, if you might know. And we're doing very well. We have militarily defeated that particular opponent, and we're never going to let that opponent ever, Charles agrees with me, even more than I do, we're never going to let that opponent have a nuclear weapon. They know that, and they've known it right now very powerfully.
For further analysis of King Charles' historic and rather symbolic visit to the U.S., we're joined by Greg Swenson, chair of Republicans Overseas, who is speaking to us from Washington, D.C., where he recently spent time with the British monarch. Also joining me is Di Davies. He is a former UK head of royal protection and also a royal historian. He joins us from North Wales in the United Kingdom. Thank you both for joining us today.
Good afternoon.
Great to be here.
Greg, we'll start with you because we'll begin with the visit of King Charles III and Queen Camilla's historic visit to Washington, D.C. You assisted to one or many of these events. Tell us about your unique experience.
Yeah, it was a really great time here in Washington. Lots of energy. Everybody's really excited. Monday was the garden party at the British Embassy, or actually at the ambassador's residence on Ambassador Row. Really great event, great weather. Everybody was fired up. Everybody was, it was quite elegant and a really great party with a little British flavor to it, being at the ambassador's home. So yeah, really great time. Both the king and the queen arrived and were very sociable. I mean, really spent a lot of time meeting the crowd. My wife met and had a chat with King Charles, and there were a lot of politicians there, especially from the right, and a lot of media people. So that was a really great event. The White House on Tuesday was a bit more formal because it was, the review of the troops and a little bit more ceremony. So that wasn't quite as, as social, and it was also a bigger crowd, and it rained on Tuesday. So I thought Monday was a home run, and Tuesday was, went really well. And then, of course, the King followed it up with, with a great speech at the White House, as well as, the speech before the joint session of Congress, and then last night at the state dinner. So the King did a great job. The president did a great job. I thought it was a really great trip.
How would you rate his visit so far, Greg? How is it being received in the United States?
Yeah, the press has been great, and the people are really excited about it. I haven't seen Washington, this buzzing since the inauguration, really. So, it was quite the moment. And again, I think both the president and the King did a great job. So the press has been really, well received, or the King has been really well received by the press. The reviews of his speech and of the president's speeches have been really good. Again, the dinner last night went really well.
How about you, Di? What do you respond to that? How has this visit been received, for example, in the UK? Because I've been reading that many politicians, for instance, were saying that they were embarrassed about this visit. Do you think they changed their mind?
Well, I would hope they do. And of course, you always have cynical politicians. I think your other contributor actually paints a really accurate picture. And I'm delighted because King Charles III is our best diplomat by a long way. And I'm delighted, if you like, that he reminded the American people how close we feel to the United States. We have friends there, we have relatives there. And I'm so sad that there has been, because of certain actions by certain politicians, the failure, if you like, to support the United States in its quest. So I'm delighted that the King and Queen, if you like, reinforced the issue surrounding not only the United States, but all of us with the world we live in. I'm also pleased that the President and his wife and the VIPs on Saturday didn't come to any harm. And I'm so far so good. Everything has gone well. The presentation by the United States was terrific. I often think nobody can beat the British and our military when they put on display, but boy, they came close to it yesterday. So I'm just so happy that the true strength of feeling, our true support for the United States and its people is shining through the King.
Now, Di, what did you make of this speech? It was a historical moment, and King Charles perhaps was more political than ever. What do you think?
Well, I think it was a historical speech. And if you like, given in today's circumstances, in today's world, where sadly politics at certain levels can't always get on. However, it emphasized the need and our love for the vast majority of the United States and our support, if you like, for the vast majority of items they take on behalf of democracy throughout the world. I was really proud of the King. I was proud of the comments he made. And yes, he didn't shy away from certain aspects of politics. But the truth is he cemented, as far as I'm concerned, the true feelings of most Brits, certainly in my case, and I speak for I and many here. I'm just sad that you had to endure Welsh weather on Tuesday, or was it Monday? But anyway, we get used to that, and I hope the sunshine will shine for the rest of the visit. But no, I think he did a remarkable job, and I hope it goes a long way to show our true feelings towards the vast majority of the United States.
Greg, what do you think? Do you think his speech helped break the ice between the U.S. and the UK?
Oh, definitely. Di brought up a great point, and I think the King's reference to history I thought was really well done, and even some bumps in the road, like he referenced the Suez Crisis in the 50s, but I thought President Trump also did a great job, mentioning how the rebels and redcoats later became Tommies and GIs. I mean, it was really well done speeches from both leaders. So, yeah, I think the special relationship is alive and well, and I think the president and the King did a great job, honoring that relationship, both historically as well as in current events.
We'll have to see how this really translates into diplomacy, right, in the coming days. Now, Di, there was a controversial moment also. Trump broke protocol and said King Charles believes Iran must not have a nuclear weapon, even more than I do, he said. This happened at the White House banquet. What do you make of this? Is this embarrassing for the king?
No, it's not embarrassing. We know President Trump. As we do, we know occasionally he comes out with some comments, and I think we're used to it by now. The king is a very learned, wise individual. He's been on this earth nearly 78 years, born in 1948. He's well used to dealing with politicians of every shape, colour, as was his father, as was his mother. So they take these things in their stride, and I don't think we should read too much with it. Anybody with an iota of common sense would agree that Iran is a dangerous country, has been dangerous, and I agree with the president and the vast majority that they should be prevented. President Trump has tried his way to do it. I hope he succeeds, because the rest of us are suffering as a consequence. But it's sometimes worth suffering to actually get over and eliminate somebody like Iran, who frankly are arguably worse than the Nazis in Germany in 1939, when George VI visited the United States with the Queen Mother, as we call her. So all power, I just hope they resolve it quickly and succinctly, and there's less loss of civilian life. That's what really hurts me, the fact that civilians also suffer when anyone goes to war. But sometimes it's a consequence of the behavior, and the blame should rest with Iran and not with the United States, in my view.
Greg, I see you nodding there. I take it you agree with Di?
Yeah, totally. Look, I think the president has so far done a great job in the execution of this, and it will work out. The pain at the gas pump, as we call it, or petrol in the UK, it's difficult, and I sympathize with the people that have to pay higher prices. But it's, on one hand, it's a very short term in nature. Those prices will come down as you see more ships sailing through the straits. And you've started to see that already. A Saudi tanker sailed yesterday, a Japanese tanker sailed through. So, those prices will come down. And remember, there was much greater sacrifices by the British people during the war, where fuel and food was rationed. And so these are short-term, sacrifices in nature. I think you'll see that, again, prices come down. Gasoline in the U.S. and petrol in the UK were much higher during the Biden years because of the hostility to the energy sector that had nothing to do with, war in Iran. And so, we're only back to the $4 a gallon, which we saw in 22 and 23, and even $5 right after the Ukraine invasion. So this is not something that I think is existential by any means, and a very minor sacrifice compared to the regime, the mullahs, having a nuclear weapon.
And just to take advantage that you're here with us, Greg, one more on Iran. Trump escalated rhetoric once again today. I'm sure you saw his latest AI post saying, "No more Mr. Nice Guy," warning Iran to sign a nuclear deal and quick. So what do you make of this threat?
Well, I think the president, as he says, has all the cards right now. I mean, we've completely debilitated the Iranian or the regime's capabilities in defending, from a military perspective. Their air defenses have evaporated. The Navy's been eliminated. All they have is a handful of speedboats. If they've seen any video of what we've done to speedboats in Venezuela, I'm not sure a lot of captains and crew will want to get on those speedboats. But also, the timing is really in the president's hands, because in 10 to 20 days, the regime will have no more capacity to store oil. That means they have to turn off their oil rigs, which you can't just turn back on again. That's basically a permanent closure of their entire economy. So, the clock is ticking, and the cards are all with the president here.
And Greg, on a final note, King Charles is now heading to New York City. He'll be visiting the 9/11 site. How historic of a moment is this for both nations?
I think it's fantastic, given that, the support we had from the United Kingdom and so many British citizens that died on 9/11, especially at the World Trade Center. And so, you know, I happened to be at the World Trade Center on 9/11. So I'm very, you know, sort of attached to that day and very close with the people that I was with on that day. And so it's a big moment. The 25th anniversary is coming up in September. So you'll hear a lot more about 9/11 in August and early September, of course. But it's really great since the King is here that he's carved off the time to visit New York. I think it's fantastic.
Let us get more reaction to that speech. Richard Fitzwilliams is a royal commentator and joins us from London. Thank you for joining us, Richard.
A pleasure. I think it was an extremely powerful speech, and there's no question that King Charles dealt with a vast variety of topics, leaving no one in any doubt of the importance of the so-called special relationship over 250 years. I mean, it was extraordinary, the various topics that he dealt with, but most particularly the significance was, of course, being together over so many years in so many conflicts, particularly in two seismic world wars in the last century, but continuing very much an emphasis on NATO and also, of course, the environment, faith, and the various jokes that he made to emphasize his view that democracy and the rule of law, this was so important. He also talked about the executive being answerable, which had a particular ring, I noticed, among Democrats in Congress.
So how much of a success has this visit been so far, if you would have to rate it?
I would say that it was a very considerable success. On the one hand, we know that relations between the British government and the American administration are at a low, I would say, since, well, you have to look back to the 1950s and the Suez debacle to find anything comparable. On the other hand, the one thing President Trump has been consistent over, and that is his affection for the royal family. That has come out very, very clearly. Didn't know his mother had a crush on Prince Charles as he was then, but now we do. Facts are, however, that what comes out of this very, very clearly, the background is extraordinary, and there's so many economic and the cultural aspects of things, but equally, there is no doubt that President Trump is totally unpredictable. He weaponizes this fact, and he revealed, which he should not have, that King Charles agreed, and this is part of the policy of the British government, that Iran should not have nuclear weapons. We're likely possibly to hear more about that.
That was on to our next topic. Richard, what do you think, what do you make of this moment? It did break protocol. How embarrassing was this to the king?
Well, it does break protocol because, rather like the constitutional fact that a prime minister in the United Kingdom has a weekly audience with the monarch, and no one is supposed to reveal the content, and the same applies when heads of state get together. Facts are, President Trump is completely unpredictable, of course, but because it was British government policy, it's unlikely to cause too many raised eyebrows. I mean, a whole variety of disagreements have arisen, most particularly over the possible American reinterpretation of the status of the Falklands, and beginning with the forbidding of American planes to use British bases to attack Iran. So the administrations, Britain and America, have been a little in common at this moment, but there's little doubt that the royal soft power is helping to smooth matters, and perhaps casting in mind back the fact that in the 1950s there was a big rift over Suez, and indeed when King George VI and Queen Elizabeth had the first state visit to the United States in 1939. That was in June. Europe was at war by September. President Roosevelt was attempting to break down the very strong isolationist feel in America. So I think King Charles will have communicated to a large audience that there is so much at stake, and also beneficial to all mankind in a relationship that has been special on the whole over years with problems.
In his speech to Congress, the king appeared to make subtle references, coded messages perhaps about NATO and even the war in Ukraine. Does that step out of traditional royal protocol? And is this the most political we've seen King Charles so far?
Oh, I think it is definitely the most political that we've seen him so far, but no, it doesn't step out of protocol because he acts on advice of his government, and they've been working for weeks, if not months, to get the right balance of that speech. I mean, it's important that today the royal couple will be honouring 25 years since the terror attack of 9/11, and that was the one occasion that Article 5 in NATO was triggered, when an attack on the one is regarded as an attack on them all, and America was supported. So when the Trump administration has made a lot of complaints about NATO, they're quite right about the level of defense spending. America does the vast majority of it, but the facts are that it's an absolutely alliance that is absolutely vital certainly for Britain, which has, one must be frank, run down its conventional defences since the end of the Cold War.
And King Charles is heading, as you mentioned, to New York City next. He will be visiting 9/11 sites. How symbolic is that for both nations?
Well, I think that again will be something that people will bear in mind. British support for the United States at that time, and also its European allies. It is very significant. There'll also be a reception linked to the King's Trust, a remarkable organization that has helped over 1 million young disadvantaged individuals to find work. And also Queen Camilla will be pursuing her inveterate fondness for literature, the 100th anniversary of the character of Winnie the Pooh. The point is that this is an extremely well-balanced visit. It began with some impressive military pageantry, and what has been abundantly clear is, of course, that President Trump seems to differentiate the royal family from the British government. And also, of course, Keir Starmer is somewhat beleaguered at the moment with reports that he might not last as Prime Minister much longer.
You take us to our next point, Richard, because tell us more about the reaction of this visit back in the UK where you are. Polling shows that 49% of Britons believe the king should have cancelled this trip. Some politicians and members of the public say they even felt embarrassed by this visit, especially given Donald Trump's strong rhetoric against UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Was this visit more controversial at home where you are?
This was an extremely controversial visit, but it had been planned for months. Now, to cancel it, you would quite frankly have been enraging President Trump. Now, if you take the chance, given his unpredictability over a whole variety of issues, whether it be the possible annexation of Greenland or indeed the possible annexation of Canada, not to mention the handling, as he didn't consult allies before launching attacks against Iran. I mean, there were a whole variety of reasons that he and the British government have fallen out very, very badly. But to actually take the step of cancelling a state visit, this would have been drastic. You can't run diplomacy by opinion poll. If you try, it would be disastrous and an enraged Trump. Can you imagine what would happen, say, to tariffs? You might find that, I mean, there was a 30+ billion tech agreement that has been put on ice that was in fact, it was thought sorted when President Trump came to Britain for his second state visit, this unique for an American president, last September. Well, that wouldn't get anywhere. I mean, you would literally infuriate an individual who has unquestionably a great deal of fondness for certain aspects of Britain and for the royal family that, well, it's head of state. There's no doubt about that. So you're dealing with someone who's completely unpredictable, however. There's no doubt again. But the popular opinion is one thing. To actually take the step of altering or cancelling a visit would be drastic and completely unprecedented, I'd suggest. That Queen Elizabeth went to the United States under very different circumstances 4 times on state visits. She also went frequently to indulge her great hobby of being one of the world's top equestrian experts. But there's no doubt at all that at the moment, things between the United States and the United Kingdom are very difficult, but hopefully, remembering the past, King Charles's speeches will have smooth matters. That's all we can hope for, I think, at the moment, with the Straits of Hormuz still being closed to traffic and a ceasefire in the war against Iran, but for how long?
And on to other political matters as well, Richard. Does the King's refusal to address the Prince Andrew and the Epstein scandal, this is something we saw the King very silent on. What do you make of this silence?
Well, firstly, this was always going to be controversial, and this was always going to be something that was part and parcel of the visit. For example, if the King is the fountain of justice in the United Kingdom, his brother Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has been arrested by the police for considering charges of misconduct in public office. Now, it's very possible that we know the charges that have been made against him, which he has strongly denied, but the facts are that there may be further charges which may involve Epstein and his links. The facts are also that for any state visit, you'd have to have both host country and, of course, Britain as a guest agreeing that, say, King Charles should meet some of the victims of the deceased paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I certainly can't see that the host country would have agreed, and indeed the point has been made that only Ghislaine Maxwell in the United States has actually been convicted and imprisoned for links to Epstein. So this was something that was always going to come up. But I can't see that it could be taken further because the King, as I say, is a fountain of justice. Were his brother to be involved in further charges, that could be embarrassing had he met some of Epstein's victims whilst abroad.
And Andrew, now that the trip, Richard, as the trip is taking place, how is the public in the UK reviewing the King's trip overall? Do you think they've changed their mind now?
I think that they would appreciate that the monarchy has a great deal to offer when it comes to soft power. Those speeches were superb, and whether it's the quotations or whether it's the jokes or whether it's the settings, there's no doubt that there is something special between Britain and America. The facts are, this is very embarrassing. In February, apparently, the current British ambassador was recorded telling a group of school children that he thought that it was something that basically the special relationship was old hat, or words to that effect. He also added he didn't think British Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer had very much longer to last. Controversial though that may be, the facts of the matter are that we are where we are with the leaders we have at the moment, and President Trump has another 2.5 years for his term to run. It's important, both for Britain and for our European allies, that relations with the United States are as smooth as possible during that time. Heaven knows, recently they've been very, very difficult to anticipate.
Mr. Richard Fitzwilliams, thank you so much for your valuable perspective. A royal commentator joining us from London.
A pleasure.
For more on this, I'm joined by Mick Mulroy, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East under President Donald Trump. Thank you for joining us, Mick.
Good to be with you, Catalina.
Mick, now, despite the King's neutrality, things nonetheless got political last night. A major line coming from President Donald Trump, who claimed that King Charles agrees Iran should not have nuclear weapons. What do you make of that?
Well, I think, of course, in general, everybody believes Iran shouldn't have nuclear weapons. It certainly has been the case of all the members of the original JCPOA. That was the purpose of that agreement. But it's not, of course, I think, indicative that he agrees with the war necessarily. That's not the position that I understood the king make.
On Iran, Mick, Trump's out there saying no more Mr. Nice Guy, warning Tehran to get in line and sign a nuclear deal fast. What's the end game here, or is this another threat?
Well, it's probably the end game is to put pressure on them by making threats so that they think that all this new military force that's been projected out to the region is going to get used against them. I don't think that the threats now really have any impact on either side. We've seen so many hyperbolic statements that it's likely not to have that. But if it's an indication that if this isn't something that moves forward diplomatically, this might go back kinetic, meaning the full combat operations begin again, then I think Iran would take that as notice, because I don't think they would like that to happen.
And Mick, peace talks have stalled. Where do we stand with the stalemate on the Strait of Hormuz?
Catalina, basically Iran wants to do this sequentially. They want to have negotiations to end the war, which of course would mean opening the strait as well as stopping the blockade, and then move into discussions on a nuclear weapon. Their logic is that it takes, a nuclear weapons agreement. Their logic is it took 2 years to get in the original JCPOA. That's obviously a long time, and I don't think any of the parties to the conflict, and certainly the rest of the world, want to see this in a stalemate for 2 years. So it does make sense. I think from the U.S. perspective, they don't want to end the war necessarily unless they get an ironclad agreement that Iran is not going to get a nuclear weapon and probably cannot enrich, maybe even recover the highly enriched uranium that is present there. So the question is, can they do that and basically put it in a framework that then leads into long-term negotiations on a new nuclear agreement? That's really the question. If it can't be resolved, it looks like we're going to be in this blockade of a blockade for quite some time.
And what's your take of the current negotiating team? Of course, there's J.D. Vance, but there's also Steve Witkoff still and Jared Kushner. Is this team still effective at this stage? Because Iran has argued that previous talks were followed by military strikes, which they say undermines trust in diplomacy with this team. Given that perception, does it strengthen the case for changing the team or the approach?
So I think from Iran's perspective, they view Mr. Witkoff and Kushner as very closely aligned with Israel. And that's why they requested the vice president, in addition to, at least from media reports, the vice president was against the war. I would say ultimately Iran shouldn't be dictating who the president of the United States sends as negotiators, whether it's Mr. Witkoff or Kushner or the vice president. So the president should make his own determination there. But it's also somewhat unusual that this isn't being staffed by career professionals. What I mean by that is diplomats, foreign service officers, military officers, and intelligence official, especially CIA officers, usually are involved in these negotiations because they're very highly technical and they need to be there to inform the principals what is true, what is not true, because there's a lot of statements that go back and forth. That's why the intelligence community is so important. But this seems to be negotiated at the highest level, special envoys and the vice president. And unfortunately, in the past, that proved to be very difficult because you don't have many places to go if there's disagreements.
Even though talks have stalled at this point, could you argue that Trump's unconventional ways of negotiating have worked so far? Because this is the first time that the U.S. and Iran meet face-to-face in decades.
Well, I think you can argue whether this is effective or not. I mean, there's other historians that will look back and judge it against, say, Ronald Reagan style, which was very different, more of a grandfatherly approach, if you will. But ultimately, the end state is what's going to determine whether this was effective or not. And that's an agreement. And the reason why we're both talking right now isn't because of some détente. It's because we're at war. So I don't think this is unprecedented in that. Essentially, when you go to war, especially if you overmatch your opponent like the U.S. does with Iran, you can pretty much guarantee that they're going to reach out to do some form of negotiations.
And in the current context, Mick, how does this impact the war in Iran, impact Donald Trump's upcoming visit to China in May?
Well, China has been a supporter, and as is Russia, of Iran. And that includes potentially giving them access to satellites, which are incredibly important when it comes to targeting really advanced naval vessels. And that is one of our biggest concerns. They've also potentially provided them with air and missile defense systems that they did not have. So this is something I'm sure the president is going to be talking about. And of course, Iran sells most of its energy to China. China gets about 15%, so it's not huge, but significant. So there's a lot of issues that both sides want to talk to the other about, and a lot of it's going to revolve around the war between the United States and Iran.
That's all we have time for on Global News today. Thanks for watching. Be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
You had many crisis meetings when it ain't going your way.
Really? Hello, Jason. I hope you're not wearing them ghastly pants.
Ghastly! You've got the type of face that they just want to abuse,
I know. Right, lads, shall we get into it? The FA Cup, what a weekend of football. Did the Port Vale win over Sunderland prove that the magic of the cup's still there? The geezer who scored the goal, big Newcastle fan.
Is it?
And he's done the Shearer to the Sunderland fans. I love all that.
I love that.
It's a League One side into the quarterfinals, so it's still on. It's still on. What did you make, Bridget? Did you watch any of the games?
It was good. I watched the Wrexham-Chelsea game.
Yeah.
I thought it was a wicked game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good game.
It was a good game, wasn't it?
It was a tough game, definitely a tough game. They played really well.
Yeah.
Some standout players.
Who was the one
who done well?
Yeah.
It was the guy up front.
Smith.
Yeah, took his goal well as well. They just played really well.
Yeah.
I don't think the scoreline was just. To
No,
be honest, do you know what I mean? It was touch and go, wasn't it? Do you know what I mean?
Chelsea. Did you say Chelsea look always uncomfortable?
Yeah, they always look uncomfortable.
I said that earlier.
You said
they're not
robust enough. They're like flimsy a little bit. Like, that's only I'd say defensively. Like you could get at them. You can get at them if you get it right. Kiefer Moore. Kiefer Moore was giving Badiashile some problems.
When he come on,
when he come on, you know what I mean? So it just showed that if the tide was going in their way, they probably would have won the game. And it just shows you how far Wrexham is. Wrexham, come on.
I know, mate. I was there. What did you think of my punditry? Was I bang average?
I didn't watch your channel, mate.
Do you know what I've noticed?
You don't watch it when I was telling you.
I love watching you on telly, right?
Is that Joe? No, change the channel, love. What's going on here?
You know what? You can't hide happiness, you.
I know. It's always happy.
The Chelsea game the other day and they got a great result, you just look so happy. And then I see you at the Tottenham game.
Oh, my God.
You couldn't hide your happiness. You couldn't hide it.
Did you get any abuse? Did you get any abuse?
Do you know what? It was like, we'll get into the Tottenham game later, but I think the whole stadium was just so perplexed with the team. Like, they didn't even muster up I usually get a little
bit of stick.
I didn't even get nothing. No? I was like, they were just too hurt with what was going on.
They've got bigger fish to fry.
Don't worry about me. But going to the Chelsea-Wrexham game. So I went up there on the day of the game. It's a really small stadium, and they're doing it up. And the two boys that were there, that the owners, Ryan Reynolds and the other fella, Rob McKelney, was having a look round for Blake Lively as well. She was on the pitch after the game.
Was she?
Yeah.
You didn't get to meet him?
No, I didn't meet him. I didn't want to be that guy.
Why?
All right, mate.
Chase them around with your phone camera.
No.
Try to get a selfie, eh?
No, I didn't know. To be honest with you, this is my bone of contention with them. I'm sure they're lovely people and everything, and I'm only half joking about Blake Lively.
No,
but anyway, anyway,
not what you're saying off camera.
Oh yeah. Anyway.
Awkward.
Go on, then, move on.
No. So, like, they wouldn't come over and speak to us, right? And I thought they would, because they're, you know, what I mean, because when they were in the conference, we was covering that, and they was bouncing. No, it was a big thing then. Like the cameras
were there big time, didn't they?
Mate, I think Hollywood went big time.
They've gone big time. Yeah. Like, nah, we're not giving you free material no more. Plus, Joe Cole's down there. I don't want to speak to him.
The atmosphere was great, mate.
It sounded like it was.
Honestly, the atmosphere was great.
Was it good? Yeah.
It felt like an old-fashioned FA Cup tie where the proper fans, like they was giving it. And what I would say is their first experience of VAR. Mate, I've got a bone to pick with fans.
Was this their first experience?
I've got a bone to pick with fans up and down the country, because I had another incident at Villa Park where, because we're doing the television and we're pitch side, sort of like, you know what it's like, Coley, like before the end of a game, you have to go down pitch side to get yourself ready to go on, and all there with a camera, and you've got the screens. Now, what people might not realise is I can hear the VAR talk if I choose to, right, when I'm doing comms. So you hear Stockley Park talking about it. So I can hear them going, oh, his toes there and he's there, or there might have been excessive force.
So you can hear that.
I can hear the conversation. I choose not to, because it don't make no difference to me. They're going to make the decision left, right, centre. But the fans tend to know that we're going to get the decision first. So it's like everyone's looking at me. And I'm going, and this geezer was abusing me. This fella at Villa Park, right? Because there's a couple of dodgy decisions. Yeah. So I've got my earphones in. I can hear him. I can't quite make out what he's saying, and I can hear him.
What have you got to do with it?
Exactly my point. I'm going. Hello, mate. Sorry, I can hear him being angry and saying something nasty. I can't hear. And I say, I can't hear you again. Like, now I'm getting him at it. Now, and he's like, but now he's everyone's looking at him. Now he's like. I'm going, mate, you don't think I'm making this decision, do you? But you think it's me. You think I'm VAR.
Did you know him?
Yeah, I'm not just like that. And then the geezer's like, you can see the
Are you supposed to be working?
Yeah.
You don't want to do it.
Right, anyway, because Villa had a couple of bad decisions. Then Wrexham, bad decisions. And but I'm so close to the pitch, I can see how upset all of the fans are, right? Yeah. But I can see them trying to vent the frustration. And then about 7 geezers turn round to this, not a big screen where it says VAR, decision, like, whatever it may be. And they're just shouting at the screen. At
the screen? Mate.
That's how much you're frustrating people. It's making people shout at screens.
You could hear them singing. But you could hear it on a TV, honestly. They were going mad about VAR.
Were they?
Yeah, mad.
Mate, they better get used to it, because if they want to play in the big leagues, you know what I mean? You can't be shouting at the screen. The screen's not done nothing to you.
I'm thinking, like, so if anyone's there and I'm there with, listen, it's not my fault, all right? Don't have a go at me.
Carry on doing it. Carry on doing it.
You've got the type of face that they just want to abuse geese.
I know. Anyway, we move on. It was a good game. Yeah. Wrexham have to give them their plaudits for
fair play to them,
fair play. And do you know what? A lot of our coverage afterwards, Bridgie, was like, you know, like they've lost the game, but they've played well. So we're like, I didn't want to sound condescending to them. They're championship players now. Yeah. It's not like it's Chelsea playing against a conference team or a League Two team. They're there. They could be in the Premier League next year.
It's about our mind adjusting to them being there.
So I think there's more of that. Because it's Wrexham. If Chelsea would have beaten, let's say, for instance...
I just think it's the name as well.
West Brom or Coventry. Not even doing as well... Sorry, Coventry. Right. You wouldn't be going, oh, plucky underdog. So I found that... So if any of the Wrexham players were thinking we were being a bit condescending, I make them right. I think we should have...
Even in sending off, they were still in it.
Yeah.
Still had chances.
Serious outfit now.
A proper serious outfit. Bridgie...
Saints went through as well.
I know you the boys, Luke and that, did he go to the game?
I don't think he went to the game.
You would have had friends there.
My dad watched it. I couldn't watch it. I was at kids' football. But Dad can be a bit biased. But yeah, the highlights that I see, they played really well. We were buzzing. It's the most excited I've seen Dad about Saints for a while.
Really?
And I watched some of the highlights. Mate, they had loads of chances. In fact, they only went through with a penalty.
Yeah.
So they had loads of chances. First half, it went clean through.
What do you make of it, Bridgie, right? You played for Fulham, so both your old clubs. So Marco Silva made 9 changes for the game. Bearing in mind, they're not really, and bearing in mind Palace won the FA Cup. What do you think of that? And what would Fulham fans think of that?
Well, I don't know. I just feel like that happens.
Yeah, but
with the FA Cup, whether I agree with it or not.
What about?
It depends how bad you want it. Because obviously when I was at Chelsea, and obviously Ash was there, a lot of the cup games I might play, but it might depend who we're playing. I just think that happens these days. I think players are rested more than what they were.
But 9 changes. It was never 9 changes in our day. Do you not think?
No, maybe changes. 5, 6, maybe.
5, 6 maximum.
Yeah, it's
fifth round.
Yeah,
fifth round. Yeah, it's late in the day for it.
Yeah. Wholesale. What do you think?
Well, I can't remember playing in FA Cups,
Yeah, but I know what you've done though. You've.
He's faked an injury, had the weekend off. You mean?
No.
I've tried that a few times. I did try that a few times. You want your weekends off, you're thinking, you know what? Especially when you're playing regularly, you don't really want to be wheeled out for it. You want to just save your legs.
No, I wanted to be wheeled out.
Yeah, I know you did because you're that type of man. You just want to play. You played the other day. You still play. I don't play. So I love the game, but I don't love it that much to put my body through turmoil all the time. So, but plus I had a bad knee back then as well, so I wanted the rest in the cup games when I could.
But you've got a good record in the cup games, right? The FA Cup record.
I think so.
Yeah. Let's have a look.
It's something I prepared earlier.
You should have took less weekends off.
Only. So
go on, let's have a look.
Listen, I decided to you know what you do. You go on AI now and
come on, get on with it.
So across his career, Carlton Cole played 21 FA Cup games. I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Scoring 8 goals in the FA Cup. That's decent. You know what I mean?
It's very good.
Those appearances came while playing for Chelsea, Charlton, Villa and West Ham. So West Ham played 15 times, scored 5 goals. It's 1 in 3, isn't it? It's decent.
1 in 3.
Chelsea played 4 times in the FA Cup, scored 2 goals.
1 in 2.
1 in 2. Charlton, I'm 1 in 1. Do you know what I mean? Aston Villa, no goals, but one appearance for them. But yeah, so 21 times, 8 goals, not bad.
That's all right.
Yeah,
that's very good.
How was yours?
Not as good as that, mate.
I'm going to ask now.
FA Cup goals.
I'm going to ask Joe Cole, FA Cup appearances and goals.
I don't even bother about.
Oh yeah,
me. I know I've won it.
Oh yeah, you've won it. Yeah.
Never the only stat that matters.
That's all the stat that matters. That's all I've been trying to do all of my life. Anyway, so Joe Cole, FA Cup appearances and goals. Joe Cole had a strong record.
Oh, go on, well
in the
done,
FA Cup,
yeah.
Mainly with Chelsea and West Ham. Overall FA Cup record appearances, 38 appearances.
Okay.
38.
It's a lot, mate. I played a long time.
7 goals.
Okay, it's not bad for midfield.
So West Ham, West Ham, 11 appearances in the FA Cup, 2 goals. Chelsea, 22 appearances and 5 goals. Liverpool, 3, no goals.
It didn't happen for me there.
Yeah.
That ain't always right though, that chat GBT.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got to do the kids' homework.
That's good.
And then I said that's wrong, and they went, "Oh yeah, you're right."
Oh,
so even ChatGPT said I was right.
Richie knows best.
Should be doing that,
mate. Come on, man. We're better than that.
No, we had a rush. We were away for the weekend, and we had to get it done. So I kind of had to help him. So I needed the answers myself.
Mate, your school's going to be after this. Your school's going to be on to you.
It's all right.
You know what I mean? They're going to be on to you. Anyway, Wayne Bridge overall. Yeah. Oh, you played 30 times.
Have I?
Yeah, you scored 1 goal.
Did I? Who was that against? Shut up. Who did I score against?
A goal.
I reckon that could be wrong, you know.
You want it to be right now, didn't you? Hey, you want it to be right now.
And then we're worried about this thing taking over the world. Doesn't even know how many goals Bridgie scored in the FA Cup. Rubbish. Yeah. We're moving on. Another game. These two seem to be playing against each other so much. Newcastle lost to Man City, who've also knocked them out of the Carabao Cup.
Yeah.
You know, is a question for you, Coley. is there pressure on Eddie Howe, bearing in mind he's give that club the first trophy in 60 years, Champions League football, some brilliant nights at St James's. Is football mental now that we're even considering that, or is just the way it is?
Look, any way you look at it, he's a legend over there. It's up to him what he wants to do now. The ball's in his court. Does he feel that he's taken that club as far as they can go? That's up to him to recognise that the club are always going to want him there. The fans are always going to want him there. They love him. But it's up to him. What does he want out of his... Does he think that he can win more trophies with Newcastle? And if so, stay. Because they'll always have you there because you've made your legacy there. But what I would say is if a good job came available, a very good, tantalising job that you'd think, do you know what, I'll fancy that. Would you want to do it?
When you say tantalising, do you think the England job that comes into that? Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think he's the next England manager in waiting. Yeah. Eddie Howe.
I thought he would have taken it before Tuchel.
Yeah,
but I don't know.
Things are going so well for him, aren't they?
Yeah.
When there was talk of that,
just the timing of everything.
It's always timing with football managers. Like he's going to manage England at some point, you know, because the field's clear for him. Unless somebody comes from left field and he just goes on a run and becomes, because he's the next best English manager we got.
Why do you think they've had
Mate, I just think
a bit of a slope.
Well, I think two things, right? So you've got the financial restraints that Newcastle are under, right? So to Elliot Anderson, who's arguably going to start for England at the World Cup, he was at Newcastle, right? I know for a fact Eddie did not want to sell him, right? But because they had to balance the books, because of their, you know, this financial regulations, they've had to sell him. So straight away, if you're trying to build a club and you've got your great young player, you're prepared. It's not just, you know, you're not just thinking. You're thinking in the 12 months down the line, he's going to be there, and I'm going to be. You know what I mean? I'm going to build your team around him. So I think that's frustrated him, not being able to build on what he's done. And I still don't. I mean, we'll talk about it another time. I still don't understand how Man City are still just doing what they're doing with all the regulations and restraints that they got on. But then Aston Villa and Newcastle seem like they're chasing their tail, trying to sell players, like scrapping away. Man City just go in the window. Semenyo, Mark Gurhey come in, two massive. They ain't going to be on £3 a week, are they? They're going to be on big wages.
But it's about the infrastructure, isn't it?
Yeah, but like
to get the points.
Yeah, but the infrastructure. Man City are not Liverpool or Manchester United as much as they're like in terms of global economics, what they can bring in. So I don't know how they can actually do it. Do you know what I mean? Newcastle fill their stadium. They're in the Champions League. Why can't they? Anyway.
No, we need to talk to their accountant.
Yeah, it's way beyond. You're not going to get.
We need a forensic accountant.
Yeah, they do. But
dive deep into their finances.
But I think Eddie see the season out, and I think he should probably go and just wait for the England job, because I think it's not fair on him. I think, and it's not fair on Newcastle as well, that they can't go and spend the money and go and buy some of the top players. Because remember they were talking about when the Saudis come in, they were thinking they're going to get Mbappe's.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
because that's what Chelsea done under Roman. Roman come in and no one was going, there's financial constraints. He went and bought Crespo, was Argentina's number 9. Varane was Argentina's number 10.
Man City done it before.
What's the equivalent?
City done it before as well. Robinho. Remember when Robinho first came when he first got the money in?
I feel for Eddie because I think he's done a great job there. And I'd like to see him as England manager at some point down the line in his career. I think he deserves it.
Yeah, so good luck to Eddie Howe, obviously. Doing a fantastic job. Could always be better. But before we leave the FA Cup, has anybody had any funny stories or some bad stories to tell, or something that's interesting to talk about the FA Cup?
I'm not bad. So my first FA Cup final was a weird experience in the whole day.
What with who?
Did you play when we beat United 1-0 at Wembley?
In the final, yeah.
You played, right?
Yeah.
So, about 3 months before, Prince William was doing because he's the president of the FA.
Yeah.
So he come to training, and he met us all at training, and then we were staying at the Lowry Hotel, and he's gone, and then we were all told like he wants to come and have a look at what you boys do after training. So he's going to go on. They call it a royal walk, right? Do you not remember this? You might not. Anyway,
you're never present, are you? I was there, but you're never there.
I can't remember.
3 months before the final, right?
Where was it? In the hotel?
At the Lowry. And we had the whole. We had the whole of the floor and there's security to get up. So like you pop it in each other's rooms. Yeah. So they said leave your door open. He's going to come and have a walk round, and he's got the camera crew with him because he's like picture opportunity. Says Prince William with I don't know David Beckham or something.
And you didn't know that he was coming?
No, I knew he was coming, but I forgot. Right?
What?
So I've got
times.
This is a training ground. Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Lovely. Yeah. Great. Thanks for being the president of the FA.
Yeah.
Blah blah blah. Right, go back on the coach at the hotel.
Yeah.
Get showered. I'm in my room. I remember enough to leave my door open. Got the telly on, and I forget he's coming.
He was going to slip.
I was in my slips, just my slips like that on the bed, like these little briefs, white briefs, like just forgot. I was watching Loose Women.
Watching Loose Women.
I do not remember this one bit. I must have been asleep or something.
Mate, you shut your door.
So anyway, I could hear a commotion at the door, and I'm thinking, what's that? What's going on, right? And as he's come round, and I just hear like people walking into my room, and it's too late now. I'm nearly naked.
There's no robe.
There's no robe. So, and he's just come walking round, followed by his camera crew, and I just thought I've got to front this now. So I've just bounced up.
I would love to get this footage. Go on.
So I've bounced up, right? I've gone, hello, William. Nice to meet you. Right? Nice to see you again. Right, shaking his hand in my pants, and he's laughing. Like, he's laughing, and the camera people are behind him, and they're going. And the camera people are like putting the camera down. I'm going, oh, sorry about that. And I'm like putting my trousers on while I was speaking to him. Like, I forgot about it. Like I told the lads and that and everything, and then we're getting ready. Do you forget about these things? Well, and then,
I have.
No, you definitely have. You had your door shut.
So then the FA Cup final, they come. I don't even like. They come along the line to shake your hands. Remember, it's a big day.
I remember that bit.
And he's shaking hands, and he's just shakes everyone's hands, but he stops and he leans into me. He went, hello, Joe. I said, I hope you're not wearing them ghastly pants.
Ghastly!
I went, yeah, I've got
them on again.
I'm on.
Do you have them wide fronts on?
Yeah.
Them ones.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Ghastly,
yeah. Hey, can I just say...
we should have said to him, what, you weren't rating the pants?
We've got an FA Cup final to play, It's spinning anyway.
These guys, bantage up.
I'm having banter with a future king. And do you know what? What a man. What a good man. Because that could have gone terribly wrong for me.
No, come on,
I mean?
man. He's one of the lads.
He's one of the lads.
He's a good lad,
He's a good lad, yeah.
While you were chatting, I checked. I've not scored in the FA Cup.
Oh, so Bridgie knows more than ChatGPT.
Basically, yeah.
Right, okay.
Oh, that's weird.
Just thought I'd let you know, yeah.
That's bad, isn't it, really? Right, we're going to do Spurs in a bit.
Again.
Again.
Carlton's away days. You've been not as quite as glamorous as Bochum. You've been to Braintree Town.
Oh yeah, mate. It was mate, do you know what, yeah? I was pleasantly surprised by the town of Braintree.
Really?
Yeah. It was so I've got on the train, Elizabeth line, all the way to Shenfield.
Train story.
Yeah, I'm on the train again. You know the train stories, there's another train. So I get on the train, Shenfield, then I get on another train to
Why are your train stories so long?
I know. I get on another one to...
oh, my God.
to Braintree.
Trains get free. Get off the train,
anyway, I get to Braintree anyway.
Right.
Braintree Freeport, actually. So I was like, well, Braintree, there's Braintree Freeport. So I get to Braintree
He's still not off the train.
I get off, and then I'm there, I just get Uber. But whilst I'm there, then I realise that I'm actually at a shopping place.
Right, okay.
So it's like outlet centre. So I'm thinking, I want to go and get some stuff. I said, Bridgie would love it here, because it's got Ralph Lauren, it's got everything there, do you know what I mean? It's all cheap as well.
Bridgie would love it.
We love it. So I was thinking, we'll come back here. You'd love this gaff. So
I'm in.
And listen, Braintree Freeport, you just walk off the train, you're there.
Yeah.
Right in the middle of it.
How excited he is.
Anyway, so I didn't know where I was going. I got an Uber, gone to the stadium.
Yeah.
Well, if you want to call it a stadium, it's one of those, like, loads of scaffolding around.
Yeah.
So it's Braintree, innit? And they got a nice stand, but I got there like an hour before kickoff. I was thinking, I was there twiddling my thumbs. I was thinking, what am I doing here?
Yeah.
Too early, 2 hours.
Yeah.
So I stand behind the goal. I'm looking at, because Mason Terry, we put him on loan from West Ham there.
Young goalkeeper.
Young goalkeeper, yeah, doing really well. He's had 7. He scored a goal. As well over there. Yeah, he's had 7 appearances, man of the match appearances. So I've said, listen, go and have a look at him. Get there. He's there doing the warm up. I'm there behind the goal. Yeah, with my long Mac on, Arsene Wenger, Arsene Wenger style. Yeah, I had that on, and obviously, I think I'm the only black guy there, innit? So everyone knew it was me.
Again.
Yeah.
You said that last time.
Yeah. Well, it's just the places I go, innit?
Did they all buy you stuff?
Like the Pocket fans?
No, it wasn't. They were just friendly. Like, they was really friendly. So anyway, I stand up behind because it's all standing. It's all standing. The seats are over there, but all the rest around the stadium.
It's best if you're going to see the goalie, you've got to go and watch.
So I'm behind. So I'm behind him.
Yeah.
And he's come over. He's buzzing. I'm there. Everyone's buzzing, and I start taking pictures. I'm taking too many pictures now, I think. Yeah. Because I'm trying to
work.
Trying to work. Yeah. Anyway, game starts. They go 1-0 up, and I'm thinking, cool. I feel a bit hungry now, because I can smell the burger stand.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So I'm thinking, can I just slip off to go and get a burger and just do what I'm supposed to do and try and sample the food as well, get a tea, get a beer or whatever. But I couldn't because I had some guy talking to me all the time. And I didn't want to be rude, and I was giving him a bit back and was talking about Spurs, so it was kind of captivating.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I'm watching the team and I'm thinking, the opposite team, they got the Brazil kit on. So they're playing Wildstone.
Yeah.
Wildstone, I've got yellow top, blue shorts and white socks. No. Brazil.
Yeah.
And some of their football, I must say, it was like watching Brazil.
Really?
It was like watching Brazil. You know? and you know what, right? I must say, it was quite entertaining. They won 4-1 in the end.
And he done well?
No, he didn't win. They lost 4-1.
They lost 4-1?
Yeah, but Wildstone won 4-1. And I'm thinking, you know what? Yeah. It's unlucky.
So you've had no food.
I've had no food.
No drink, and they lost 4-1.
And I've had my ears chewed off.
So anyway, you've got one job as a roaming reporter: check the beer and check the people. No, check the beer, the people, and the.
Well, I check the people. I check the people. People are really nice.
All right, so have a rating on the people then.
I'll give them a strong 8.
Eight?
Well,
ain't that more than where you went last week? Where's your last week?
Yeah,
they brought you food and drink last week, and you're giving these an 8.
Yeah, wow. I know, but it was language barrier. Okay. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, you like the vibes.
I like the vibes. Yeah, I get it.
I'll tell you what. Yeah. We need to put a train section into this because
I can tell you how to get to places around the whole of England by train.
Right. Okay,
Carl, you mentioned Spurs earlier. We're going to have to talk about them again. I do get quite bored about talking about them all the time, but you were there, Joe. And I'm hearing it was really toxic.
You said captivating. It's a captivating story because of where they were. Europa League winners, massive club, new stadium. I've gone there, and it was honestly, it was like a morgue. Like, it was so quiet. It was the tension was palpable. The players, and I thought the choice of how to play, the style of play from Igor, is exactly how you cannot start a game at home when the tension's in the moment. You've got to give them something to get on, like a tackle. The players looked quite shackled when they played. He went to a free and he played Archie Gray as a right wing back, and Porro was inside. And I'm like, lots of really.
I feel sorry for Archie Gray. He's played everywhere on that pitch.
Archie Gray was the best player.
Okay, he's a great footballer. He's a great footballer.
Did you know who else is quite good?
Go on.
The cameraman.
Yeah, the cameraman.
The way he kept panning to these Tottenham fans.
Because people need to.
They were in pain, mate.
Entertaining. I didn't get to see it.
That's a good point.
That's a horrible cameraman, right there. He kept going back.
Must have been a West Ham fan.
Kept going back to this same guy with his his hat and beard, mate. He was.
I saw a guy with a hat on, and he had big Spurs in gold across his, and he just looked miserable. Saw another guy like that.
That's how it was all around me.
Yeah.
People were like in disbelief.
Yeah.
Like, it even got to the point where a couple of Spurs fans who were sitting next to me going, Joe, like messing about, get your boots on.
Oh yeah, that one's always happened. Like, wow. That one always is willed out, like when you're not doing well, innit? Like,
there was something about that game, even the lads group chat, I mean a couple with you and in a couple of hours my mates were back home, but it's like, it was like everyone was excited for this game.
Yeah,
I know.
But they couldn't believe what they were seeing.
We've got no Spurs fans in our group chats, by the way, but everybody was excited to see what was going to happen, what was going to unfold. It's like the suspense of the whole day.
It was like the UN trying to bring the thing that brings everyone together. You know what I mean? Everyone's bad with Arsenal, Millwall.
We've got Millwall fans in our group. We've got all sorts going on.
I think that's the first.
We have actually got one Spurs fan, but he's really quiet. You know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Tell.
Oh, he's very quiet, isn't he?
Very quiet. He's not even come in today. He's not even come in.
Whenever he gets mentioned, he doesn't actually say anything, does he?
No,
he's chasing the pan note somewhere. We know that.
Do you know what?
Just to take his mind off things.
I don't know. And I feel a bit bad saying, I actually felt from a little bit.
No. I've never been in a stadium with that feeling, because you know me. I work on feelings. Right?
Yeah, vibes,
and it was so strange. So strange, and it transmitted to the players.
So you've never been in that environment like that?
No, I've been in toxic environments where it's like anger.
But this is not.
This wasn't anger. This was like.
They'd had enough.
This was like.
Was it like being at a funeral?
Yes.
Disenchantment.
Oh my God. Disenchantment.
That's crazy.
Did you notice it in the players being there and watching the way it's going, everything?
Body language. Like even Mickey van der Ven, when he given away, when he got sent off, right? Because Mickey van der Ven, I think, is a fantastic footballer.
Yeah.
Right, but I question the attitude a little bit, right? Because of his actions, right? And that can be changed. I don't like to question players' attitudes, but when I see the behaviour, like, you know, when he with Thomas Frank, he done that, and there's a few little things, right? Not questioning his ability. I think he's outstanding. But
his perception right now is not great.
So here's what that does. That atmosphere, what it does to players, even of that quality. The ball goes over the top. Sarr takes a bad touch, right? And he grabs his arm with. There's no need. The goal is basically in the goalkeeper's hand. Sarr won't get in there. But like when we talk about atmospheres affecting the players, it's things like that, and little things like, Cole, you know, like when they're, Bridge, you know when you're like, you've got the press on, you're in the low block, and you're a fullback, and you're pressing someone, they're going facing the wrong way, they can't get out, and you've got bodies, you're going to get them, and then they're just so anxious, scrambling all over, giving away a foul. And then the ball comes in the box, and then goalkeeper looks a mess for me. Do you know what I mean? The goalkeeper as well. But it was just strange. It was.
They do need to address their defence, and I think the goalkeeper's a big one for them as well. But you say that Chelsea had Sanchez blundering for quite a while as well. But I think he's improved though.
I think it's their like you said about it's their body language. If you're not gonna
mindset, it's just mindset.
You've got to get everything right. You've got to know what everyone's doing. Know your jobs. Do it, and it's kind of like can't let that head go down. Was it one of them, like, you know, when the goal goes in? Do you reckon their heads? Did you see their heads just go?
Yeah. It's fear. You see fear in their eyes.
I don't think people realise.
They'll be
like,
better away
obviously,
from
you'll look at the teams down there, and you'll think, they can beat them, they can beat them. But you don't realise how much the fear of them. Some of them players down there, they'll be thinking, mate, you can't lose today, can't lose today. That affects your game.
Which is a strange. I don't know what Tottenham fans will think if they're listening to this. Richarlison not being picked is a strange one for me. He spent his whole career in the dogfights, Watford and Everton. Like he's the type of character that whatever's going to happen, he's going to have a go. He scored the other day, nearly had a row with someone. But that's the type of characters you need. Some people who are a little bit like, they're not going to be fearful. They're going to be on the front foot. I just want to list this stat here. Since Pochettino's sacking in 2019, Spurs have spent $979 million on players with a net spend of $653 million. Only Chelsea, Manchester United and Arsenal are ahead of them. That's quite incredible as well. And seeing where they're at.
Really.
Yeah, they've got... they've invested in the future, apparently. But I just don't see no future. Sorry. That was a low blow. It's a low blow. Kick a dog while it's down, isn't it? Like.
You look at some of the players. Look at some of the players they got.
Yeah,
mate, they got some good players.
That's what I said.
Have they?
They got some good players. They got some. Mate, it ain't going their way at the moment. But they got some good players.
They got Kudus is out at the moment.
Kulusevski, Maddison, all out injured. That's three. That's three starters. Three very good players.
Yeah.
You know, there's that. Here's another stat. The top scorers from the last 3 seasons have all been sold. That never happens at a top club. You know what I mean? When you think about it logically, That's the guy that's banging the most.
Not a top club.
No, of course they know that. They
know that. They know where they are on the table. Spence is a good player, very good player. Jed Spence.
Yeah, okay.
You're not having him?
I'm not sure.
Are you sure?
I'm not sure. I need to watch more.
I don't think a lot of people get past in 1v1s. It's very good at 1v1 defending.
Have you had many crisis meetings when it ain't going your way?
At a club?
At a club. Yeah.
Obviously.
Really? Mate, it's one of them things that you go in and it's just, I can't describe the feeling, but you're going to have a chat.
They need
and
a night out.
What? Do you know what? You walk out of their meetings. I walk out and I don't feel any better.
No.
I don't know if it's not done right.
It just confirms.
You've got to create togetherness.
It confirms that you're crap. Like, it just, that's why it's what it is. It confirms why you're crap. And it doesn't give you no answers to get out of it.
One of
Do
them
you know what I
things
mean?
you've got to make your own luck sometimes, isn't it? Because when you're down there and you ain't right here, nothing seems to go your way. But when you're up there, things just seem to just click into place for you.
First of all, explain a crisis meeting, Colin.
Why are you picking on me for? Oh, because I've had my fair share. I would say in a crisis meeting, look,
what happened?
There's two types. There's two types of crisis meetings, right? You got the one when you're about to fall into the mess and it's like pick it up, boys. Yeah. You got the one that when you're in the mess. Yeah. What do we do to get out of it?
Yeah.
And then you got the final boss. Yeah. When the manager. Brings out the table at the end. Right. And he's like, okay, we're gonna make this season into a mini league. So you got four teams here, yeah? Who's going to come out on top, yeah? And then these are the teams that are going to be coming out to you might get 17th place, and you just scrape it.
Bridgie, crisis. Take us into the room of what a crisis meeting is.
My experience is you go in the room and you know what's coming. There's a meeting.
Yeah.
So, and nothing's going well. And you sit down and everyone's there all nice and quiet and the manager will say something like, so, you know, what are we going to do? And then all of a sudden there's just silence and everyone's thinking, who's going to speak? Who's
speaking first?
And there's usually one of the most senior players going to say something. Yeah. And that one I've been in a bit nicey nice. It was, where's the goal's going to come from? And everyone goes, tis. And then it's like, well, someone else has got to score. Do you know what I mean? But it's like, in that moment, we had players that all got on really well. Might have been one or two, but every player then was just on each other's case. Like, we don't stop battling. There's too many heads that get down and stuff like that. So it was kind of a nicey way of doing it. But I think that's because the team got on so well.
Yeah.
But it starts off a little bit like that. No one wants to say anything, and then as soon as one person says something, so the conversation it went okay. Do you know what I mean? We got out of it in the end. But there's teams you'll go into, and this is happening, mate. Everyone's got an ego.
Yeah.
And as soon as someone says something about you and they take it the wrong way, and then the argument starts. Don't get wrong, that argument can be fixed as long as you get that argument out of the way and then you're friends, you get up and you're going out to battle for each other. But when you haven't got a tight unit, I would have said at West Ham, I would have said the problem was definitely people's heads going and mentally they haven't got it right up there to go out on the pitch and just fight for each other and keep going and going and going and never give up.
On the flip side, when I finished my career, because from a manager's perspective, them meetings, to anything that's underlined, you want to bring it up to the surface.
Oh,
so like if I'm sitting there and I'm going, and I'm an attacker and I'm going, I don't think we're defending right, and you're going, hold on a minute, well, I need you to do that. And I'm saying, hold on a minute, and you find the solution. So that's basically what a crisis meeting is. And it's also, if there's, because sometimes you get two egos and they're like this they're peacocking around. Do you know what I mean? You want it to put it on them, so no, you have to sort it out between you.
You're the type of guy to line them up as well, to say, look at him walking around like he's the. I can't wait for the meeting.
Mate, it's learning to take the criticism a bit, innit, and deal with it in the right way. And I think deep down, you know, if you're not pulling your weight or doing what you should be doing.
You do. Coley, you mentioned the mini league being used in the crisis meeting, right? So before we come on air, we looked at the Spurs, Nottingham Forest, and the West Ham's remaining fixtures. And we think where they're going to get the points is where they're going to end up, right? Now, this is a really interesting...
Is it?
It's interesting. Like, so we've calculated what we think their results will be. And... Shall I go with me first?
You go.
Yeah,
right. No. We'll go with you last, and I don't want you to explain yourself.
No, Joe first.
I'll go first. This is me, right?
I want him to explain himself.
I'll explain myself. Right. I've gone with Forest on 43 points. West Ham on
43.
West Ham on 41 points, and Spurs on 38 points, being relegated. So it's going right down to the wire.
Yeah.
You boys have been. This is Carlton Cole, right?
Go on.
West Ham are going to finish the season on 45 points. Forest are going to get 37 points. And Spurs are going to be out of it by April on 32 points.
Mate, just get the job done, innit? I think the fans want it.
Bridges
this is a quick death. It's a slow death for them.
Bridges got like no hope for anyone down there, it seems. So West Ham will have 37 points.
Mate.
Forest will have 34 points. And Spurs will have 32 points. I think Spurs have got like 30
Yeah, but to be honest,
down.
I don't think the point thing really matters. We've come up with the same scenario of the positions they're going to be in.
Yeah, I think
so. There ain't much difference.
Not much
really
difference.
in like the positioning.
You've got to have some faith in some fighting. There's got to be some
What
fighting.
do you mean? But we've still got the same outcome, though.
I think you're giving them 3 points.
Yeah, but we've still got the same outcome. He's just giving them loads of points. I'm not giving many of them hardly any points.
All right, okay, all right. So I'll tell you what, we've done our predictions, right?
And we'll see who's closest.
Whoever's closest, on the pod after that, whoever's the furthest away can buy lunch.
I'm reasonable. Look at me.
Whoever wins,
45
whoever
points.
gets closest decides what we do, and then whoever's last has to pay.
All right, sweet. I'm happy with that. I'm 100% going to win that.
Okay, so
mate, you got your hopes up, mate.
I actually gave 32 points. I've done the same as you.
Yeah,
I gave Spurs 32.
He didn't want to do the same as me. He wanted to give them more points.
I did.
He thinks West Ham are getting into Europe. 45 points. Right, from the relegation zone to the Champions League, some great fixtures this week. Bridgie, you've got the fixtures involving all the English clubs. Let's make some predictions.
Galatasaray v Liverpool
in Turkey.
Yeah,
I think that's going to be a draw. That
I was thinking draw as well, and I fancy Liverpool to nick it at home.
Yeah, I'll go with that. I mean, Osimhen's the player, isn't he?
Proper player. He's
at Coley. How's he not in the Premier League? Like,
I think
he's tied himself in knots with a contract.
That's what he done.
Yeah,
and I think it's and he wants a lot of money as well.
Does he?
It'll be a tough game.
Yeah,
a tough game there.
Yeah,
but he could be a good player in the Premier League. I think he will move here eventually, though. Yeah. Definitely, he's got family here.
Has he?
Yeah.
You sound like you're part. You know.
I know the setup.
Okay.
I think Liverpool nick it overall.
Are you trying to get a little agent's fee to get him into England?
Mate, I work for West Ham.
Well, they're in Europe next year.
Man, he's got to come West Ham, isn't he? Hey?
You got Atletico v Spurs. Atletico at home. I was trying to be nice to the Spurs fans.
You weren't. You've given 32 points.
Well, no, but that was, in this game, I was going to try and be nice, but I'm still thinking it's going to be 2-0 Atletico, something like that.
I think it'll be 1-0 Atletico. Two, like Atletico is my most annoying team to watch.
Yeah,
these guys don't turn up. They don't turn up for Premier League. They're bread and butter, but they turn up for Europe. It's weird behaviour.
Yeah, strange behaviour.
Yeah, they're just trying to advertise themselves across the world, and domestically they're not interested. What's going on?
Romero's been linked with Atletico Madrid.
Of course he has.
Yeah, he's right up their street.
He's right up their street.
Just a big, aggressive, angry centre-half causing carnage. Yeah.
Anyway,
getting sent off every other week.
Simeone's gone, he'll do for us.
Right, we're saying they're losing then. Then you got Newcastle at home to Barca.
Now, this is the one that I really like.
Do you know what? I think Newcastle do it, you know.
I was at they played them in the group stage.
They've got a chance.
Yeah.
They've got a chance.
I covered the game, right? And what was interesting in the first game, something to look out for, is the way that Newcastle pressed with Gordon as the number 9.
Yeah.
It was brilliant. They dropped off and they set traps, and they got good pressers. They had, you got the boys in midfield. Guimaraes, I think, is out. Tonali, Joe Linton.
Tonali, what a player.
They got players. They all bought into it. The place was, they should have been 2-0 up.
Yeah,
Newcastle. So the first 20-30 minutes in that game is crucial. Get on.
It's a tough one to call.
I think it's going to finish a draw, but I think Newcastle are going to take the lead. That's my prediction.
Yeah, and then you got Leverkusen v Arsenal. I think that's just Arsenal.
Yeah, it's Arsenal. Arsenal, they're just good. They're just a good, strong, solid team. And I don't buy into all of the you know, they're boring or they're winning games of football.
Well, they are boring, but
yeah.
PSG, Chelsea.
Two things could be right at the same time, mate. They are boring.
PSG, Chelsea.
Yeah, I'm out in Paris.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I'm there.
Oh, you can give us a report on there.
I'll
Maybe you could try some food and drink this
yeah.
time.
I'll tell you what.
Let us know what a train journey is like. He is definitely not getting on a train either, by the way. He'll either be on a bike, scooter, or an Uber.
Imagine that. Where you go, Joe? Got to nap on the subway. Got to tell Carlton what the train's like.
check the aircon out for me, yeah?
It's tough ones called out. Chelsea defo need to strengthen up a bit defensively if they're going to get any kind of result.
Yeah.
PSG, Chelsea.
PSG are not quite at it, but nor are Chelsea.
Nor Chelsea, man.
By heart, I want Chelsea to win, obviously, but I think Chelsea get beat.
I think the advantage is
how they
PSG.
get beat.
The advantage is with PSG. The league has moved the matches
again?
around. They moved games around for them.
I've gone draw. I'm thinking draw for that one.
That's amazing. If Chelsea get a draw,
if they get draw,
it's an amazing result.
That'd be a great.
Take them back to
I
the
think
bridge.
that's come from my heart. A lot of that.
I think. Yeah, 2-1 PSG.
And Chelsea's still in it, by the way.
2-1 PSG, and then return leg, innit?
Yeah,
it'll be all right.
And last but not least, Real Madrid v City.
Well, you know the news here, didn't you? Kylian Mbappe is looking like he could possibly out alongside Rodrigo and Bellingham. That's three massive
players for him.
Man City, last time they went there, won 2-1, I believe.
I think there could be a few goals in this.
Yeah,
100%.
I'm going Man City.
3-2
I'm going Man City.
Yeah, I'm going Man City. Man City 3-1. I'm going
3-1.
I'm going big.
I'm going 3-2.
Yeah, mate, it's toxic. That Real Madrid when they go goal down at the Bernabeu, it can get really toxic. Okay, so we've done relegation, we've done Champions League, and before we go, I'll tell you what I was up to this weekend. I was at the Grassroots playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The bottom of the barrel.
It obviously went well because he's got a big smile on his face.
You score.
He defo scored.
He scored. All right, go on, tell us. Talk. I know why are you mentioning this, but you want to mention it, don't you? Still wheeling yourself out on the pitch.
We're literally wheeling myself
Zimmer
out.
frame and all that. Yeah.
So I did a gig for Specsavers. It was like basically it's a question.
Specsavers.
Yeah. They're doing a campaign where they found the worst Sunday League team in the country. Mika Richards is the director of football.
How do they measure that? How do you measure the
I was
worst
chatting to the lads.
team in the Sunday League? Worst football team in Sunday League?
Yeah, but listen,
across the
globe.
It can't be across the globe. It can't be.
Anyway, lovely Luke was the manager, lovely fella, right, and a great bunch of lads, right. So last year, you know what Sunday League's like, right? So they finished with 4 points and a minus 81 goal difference, right?
Damn, they're bad.
Yeah. But Luke said to me, he said on the positive, we turned up. We had 16 every week. So there's 16 lads getting out of their bed on a Sunday morning. Great lads, right? So Specsavers have swooped him, and they're like, we need to sort this out. So they've got Mika Richards. Mika's the director of football. I was the loan signing. They've had James Milner doing a little bit of fitness with them. They've been put on a fitness program, and this season they got 17 points. And I was coming in for the run-in to try and get promotion, and we won 3-1.
It's the proper grassroots like Sunday League. Lads have been out on a Saturday, had a few beers, but they turned up and played football. Yeah.
Okay.
They've just been going through a tough time.
So they didn't know I was playing yesterday. So I just turned up.
I'll surprise them.
I think they heard it was Jermaine Defoe, so they was a little bit disappointed.
They need goals.
Right, they would have been buzzing you were there. They would have been absolutely buzzing. I bet they were buzzing.
They would have been.
Do you know what it was like? Because I was in Wrexham night before. I didn't get home till late, and I was like, guys. As soon as I got there and I smelt the grass,
it does, doesn't it? It does.
And I got into it. Geezer cleaned me out in the first minute on the floor. And,
what do you mean he cleaned you out?
Got tight and just bodied me.
No way.
Did you look at him say anything? I bet you just up and walked off.
Of course, I always do.
Yeah, he always does.
Did you say something?
I never.
Mate, any time he gets smashed, there is literally no retaliation. He just gets up and carries on.
Yeah, that's a man that's been down on his luck 3 times. That's a man that's used to it.
No, because we got taught as a kid.
Yeah.
Never show them you're hurt.
Yeah.
Never show them you're hurt.
And do you know what?
You
There ain't a lot of kids.
You can now.
There ain't a lot of kids out there that do that. I've seen one kid who plays in Parker's team, and he's so strong, and he gets stuck in. You know, he plays fair. But he wins a lot of his battles. But when he gets smashed, mate, he just gets up and carries on.
Does he?
Yeah.
So wait
That's the opposite to one of our players that plays with my son.
You've always been good at that.
Yeah. Well, I've had a lot of practice keys.
Yeah. You just get smashed all the time.
My son's teammate, he's under 15s, right? Like, he gets smashed, like, because he's quite quick.
Yeah.
It's always like, but the type of scream when he gets smashed, the type of scream that comes out of his mouth, everyone thinks he's definitely injured. He ain't coming back on. This geezer comes back on and scores a hat-trick every time. I'm like, so credit to you. Credit to you for not wailing like that, because you just carry on with your job.
Yeah.
And you're a prime example to that kid to stop like moaning and just get on with it.
Stop moaning. You might end up with 4 or 5.
You can still play at a good level.
Knees and shins
still
and
banging goals in.
Yeah. I listen, I had a great
So you
time.
banged the goal?
Big up the boys at Worley FC. I really had a good time.
What was your goal like?
Keeper should have done better. I can't lie. It's going to be out there, isn't it? It's going to be out there. Right, great pod. Love that. Bridgie, what do the people need to do?
Yeah, make sure you like, subscribe, rate and review. And how do they get in contact, Carlton?
You can email us on hello@thedressingroom@gmail.com.
Right, lads, we'll be back next Tuesday. Let's hope we have some great football next week.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black. It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
Millions of people around the world watched a crew of 6 women fly to space and back on board Blue Origin's New Shepard rocket. Much of the attention before and after the flight focused on superstar celebrities, the musician Katy Perry and TV host Gayle King. But alongside them was a rocket scientist whose lifelong journey to the stars was even more incredible. On this episode of the show, we'll tell the extraordinary story of the astronaut, entrepreneur and educator Aisha Bowe.
If you would have told me that one day I would be sitting here with a flight crew jacket on, talking to you about going to space, I would have thought that that story was a lofty one too.
It was all a dream.
The dream that I never thought would come true is coming true right now. That dream was space. I want you to live your wildest, biggest dream because I am.
I'm Riz Khan. With family roots in the Bahamas and little interest in maths or science, my guest this week was an unlikely candidate to become a NASA rocket scientist. She was advised to pursue a career in beauty products, cosmetology, but chose a route to the cosmos instead. On the way, she became an engineer, entrepreneur, mentor, philanthropist, and fashion icon. Blue Origin's female-only flight to the stars featured several famous faces, attracting widespread interest, followed by a social media backlash from those who questioned its value and purpose. But for Aisha Bowe, her journey to space was always about much more than the view. Aisha, thank you for joining the show. Now, take us back to launch day. What was going through your mind that morning, and how did it feel knowing that you were finally about to realize your dream of going into space?
Riz, I have waited my entire life
for this moment, and oh, was it worth it? To have the opportunity to travel at about 2,200 miles an hour and to fly up to the international boundary of space, which is the Kármán line, and see the Earth. I was just overcome with emotion because as someone who spent their career working at NASA, who's traveled around the world working with kids, who's been really excited about space and science, to see Earth from that view, I knew that everything I had gone through to be in that moment was worth it.
How significant was it that you were part of an all-female crew? What did that add to the experience?
Well, I think that there are headlines and things that are designed to create a lot of engagement. And then there's what I was focused on, which was the science. And as someone who's traveled around the world speaking in order to inspire women and non-traditional people to enter the field, my big takeaway was that I got to conduct science with HBCU, which in the United States is a historically Black college and university. We had a predominantly female-led research team, which was amazing. We flight qualified hardware, which could be used for research in the future. And we were able to demonstrate that we could genetically sequence plants in space during a suborbital flight. And all of these things combined are why not only do I think the flight was meaningful, but it did represent some firsts for science.
We'll talk more about that, but describe what the atmosphere was like inside the capsule as the countdown began.
As the countdown began, it was electric.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, command engine start, 2, 1, 8. New Shepard has cleared the tower.
I think anybody going into space, there's this moment of just awe and wonder as you really think about all the engineering and all the progress that had to go into the moment. When I started working at NASA, it was not possible to go to space on a commercial flight with Blue Origin. And I can remember thinking to myself that one day I'll apply to be a NASA astronaut in the astronaut corps, but that I wanted to find ways to get involved and contribute before I felt ready to do that. And so during the countdown, I was sitting in the seat, and as we started to go down from 10, I realized that I was getting ready to achieve one of my lifelong goals of not only going to space, but taking that next step in my journey of becoming an astronaut and hopefully getting to one day fly for NASA.
Well, the key thing is that it's a remarkable experience that very few people get. What was the first thing that went through your mind as the rocket took off?
As the rocket took off, I was actually thinking about a colleague of mine who I'm lucky enough to call a mentee. When I was working at NASA, I had the privilege of meeting a 13-year-old girl named Claire. And Claire approached me at an aviation museum day. So we used to go out and speak in the community with astronaut ice cream, and we take what we were doing at work and share it with kids. And she comes up to me and she says, I want to be an aerospace engineer. And I said, okay, well, let me give you my card. Well, this 13-year-old girl, she emailed me. She literally sent me an email. I give my card to adults all the time and they don't even email me, right? And so I decided to invite her in to follow me at work. And so 13 became 16. She's now one of my mentees. And from that relationship, she ended up deciding that she was going to pursue aerospace engineering. She studied at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. And you'll never believe this, she worked on the very same rocket engine I was flying on. And so when I sat down that day, it was more than just me achieving my goal of going to space. I actually had the opportunity to fly on a rocket engine that I watched someone who I've mentored since she was 13 help create.
And I'll get onto your remarkable path to NASA a bit later. But let me ask you what it feels like to reach 2,300 miles per hour, basically 3 times the speed of sound.
It was an incredible feeling. I mean, I had trained for this moment over the course of the last 2 years.
And if anybody has the opportunity outside of this conversation to pop into my Instagram or my social media, they'll see me jumping out of planes and, training in a FAA human-rated centrifuge. And so by the time we hit Mach 3, I was smiling from ear to ear. I looked at the GoPro footage and it was just pure joy because I was ready, I was prepared, and I was excited to be able to capture the moment.
So we have some footage of you in that centrifuge.
She's having too much fun.
Got 68. How you doing?
I feel good.
I love that comment from the training guy saying that you were having too much fun. Now, I have to ask you, in terms of training for the mission, apart from experiencing things like the centrifuge, how did you prepare for this kind of special mission, both personally and professionally?
As someone who's always been excited by spaceflight, the first thing I did was go to the FAA regulations on commercial spaceflight. There are actually guidelines that are best practices to prepare for space missions. And so I looked at the guidelines and I said, I want to do all of these things. And really the criteria boils down to you must train in a manner that demonstrates that your body is prepared to go to space. And so I found the centrifuge.
I'm here at the NASTAR facility starting training for my flight. Are you ready? Let's go.
This is going to be your office this afternoon.
Yes.
Hey! You're ready for space.
You heard the space shuttle bump? We're great.
Oh!
Encircle.
Congratulations, you just completed all the required training flights to qualify for your flight to space.
I literally cannot imagine training for space and not going through this. I'm really happy that I had an opportunity to not only experience this.
I found a L-39 Albatross flight, which is a fighter jet, and that was a lot of fun. Half of the time I couldn't determine if I was training or having like a lot of fun, but I went through what the FAA kind of lays out as much as I could as a private citizen, and I'm really hoping to expand upon my training in the future and do more.
I'm sure that there's no way, no matter how much training you do, that you could actually compare any of that with the actual liftoff experience.
There are some things that are really close. I'll tell you that at the FAA human-rated centrifuge that I flew at the NASTAR facility, they've trained over 500 astronauts, and they had the flight profiles from multiple vehicles. And so I had the opportunity to experience what they would simulate as a SpaceX launch. I also experienced the Virgin Galactic launch, and I had a rocket-assisted launch, which was really, really, really fast. So we hit 6 Gs in the simulation. On the way up, we experienced 3, but when we fell back to Earth, we hit about 5. And that's when, let's just say, things got really real, because 5 times your body weight sitting on your chest is no joke. I know there's been some conversation about our suits in the media, but one of the things I really appreciated about the suit was that it was compressive and it helped prevent against G-force induced loss of consciousness, which can occur when you're, pulling a lot of G's.
I can assure you that no kind of suit, no matter how advanced, could actually make me feel comfortable with 5 times my weight sitting on me. Now, of course, you actually get to see something that so few people get to do. So describe the view from the capsule, what you saw, and of course, how it made you feel.
It's impossible to go through this experience and come back unchanged. I hope that in the future, not only do more people have the opportunity to go, but that going to space on these sorts of suborbital flights will be as routine as flying. Seeing the Earth, it was a awe-inspiring moment that took me days to process. When I came home, I walked around my neighborhood just trying to find the words to describe what it's like to look at a moving, breathing Earth. And since that moment, I have felt a commitment that some, have detailed in the overview effect, where I feel more of a responsibility to not only protect Earth, but to talk about the experience of seeing Earth from space and to champion more people going on these commercial flights, because there's nothing more beautiful than having the opportunity to see humanity from up high.
Aisha, I'm sure that you're more than familiar with the famous blue marble picture, the picture of the planet Earth taken back in 1972. That was actually the first time it was seen that way. 1972 is not that long ago, and it was taken by a person, not a satellite. Now, you got to see Earth from that remarkable perspective. You also got to experience weightlessness. How did that feel, and were there any funny moments in zero gravity while you were up there?
Yes. I thought, okay, you're going to pull off your seatbelt and you're going to float up lightly. Well, right before we hit the launch pad, I had the privilege of talking to two individuals. And so NASA astronauts, Jeanette Epps and Joan Higginbotham, were there as part of my cohort. And I asked them, I was like, hey, ladies, what do I need to know about microgravity? And they were like, Aisha, whatever you do, don't do too much. You are so buoyant. Wow. I mean, the moment you take off your seatbelt, you just float right up. And so for me, I was really nervous that I was going to hit the top of the capsule. So the seatbelt comes off, and then I immediately lift up, and there's a moment of shock where I'm like, oh my gosh, I felt like I was floating away like a balloon. And so I grab onto the handholds, and I realized that sit-ups actually help for something. And I was like, okay, I've got my hands here, and I'll be able to get my feet into the toe hold and orient myself. But it takes just a small touch to move around in microgravity. It's really the most elegant sort of feeling of being able to just turn your body entirely upside down, like I did in the capsule, with just a mere turn of my wrist.
That's remarkable. My knees would thank me forever if I could get to weightlessness. Sadly, it's not going to happen. Now, I know the support of your family has been very important to you, and your late father had a space dream of his own. Tell me about that and what he said to you when you were chosen for your space mission.
I struggled to find the words because my dad came to the United States in the 80s from the Bahamas to study science in Michigan. And it was his goal to work at NASA. And while he didn't achieve that, he instilled in me that I had the ability to do more. And when I found myself in high school, I didn't think that math or science was for me. And it was my dad that said, you can do this. And so I went from community college to studying aerospace at the University of Michigan and working at NASA. And when we lost him earlier this year, I didn't know that I was actually going to be able to do this. I wasn't sure how I was going to find the energy or the strength, because I never thought that I would get to achieve one of the greatest goals in my life without my dad. And so when you look at the footage of me in the capsule, some people see me floating a patch that says Bahamas. And while that is a nod to my heritage and my father, it's also a nod towards history. The New Shepard vehicle follows the trajectory of Alan Shepard in 1961. And most people know that New Shepard took off in the United States, but they don't know where it landed. It landed in Grand Bahama in the Bahamas. And so for me to have the ability to complete his dream, to have my 92-year-old grandfather, who was born at a time where there were not aircraft on his island, fly to see me take a rocket to space, was just a beautiful full circle moment that I will forever be grateful for.
Well, God bless your late father, Aisha. I'm sure you must have felt his presence with you during that profound experience.
I did. And, he said via text to me, when I told him that Blue Origin was going to fly and I was going to be part of the crew, He said, Aisha, all the people who have come before me who are no longer here, and all the people who will come after you that you have not met will forever be proud of the courage that you've displayed in this moment. And so during the mission, my call sign was Exuma, which is a nod to the island my grandfather was born almost 100 years ago.
Well, thanks for explaining that. I wanted to ask you about the meaning of your call sign, but since you mentioned your 92-year-old grandfather, I want to refer to a comment you've made in the past about his experience with getting around during much of his early life was on a horse.
Yes. Not only was he on horses, he was somebody who was really instrumental in moving the nation forward. And so from Exuma to going to NASA, my grandfather was always somebody that said, if you don't see it, create it. He was never somebody that was okay with the status quo. And I think you see a lot of that spirit in me today.
Well, Aisha, apart from the Bahamas flag patch you took, what other special mementos did you take up there with you?
Well, let me start with the fun one. One of the things that brought me comfort as a kid is a dish called conch chowder. And so I actually had dehydrated conch chowder, which is a Bahamian, it's just a cultural phenomenon. We love conch chowder. I had it dehydrated and I flew it in my pocket, which I think that's the first conch that has made it to space. An artifact that I'm really proud to have on loan from the Museum of Flight in Seattle. And that's the American flag that Pete Conrad, who was the third person to walk on the moon, had in his personal flight bag. And the reason I had that was because Nancy Conrad, his wife, lent it to me. She's a mentor, and she really wanted me to carry something that was a powerful symbol of the past, the present, and the future of space. That flag will be returned to the Museum of Flight in Seattle, and it will now have 2 flown in space certificates, one from the Apollo mission and one from mine. And so students and people are going to be able to go in and learn not only about the past flight, but the flight that we just completed now and into the future. And the last, which I'm really excited about, was I spent the last couple of years traveling around the world trying to bring space down to Earth. And I did this by collecting the hopes and the dreams of people who didn't see space as a career for them. Through the US State Department, I've been to India, I've been to Kenya, I've been to the Bahamas, I've been to Mongolia, I've been to Kyrgyzstan. And on these postcards, I had students write their dreams. And so I flew Dreams to Space, which will be returned to them, thanks to Jeff and Lauren. And the postage will return these postcards back to the dreamers. And I can't wait to get those responses. Like, they're going to go into their mailbox and they're going to see your dream flew to space and returned back to you. Now, what are you going to do with that, right? You got to make the dream come true.
Fantastic. So many wonderful mementos. Well, sadly, your father never got to see your mission into space, but at least your grandfather did. How did he react once he was there at the launch site?
Well, my grandfather was overcome with emotion, and he had a wonderful person to comfort him in Oprah. I was really surprised for him because I was not, being in the capsule and being part of the flight, I couldn't really see what was going on. And I start getting all these messages from my family members, and it's just my grandpa and Oprah, my grandpa and Oprah. And they were like, wait a second, you told us you're going to space. Oh my goodness, like you actually did it. And wow. So I think that not only did he have a good day, in his words, he told me that he had one of the best days of his life.
Yes, I saw Oprah giving your grandfather a hug as they watched it all happen.
Amazing.
But tell me about the nickname you and your all-female team came up with for the mission, the Six Taking Up Space.
Well, we really wanted to find a way to kind of share what we thought this mission meant. And for us, we felt like we were taking up space. We were making it available. We are more than likely one of the most watched space missions in modern time.
1, 2, 3, taking up space!
I actually will tell you a funny story. I was walking around my neighborhood and there's a middle school. And there was a lot of parents getting their kids, off to school, and they're like holding their hand, like, come on, come on, come on. And the kids are like looking at me and they're like, oh my gosh, like waving at me and they're saying hi. And I think that was one of the successful things that this mission accomplished. We've inspired the youth. And so there's this wonderful part of me that's excited about what the students are going to do with it, because they're writing me, they're sending me messages. They're really excited to have had the opportunity to see themselves in space.
And you said you loved the flight suit. Was it because of the way it protected you from the multiple G-forces you experienced during takeoff and landing? Or was it the fashion? Because I noticed you had flares on the legs.
Well, on a practical kind of note, I've worn flight suits before. And what I'll tell you is that they were not necessarily designed for my physiology. One of the experiments that I conducted gathered my biometric data, and I wore it on my chest, and I was actually able to secure it and make sure that it was snug because the suit was designed specifically for me. All the suits were in custom. They were done in detail. And in addition to the benefits of the G's and the compression, which was very much so needed on the way down, let me tell you, I finally had something that was custom designed for my needs and that was able to not only accommodate my experiments, but I was able to operate in a way where I could conduct multiple experiments, I was comfortable, and I could move efficiently around in the cabin.
Earlier on, you had mentioned some of the experiments you had conducted. Were there any experiments you would have liked to have conducted that you didn't get a chance to?
Yes, I would have liked to have done a brain scan. After the flight, I felt so different than before. And I think, you hear, oh, this will change you, but I really wanted to better understand how my brain changed after the flight, because I've been writing and I've been dreaming and I've been thinking with renewed clarity and a feeling and a passion that I have not had, I think, ever in my life. In addition to that, I'm interested in continuing to monitor my vitals because I gathered data prior to the flight, during, and immediately after. But after taking off that bio button, I'd like to continue to gather data on myself that could inform future research.
Makes a lot of sense. Now, after the flight, you shared some powerful reflections on the trip. Can you recall what you said and what you meant by those phrases?
After the flight, I'll tell you, it was a bit of a blur. But from what I recall, I was in awe of having the opportunity to fly. I was excited about all the people that had the opportunity to witness and, celebrate the moment with us. And I was really looking forward to being able to share what it was that I learned with not only the people here in the United States, but on tour around the world.
And you said, dream it, plan it, go and do it. Sometimes reality is wrong.
Yes, and that's actually one of my slogans. Look, everything that I've accomplished in life was something that somebody told me that I could not do. I'm beginning to think that if you tell me that I can't, it actually means can. And so I've adopted a mindset of failure is success and progress. And I think that so many people are holding on to something that someone told them that they could not do, thinking that that person knew something about them that they didn't, and they don't. And so when I decided to go to Michigan Aerospace, it wasn't because someone told me I could do it. When I decided to found my first company, it wasn't because someone told me that I could do it. And when I decided that I wanted to go to space, it was all the same, right? Aisha, there's no way you can do it. And so to be in that moment where every single one of my dreams had come true, I just wanted to use it as an opportunity to inspire other people to go do the same.
Well, naturally, everyone who manages this rare kind of mission into space says they come back changed. In what way do you feel it changed you, personally and professionally, especially after the long path from your early years that you took to get there?
It's given me a renewed perspective on what I can accomplish. One of the things that I want to share with you beyond the headline is that I'm the first African-American woman to raise and own her seat. I spent years working with organizations deciding to say, how can we make this more equitable? If I can raise the money, if I can do the research, I can put forward a model that other people can emulate. My entire life and career has been about creating a pathway for other people to follow. And that's one of the stories I'm excited to share as I travel around the world. It's not only about entrepreneurship and inspiration and science, It's about creating sustainable pathways for other people to have the same experiences that I've had.
I want to touch on your remarkable achievements in the world of entrepreneurship as well in just a moment. But let me ask you, in the same way people say that they see planet Earth differently after seeing it from space, how did it change your view of the Earth?
I feel so much appreciation for the little things. You know, I can remember the number of sunsets that I caught last year, and it was less than 10. Today, I got up and I'm looking at everything, right? The plants, the animals. I just feel a sense of joy. I feel a sense of privilege, and I feel honored because there's no mistakes here on Earth. We are truly a blessing, and everybody has a purpose. And Earth, when you see it suspended against the darkness of space, it is impossible to not believe that we are all here for a reason. And we have to protect this planet. We have to share this. We have to go out and make it possible for other people to see it, because it's such a beautiful thing. It's overwhelming when you get to see it from space.
Well, as you know, Aisha, we live in a world of social media and global interaction that is not always very nice or fair. And as you know, there's been some talk since the mission questioning the use of the term astronaut in connection with these short flights into space. How do you regard that debate, and what does the word astronaut mean to you?
Well, I think that in aerospace, there's always been a delineation between a NASA astronaut, per se, and a citizen astronaut. I think that the word citizen astronaut here is maybe more appropriate, but I think we're kind of getting into trying to classify an experience. And the reality of it is that it doesn't necessarily matter what people call me. What I feel we all are explorers. And when you think about what's happening in commercial space, it's really similar to the early days of air travel, where people were literally getting in these kind of makeshift airplanes and they're like trying to figure out how to fly around, and they're explorers. And that's exactly what we are. We're explorers, we're pushing the boundary. And I really welcome individuals to try to find a way to create, naming that maybe is a little bit more reflective of the accomplishment, as opposed to trying to be divisive.
Well, considering that valid point, were you surprised? I mean, how did you regard the fact that there was a backlash in social media? And did it diminish your experience in any way?
It's impossible for me to have the experience of seeing my lifelong goal be achieved. I'm grateful. I'm honored. I feel a sense of responsibility to go and share what I saw with the world and to build new bridges and to build new pathways. I think the conversation is healthy. I was excited because, look, as a science person, I have been involved in some very, very cool projects, but they've never been spoken about this much. Regardless of whether or not you were for it or you were against it, you were talking about it. And I think that's powerful because as we move into the next generation of space, we need involvement of all people. We need people to understand why it's powerful. And outside of the public discourse, we literally had middle schools, high schools, people around the world saw this mission. And so for me, I think we achieved a lot of what I would hope to get out of the mission was I brought visibility to the science that I was looking to conduct. And I had the opportunity to inspire people who may not have previously known about me or the work that was being done.
And no doubt you've become a role model for many young women. People like Claire, the intern whom you mentioned, who ended up working on the rocket used for your Blue Origin mission. But do you think that gender played a role in that negative reaction among some people?
No, I think we're at a period of time where we're making a lot of progress. And what's important is that we need all people. This commercial flight was the first, but it certainly won't be the last. When you look at what Blue Origin has done, they flew a 90-year-old, Ed Dwight. He was the first African-American astronaut selected by NASA. And in doing so, they righted a historic wrong. They also flew Wally Funk, who is a female pilot who has more hours in a plane than I think most people on the planet of Earth. I think the conversations about who can fly and how they fly are valid. And I think that opening up the door and talking about what we want the future of space and the future of aviation to look like, I don't necessarily think it's about the outcome.
Well, listen, the Prime Minister of the Bahamas personally sent you a congratulations message, and a lot of young people are now very inspired by what you've accomplished. What sort of messages have those youngsters shared with you?
Well, we had a 6-year-old at the launch. Her name is Zofia. And Zofia was tagging along with her family that day. And there's a beautiful picture of her looking up at me as we're parading to the launch pad. And all I can remember is her gaze. She was locked on. And I could tell that she was engaged. I could tell that she was inspired, but I really wouldn't know how inspired until after. It was a week after the launch, and I got a message from her dad, and it was an illustration. And it was the capsule coming down with the parachutes popping out. And he said to me, "I think I've got a problem." I'm like, "What do you mean?" And he said, "Zofia said that she wants to go to space, but she's going to wait until she's a little bit older, maybe about 9. That, to me, I mean, it really sums up what's happening in my inbox and on my phone. There are so many people telling me that not only were they proud and they're excited, but that it renewed their dreams. I've had that as well with adults who grew up seeing space shuttle launches and were really motivated, inspired by them, and who were really excited to see that this launch was getting such wide coverage and sort of asked the question of, do you think that there are going to be more launches with this wide coverage in the future? And I hope so. I hope so for NASA missions. I hope so for Blue Origin missions. I hope so for Virgin Galactic missions. I hope so for all missions.
And your trip into space was also celebrated with a viewing party by staff and students at Washtenaw Community College, where your academic journey began. Looking back at that time, how far away did the dream of space feel then?
I mean, it felt like just that. It felt like a dream. Washtenaw Community College was where my life began because I met a lot of individuals who they didn't care about what I demonstrated on paper before. They were focused on pouring into me, and I started to drown out the noise and only focus on the things that I wanted to achieve. And so one of the other stories about this launch that I'm really excited to share in the coming days is a student named Nathan Perry, who was a Washtenaw Community College student who was actually working on the launch site. And he's a Blue Origin employee, and we just have this connection because we both started from humble beginnings, from community college to NASA and to space. And the last thing, which completely and totally, like, I cried when I saw this, I'll tell you, is my community college sent cardboard cutouts of me to the middle school, to the high school, and they had one available for their launch party. And they invited people to come in and actually take pictures of it and share it because it was literally making dreams real, right? This person went to community college. She's now on this rocket, and we have community college graduates who are working to make sure that she's safe alongside people that she's mentored.
Well, you carved the path. It's really inspiring. So I wonder, what sparked your shift from originally being uninterested in STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, to actually becoming a NASA engineer?
You know, I struggled with self-doubt. I had low self-esteem, and I spent so many days looking at myself in the mirror and not liking my reflection. And after a while, as a young person, it's really painful. And I started to say, Aisha, what would it be like if you felt good? What would it be like if you liked what you saw in the mirror? And what I realized was that I had committed to all of the negative things I thought about myself, replaying day after day after day. And so I took control of the mental narrative, and I deliberately started to say, you know what? I'm not going to allow you to put yourself down in your mind. I'm going to tell you that you can do it. I'm going to tell you that you're brave. I'm going to tell you that you should have courage. And once I started replaying that in my mind over and over again, I started to realize that I actually felt differently. I felt lighter. And I started to achieve and I started to accomplish things. I think that young persons around the world are in many circumstances under a lot of pressure. It can be so hard for them. And so once I separated the pressure I felt from trying to figure out how I, at 17, was going to study something that would allow me to pay for my life for the rest of my years on the planet and just focus on my goals and my dreams, I really started to flourish.
Well, it's good that happened, because there's the incredible story of how you almost missed out on your opportunity to join NASA. That was a close call that almost ruined your dream.
Yeah, because as I was working on the self-esteem, I mean, it's not an overnight job. It was something that I had to practice. And even to this day, and on launch day, I got up and in my mind, I affirmed myself. I said, Aisha, you have spent your entire life planning and preparing to be here. Today, you are going to get up, you are going to be present, you are going to do good science, you're going to be focused, and you're going to get everything out of this experience. It took me years to get there because as a college student, I didn't realize the power of being kind to myself. I didn't realize the power of finding a community that could pour into me. And so I had to build those things over the years. And as I've traveled around the world with the State Department or invited talks, I think that a lot of individuals have potential that is just untapped because they have not been taught how to harness the noise that can be in your mind and how to affirm yourself and how to make sure that you give yourself the best possible foundation for success, which is optimism and self-love.
And Aisha, I want to discuss how your story progressed, because when you left NASA, you founded your own company, STEM Board, that advises the US government. What drove that decision and what kind of impact has it had?
Well, it started with people like Claire. I was meeting students and I was realizing that I had more to give. I loved working for NASA. It is a dream job and I highly recommend it to anybody who's thinking about it. But in my job, my focus was engineering. I didn't have the opportunity to travel around and talk to students and share my journey as much as I would have liked to. And what I realized was that people thought that I was in my job because I was a genius, because everything was perfect, and because I had the best upbringing. And the reality of that was it wasn't quite true. I had a lot of challenges. I had a lot of failures. I had a lot of setbacks. But it was how I chose to look at them that made the difference in the long run. And once I started doing this, I said, you know, what if I created a company? And once again, people laughed in my face, but I was dog sitting this dog who was amazing. And the dog told me I could do it, right? So I was like, animals, they're your friends, like, go do it. And so I said, well, wouldn't it be really cool if I actually built a company from scratch and it worked? Wouldn't other people maybe feel inspired and do the same? Well, 12 years ago, I built STEM Board. We're an engineering firm. We've twice been recognized by Inc. 5000 as one of the fastest growing companies in America. We have been also recognized for hiring and retainment of veterans in the United States and the good works that we've done around the world. And it was all because I just decided that I would make it up, right? I made up the logo, I made up the company. And today I have engineers who work for me full time in multiple states. And that's what we do. You know, we make dreams reality. And we really stand as a model for what other people could do with their potential in the future.
And if that wasn't enough, as a young woman starting and running such a successful company, you had to go and start another one called Lingo. What are you hoping to solve with that business?
Well, I'll tell you, Lingo was a mistake, but it was a wonderful mistake. You know, running one company is enough. It's definitely a lot of responsibility on a day-to-day basis. But Lingo came as an act of love. We as STEM Board engineers were donating our time to help nonprofits in the community. And what we realized was that these nonprofits were going out and they were teaching kids, they were doing STEM workshops, but they may not have had the time or the expertise to develop the content and the curricula in-house. And so we decided to do that for one of our nonprofit partners, and the pandemic happened. And we said, we have to help these nonprofits. We have to help the parents and the teachers at home. And so in the course of 1 year, We made, we delivered, and we helped instruct over 5,000 kids. And we said, whoa, this is going to need to be its own thing because there's such a need for it. Today, we supported over 10,000 students. My mom actually is Employee of the Month every month in Lingo. That's right. She went from being my mom to working in one of my startups, which is like very fun. And I've had the opportunity to see what students in other countries get out of our kits because I've taught them in Kenya. I actually taught them in India. I had a 5-city tour through India where I taught lingo, and the kids just loved it. From Calcutta to Dubai, to Delhi. And I actually brought some lingo kits to Dubai too. So I just have had them all over the place. And it's been wonderful to see the response that students have had.
And Aisha, I should point out that you're a big supporter of Club for the Future, the Blue Origin nonprofit division. Tell me about that.
Club for the Future helps students send postcards to space. Postcards to space. I love the concept because it brings space down to earth. And it also allows for students to have the opportunity to, write their dreams, share them, and send them. And so Club for the Future not only travels around and provides these postcards, but they talk about the rocket. They talk about commercial space travel. And it's a really great way for people to get engaged no matter where they are.
So that was your role for Club Future on this mission?
Yes. So from 2022, I gathered up all my postcards and I delivered them to Club for the Future for processing. After the mission, they're going to take them off of the rocket and they're going to return them to the dreamers.
Understood. Well, one thing that people who know you are aware of is that you're not just an entrepreneur, not just obviously smart and academically accomplished as a person who's now been to space, an astronaut, but you're also quite an activist and advocate.
I would love to see more people go into space. It is a wonderful deal.
So at a time when spending on DEI, diversity, equity and inclusion programs, are being cut back, what gives you optimism about the future of science in the US?
What gives me optimism is the power of the person. And what I mean by that is I'm literally having a conversation with you about my STEM career, about the science that I was able to do on the mission, about the funds that I was able to raise with organizations to inhabit the seat, and about a moment that was seen by millions of people around the world, and one which I'm going to spend the rest of my life sharing. And I'm just one person. Imagine the power that comes from this conversation and other people deciding that they have the power to shape the future the way that they want it to be. And that's really what I want to leave people with, right? I dreamed it, I planned it, I did it, and so can you. I understand that there are a lot of things happening, not only in the United States, but around the world that will be discussed for years to come. But I think the question is, what can you do in order to shape the future that you want?
And of course, times have changed. And from a time when you couldn't imagine the opportunity to travel to space that has been developed through projects such as Blue Origin, it's now become a possible dream for many more people, something for which you advocate. But given the huge cost, is such an ambition even practical?
I wonder if when Henry Ford designed vehicles, he thought that they would be as popular as they are today, right? I wonder the same things about the Wright brothers. I think with all great inventions, whether it's ships or aircraft, submarines, they all kind of started being initially fairly expensive and somewhat out of reach. And you had the individuals who became the early adopters, many of whom were more affluent in society. And then these things became more common. I still remember getting my first cell phone. I had only seen cell phones on other people. And I know you're probably laughing because you know exactly what that was like, right? When you get your first phone, I'm from the generation where we had one phone, it was in the kitchen and it had a long cord, and you better hope that your mom cared to give you the message. But now there's more computing power in cell phones than we're on the space shuttle. And so when we talk about innovation, we talk about space flight, What we just witnessed is what is going to eventually drive down the cost so that this will be affordable to all people. And it follows the natural cycle that happens with innovation and early adoption.
Aisha, let's put this into context. I was excited when I saw my first electric typewriter. Looking ahead, what's next for you on Earth or in space? And what's your newest dream?
1 million students with hands-on STEM learning through our Lingo STEM coding kits. In honor of this mission, I actually spent the last year working with my team to develop lessons that bring some of the same space concepts home. We're piloting them here where I live in Virginia, and we just actually partnered with a local school district to roll them out into the schools, which I'm so excited by. And I can't wait to be able to share the joy of space and the skills that are needed to be employable in the future with millions.
Aisha, fantastic. Now, I'm going to end this wonderful interview with something that we like to do with cool people on this show, and that is to ask you around 10 quick-fire questions where you can just answer in 1 or 2 words. You just have to think on your feet. Are you up for that?
I'm up for it.
Cool. Okay. The first one. What's the biggest discovery you'd like to see in space exploration?
Another habitable planet.
Number 2. What's the most important thing an alien should understand about humans?
Humanity is just beautiful. It's compassionate. It's wondrous, and it should be protected.
Number 3, is there anything you would do differently on a second trip to the stars?
I would spend much more time.
Number 4, would you rather return to space yourself or inspire a future astronaut to travel to Mars?
Can I do both? Both.
Why not? Okay, there you go. Number 5, will women close the gender gap in the space workforce within the next 10 years?
I certainly hope so.
Question 6, who's your favorite astronaut and why?
It's hard to pick just one. I absolutely love Jeanette Epps, Joan Higginbotham, Mae Jemison, Katie Coleman, Suni Williams. They're all my favorites. Can I say they're all my favorites?
Of course you can. Well, 7, what's your favorite Katy Perry song?
My favorite Katy Perry song would be Firework.
Nice choice. Question 8. Considering you were told to go into cosmetology and fashion, and considering you've actually become something of a fashion icon, what's the choice? Cosmology or cosmetology?
Cosmology.
Number 9. Spacesuits. Fashionable or functional?
Both.
I knew you were going to say that.
Prada's designing the newest spacesuits. I mean, it's both.
Fair enough. So then, question 10. Do joyful tears float in zero gravity?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to squeeze out one final question. How would you sum up your experience in space in a single sentence?
The most meaningful thing that has happened to me ever.
Aisha Bo, congratulations and thank you so much for taking the time to have such a great conversation.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you, Riz.
The remarkable astronaut, Aisha Bo. That's it for now. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments and thoughts. I'm Riz Khan. From me and the team, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.